irate race against time, striving to meet unspoken expectations, perpetually feeling as though we never truly possess enough time to simply quiet ourselves, to genuinely listen to the subtle whisperings of our own being. It is absolutely crucial to recognize at the very outset of this exploration that chaos is not inherently malevolent or undesirable. It simply is. It represents the raw, unformed state of the universe before human perception imposes order upon it, and as such it serves as an immutable constant companion throughout our individual and collective lives. Chaos manifests in a multitude of forms, each presenting its own unique challenges and teaching moments. It can be the palpable physical disorder in our immediate living spaces, a cluttered desk, a disorganized home, or a disorganized schedule, each contributing to a subtle but persistent undercurrent of unease. Beyond the purely physical chaos, frequently infiltrates our interpersonal relationships as unexpected conflicts, misunderstandings, or unresolved tensions arise, disrupting the harmony we yearn for. On a broader societal scale, financial uncertainties, career instabilities, or global events like pandemics, economic downturns, and geopolitical unrest cast a long shadow, creating a collective sense of unpredictability that permeates our daily existence. Furthermore, a particularly insidious form of chaos manifests as information overload, an incessant flood of data, opinions, fragmented narratives, and digital noise that makes it increasingly difficult to focus, to discern truth from falsehood, or to find genuine clarity amidst the clamor. It is within this digital deluge that our attention fragments, our capacity for deep thought diminishes, and the quiet space for reflection seems to vanish. And perhaps most profoundly, there exists emotional chaos, an intricate tangle of unprocessed feelings, latent fears, unaddressed traumas, and nameless anxieties that simmer beneath the surface of our consciousness, often persisting even when outward circumstances appear deceptively stable. This inner turmoil, though invisible to others, can be the most debilitating form of chaos, locking us in cycles of rumination and distress. It is precisely because of these multifaceted expressions of chaos that true inner peace is not, and can never be, about the futile attempt to completely eliminate all disorder. Such a pursuit is akin to trying to silence the ocean's waves, an impossible and exhausting endeavor. Instead, the path to authentic inner peace lies in transforming our fundamental relationship with chaos. It is about cultivating the profound ability to discover a tranquil, unshakable point of stillness within the very heart of the storm, to locate a quiet, protected harbor amidst the crashing, tumultuous waves of life. Just as a seasoned and skillful sailor possesses the wisdom and expertise to navigate even the most turbulent seas, adjusting their sails and course with precision, we too can meticulously learn how to navigate the inherent chaos of our lives without being overwhelmed, capsized, or irrevocably pulled under by its currents. This journey begins fundamentally with the compassionate acknowledgement that this pervasive sense of chaos is not a personal deficiency, not a sign of our individual failing, but rather a universal, inescapable aspect of the shared human experience. It is the intricate, often bewildering backdrop against which the rich, complex, and beautiful tapestry of our lives is intricately woven, complete with all its intricate patterns, challenging textures, and vibrant, sometimes clashing colors. A significant, though often unacknowledged source of our profound anxiety and inner turmoil stems from what we might call the illusion of control. From an early age, we are subtly conditioned, both by society and by our own innate psychological tendencies, to believe that if we only work harder, plan with even greater meticulousness, or simply worry enough, we can somehow dictate the outcomes of events and effectively prevent undesirable circumstances from ever manifesting. This deeply ingrained human tendency to control, however, often leads to an unending cycle of frustration, disappointment, and suffering, precisely because an overwhelmingly vast portion of life is by its very nature inherently uncontrollable. We simply cannot control the whims of the weather, the independent actions and choices of other individuals, the sweep of global geopolitical events, the unpredictable fluctuations of economic markets, or even most fundamentally, the initial spontaneous arising of thoughts and emotions within our own minds. The rain will fall when it chooses geopolitical tensions, will escalate or de-escalate according to forces far beyond our individual reach, and our thoughts, like uninvited guests, will often arrive and depart on their own accord. Zen Buddhist teachings, honed over centuries of contemplative practice, offer profound and liberating wisdom on this very point. They steadfastly emphasize the paramount importance of surrender, not as a passive resignation to fate, not as an abandonment of all effort or responsibility, but rather as a highly skillful and profoundly active process of letting go of our rigid attachment to specific preconceived outcomes. When we cling tightly, almost desperately, to how we believe things should unfold, when our minds become fixed on a singular, desired future state, we inevitably create a deep-seated resistance to how reality is actually unfolding in the present moment. This internal resistance generates a persistent, exhausting friction within our being, which inexorably leads to heightened levels of stress, deep-seated agitation, and a profound sense of dis-ease. By clearly and compassionately recognizing that our sphere of influence is in fact limited solely to our own actions, our own attitudes, and our own inner responses, and not to the entirety of external reality, we begin the transformative process of releasing the immensely heavy burden of attempting to control the uncontrollable. This crucial understanding does not in any way diminish our responsibility. On the contrary, it makes our actions far more effective, more deliberate, and ultimately more aligned with the flow of life, precisely because they originate from a place of profound acceptance rather than desperate, frantic, and ultimately futile striving. It allows us to channel our energy where it can actually make a difference, rather than wasting it on battles that can never be won. Chaos often arises fundamentally from our resistance to the inherent impermanence and unpredictability of reality. When life deviates from the meticulously crafted scripts we hold in our minds, or when unexpected events or unforeseen circumstances suddenly crash upon us, our natural, almost primal reaction is frequently to resist, to complain, to blame, or to feverishly attempt to alter what is fundamentally beyond our immediate control. It is this very act of resistance, rather than the external event itself, that invariably becomes the primary source of our suffering and the erosion of our inner peace. Consider for a moment the simple example of a sudden unseasonal downpour of rain. If you possess the wisdom to simply accept its arrival, you might calmly seek appropriate shelter, perhaps even finding an unexpected moment to appreciate the refreshing coolness it brings to the air or the serene sound it makes as it drums on the roof. But if instead you react with intense anger, bitter frustration, or profound disappointment because the rain has inconveniently disrupted your carefully laid outdoor plans, then it is precisely that negative mental and emotional attitude, rather than the simple falling raindrops, that generates your deep discomfort and distress. Similarly, when we confront any form of chaos, be it a chaotic household, a turbulent emotional landscape, or an uncertain global climate, the act of choosing to accept the reality of its presence, however uncomfortable, becomes the gateway to peace. This acceptance does not imply liking the situation or passively allowing negative outcomes. Rather, it means acknowledging what is in this precise moment without layering on additional judgments, demands, or resistance. This is the radical act of leaning into our experience rather than pushing it away. When we can cease fighting against the current of life, even if that current is turbulent, we begin to discover an innate strength and resilience that was previously obscured by our struggle. It's the difference between trying to swim upstream against a powerful river, exhausting ourselves in the process, and learning to float or even to swim with the current, navigating skillfully rather than battling pointlessly. This foundational recognition that chaos is an integral part of life and that our resistance to it often amplifies our suffering is the initial liberating step towards cultivating a deep and abiding inner peace, a peace that can thrive not despite chaos, but an intimate relationship with it, transforming it from an adversary into a teacher. A significant, though often unacknowledged source of our profound anxiety and inner turmoil stems from what we might call the illusion of control. This is a deeply ingrained human tendency, subtly conditioned by society and our own innate psychological predispositions, leading us to believe that if we only work harder, plan with even greater meticulousness, or simply worry enough, we can somehow dictate the outcomes of events and effectively prevent undesirable circumstances from ever manifesting. This fervent, almost desperate clinging to a sense of absolute control is a pervasive characteristic of the modern human psyche, especially amplified in cultures that heavily emphasize individual agency, personal responsibility, and the belief that success is solely a product of effort. We are constantly fed narratives of triumphant individuals who mastered their destiny, implying that any deviation from our desired path is a failure of our own will or foresight. This creates an enormous, often crushing psychological burden, leading us to internalize blame for situations that are in reality far beyond our individual sphere of influence. This relentless pursuit of control, however, invariably leads to an unending cycle of frustration, disappointment, and profound suffering, precisely because an overwhelmingly vast portion of life is by its very nature inherently uncontrollable. We simply do not possess the power to control the whims of the weather, the sudden downpour that derails meticulously planned outdoor events, or the prolonged drought that devastates crops. We cannot dictate the independent actions, choices, and unpredictable behaviors of other individuals, no matter how much we might wish they would conform to our expectations. We stand largely powerless before the sweep of global geopolitical events, the unpredictable fluctuations of economic markets, or the inevitable onset of illness, aging, and death. And most fundamentally, and perhaps most surprisingly, we cannot even command the initial spontaneous arising of thoughts and emotions within our own minds. Our thoughts, like uninvited guests, will often arrive and depart on their own accord, and our emotions, like passing weather systems, will shift and change irrespective of our conscious desires. The rain will fall when it chooses geopolitical tensions, will escalate or de-escalate according to forces far beyond our individual reach, and our thoughts, like unbidden birds, will often arrive and depart on their own accord, sometimes settling briefly, sometimes just flying by. Zen Buddhist teachings, honed over centuries of rigorous contemplative practice and profound direct experience, offer incredibly profound and ultimately liberating wisdom on this very point. They steadfastly emphasize the paramount importance of surrender, a concept often misunderstood as passive resignation or an abandonment of all effort and responsibility. However, in the Zen context, surrender is neither weakness nor apathy. Instead, it is understood as a highly skillful, deeply active, and profoundly intelligent process of letting go of our rigid attachment to specific preconceived outcomes. It is a conscious, deliberate choice to release the white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel of a reality that is in essence designed to flow and change independently of our individual dictates. When we cling tightly, almost desperately, to how we believe things should unfold, when our minds become rigidly fixed on a singular desired future state, we inevitably create a deep-seated resistance to how reality is actually unfolding in the present moment. This internal resistance is not merely a mental construct. It manifests physically as tension in our body's shallow breathing and a constricted sense of self. It generates a persistent, exhausting friction within our being, a constant internal struggle against the current of life, which inexorably leads to heightened levels of stress, deep-seated agitation, chronic anxiety, and a profound, pervasive sense of dis-ease. The true power of the Zen perspective lies in its radical redefinition of agency. By clearly and compassionately recognizing that our true sphere of influence is in fact remarkably limited solely to our own actions, our own attitudes, our own inner responses, and our own efforts in the present moment, and not to the entirety of external reality or its ultimate outcomes, we begin the transformative process of releasing the immensely heavy and utterly futile burden of attempting to control the uncontrollable. This crucial understanding does not in any way diminish our personal responsibility or undermine our drive to act ethically and skillfully in the world. On the contrary, it makes our actions far more effective, more deliberate, and ultimately more aligned with the natural, effortless flow of life, precisely because they originate from a place of profound acceptance of what is, rather than desperate, frantic, and ultimately self-defeating striving for what should be. It allows us to channel our precious energy where it can actually make a discernible difference on our choices, our responses, our efforts, rather than squandering it on exhausting and unwinnable battles against the inherent nature of existence itself. We learn to discern what is within our power to change and what is not directing our will wisely. Consider for a moment the simple yet profound metaphor of a gardener. A gardener can choose the seeds, prepare the soil meticulously, water diligently, provide adequate sunlight, and protect the plants from pests. These are actions within their control. However, the gardener cannot control the exact timing of the rain, the sudden appearance of a blight, or the exact day the flower will bloom. If the gardener becomes fixated on forcing the flower to open before its natural time, or rages against a sudden hailstorm, they experience immense frustration and suffering. But if the gardener accepts these uncontrollable elements as part of the natural process, they can respond skillfully, building a protective cover for the hail or patiently waiting for the bloom. Their peace comes not from absolute control, but from skillful engagement with what is controllable and acceptance of what is not. This principle extends to every facet of our lives. In our relationships, we can choose to communicate honestly, to listen deeply, and to offer compassion. But we cannot control how another person chooses to react, how they interpret our words, or whether they will reciprocate our feelings. When we let go of the need to control the other person's response, our interactions become more authentic, more spacious, and ironically, often more harmonious. In our careers, we can dedicate ourselves to our work, continually develop our skills, and contribute our best efforts. Yet we cannot control market shifts, company reorganizations, or the decisions of our superiors. Holding tightly to an illusion of control in these areas breeds constant anxiety and disappointment. By accepting the inherent unpredictability, we can remain adaptable, resilient, and less susceptible to the emotional roller coaster of external circumstances. The practice of letting go of the illusion of control is not a one-time event. It's a continuous moment-by-moment process. It requires cultivating mindfulness, the ability to observe our own impulses to control, to notice when we are trying to force an outcome, and to gently release that urge. This often means pausing before reacting, taking a deep breath, and asking ourselves, is this truly within my control, or am I fighting against reality? Over time, as we repeatedly practice this release, a profound shift occurs. We begin to inhabit a space of greater ease, a sense of fluidity with life's unpredictable currents. We become like the bamboo in a storm, bending with the wind rather than rigidly resisting and breaking. This flexibility born of acceptance is a hallmark of true inner peace. Ultimately, by embracing the inherent lack of absolute control, we paradoxically gain a deeper, more authentic form of empowerment. This empowerment arises not from dictating the external world, but from mastering our internal landscape, our reactions, our perceptions, our attitudes. We liberate ourselves from the exhausting tyranny of shoulds and musts, and step into a more peaceful present and responsive mode of being. This is the profound wisdom of surrender, not giving up, but giving in to the natural flow of existence, trusting that even within the chaos, there is an underlying order, a constant unfolding that we can meet with grace and equanimity. It is a radical act of self-compassion, freeing ourselves from the impossible task of managing a universe that was never ours to fully command. In a world that incessantly bombards us with messages to achieve, to acquire, to relentlessly improve, and to constantly push beyond our limits, the very concept of non-striving can appear profoundly counterintuitive, almost paradoxical. Our societal paradigms are largely built upon the bedrock of aspiration competition and the relentless pursuit of tangible results. From the moment we are young, we are taught to set goals, to work hard to attain them, and to measure our worth by our accomplishments. This ethos, while driving innovation and progress, often instills in us a deep-seated habit of ceaseless striving, a relentless forward momentum that rarely permits genuine rest or true presence. Yet paradoxically, within the profound wisdom traditions of Zen Buddhism, non-striving, or mugamai, often translated as no posture, no stance, or no intention, is presented not as a passive abandonment of effort, but as a foundational, highly active, and ultimately liberating practice for cultivating authentic inner peace. It is not about idleness or apathy. Rather, it is about approaching all our actions, great or small, with a quality of effortless effort, a harmonious alignment of intention and spontaneity. To truly grasp the essence of non-striving, it's imperative to clarify what it is not. Non-striving is emphatically not laziness. It is not the absence of motivation or the resignation to mediocrity. It does not advocate for complacency, nor does it suggest that we should abandon our responsibilities, neglect our duties, or cease our efforts to contribute meaningfully to the world. It is not a call to become passive recipients of fate, nor is it an excuse to avoid challenges or procrastinate on necessary tasks. In fact, many Zen masters are renowned for their diligent work ethic, their meticulous attention to detail in daily chores, and their profound commitment to their communities. Their actions are often characterized by an astonishing degree of focus and precision, yet they move with a discernible ease, a lack of the frantic energy that often accompanies conventional striving. The difference lies not in the presence or absence of action, but in the internal quality of that action, the underlying intention, and the mental state from which it arises. So then, what is non-striving? At its heart, non-striving is an invitation to engage fully with the present moment, to participate wholeheartedly in whatever task lies before us, but without clinging to a preconceived notion of the outcome or attaching our sense of self-worth to its success or failure. It is the art of performing an action for its own sake, finding inherent completeness and meaning in the process itself, rather than constantly reaching, grasping, and straining for a future result. When we operate from a place of conventional striving, our minds are perpetually in the future, fixated on the goal, measuring every step against an imagined perfection. This constant future orientation pulls us away from the richness of the present moment, generating tension, anxiety, and a persistent feeling of not enoughness. We are always striving to become something to achieve something, perpetually postponing our sense of well-being until a hypothetical future state is realized. Non-striving conversely encourages us to bring our full, undivided attention to the very act of doing, to find the flow state, where the doer and the deed become one. It is the embodiment of being fully present while doing. When we are truly present, engaged in a task, without the internal commentary of judgment, expectation, or attachment, our actions often become more efficient, more creative, and more enjoyable. Imagine a skilled craftsman meticulously carving wood. Their focus is entirely on the grain, the tool, the emerging form, not on the ultimate sale or external recognition. This deep immersion in the process, free from the mental burden of outcome attachment, is the essence of effortless effort. The effort is undeniably there, but it feels integrated, natural, almost spontaneous, rather than forced or draining. It's the difference between pushing a heavy object with all your might, straining every muscle, versus allowing a natural force like gravity or a current to assist you in its movement. This profound concept finds its roots deeply embedded in Zen philosophy, particularly through notions like mugamai and beginner's mind shoshin. Mugamai, literally no posture or no stance, is a principle often applied in martial arts. It doesn't mean standing passively, but rather being so completely fluid, so utterly uncommitted to any fixed position that one is perfectly responsive to whatever arises. There is no preset agenda, no rigid expectation of how the opponent should move, only pure, unadulterated presence and responsiveness. Applied to daily life, this means approaching each situation with an open mind, free from rigid preconceptions or the need to impose our will. It's about dancing with life's unfolding, rather than trying to choreograph every single step. Beginner's mind complements this by encouraging us to approach every experience, even familiar ones, with the fresh curiosity and openness of a novice, free from the weight of past knowledge or future expectations. In the beginner's mind, possibilities are boundless. In the expert's mind, they are few constrained by what is already known and expected. This openness itself is a form of non-striving, a willingness to simply be with what is, rather than trying to manipulate it based on prior experience or desired outcomes. The psychological benefits of embracing non-striving are vast and transformative. When we release the relentless grip of outcome orientation, we significantly reduce mental tension and anxiety. Much of our daily stress stems from worrying about future results. Will I succeed? Will I be approved? What if this goes wrong? Non-striving helps us sever this mental chain to the future, bringing our focus back to the only moment we ever truly possess, the present. This shift dramatically reduces burnout because our energy is invested in the quality of our presence, not in an exhausting struggle against an often uncontrollable reality. It fosters increased clarity and creativity as our minds are no longer cluttered with the noise of striving, allowing intuitive insights and novel solutions to emerge naturally. Perhaps most importantly, it cultivates a profound sense of joy in the process itself, irrespective of the final destination. The journey becomes the reward. The act of living becomes the ultimate fulfillment. Let's explore some practical applications of non-striving in various aspects of our lives, work, and career. In a results-driven professional environment, non-striving might seem counterproductive. However, it's about focusing on the task itself with full attention and dedication, rather than being solely fixated on the promotion, the bonus, or the external validation. When you write a report, immerse yourself in the words, the clarity, the structure, rather than just worrying about the deadline or your boss's reaction. When you collaborate with colleagues, focus on genuine listening and contributing skillfully rather than calculating your individual gains. This shift can lead to higher quality work, more sustainable effort, and a reduction in work-related stress and burnout. It allows for a deeper engagement with your craft, transforming mere labor into meaningful activity. You find joy in the process of building, creating, and connecting, rather than solely in the anticipation of external rewards. Relationships. Non-striving in relationships means being truly present with another person, listening deeply without an agenda, and releasing the need to control their responses or behaviors. It's about loving and connecting without attachment to the outcome of that connection, whether they will reciprocate, whether the relationship will last forever, or whether they will perfectly meet your needs. It means offering compassion and understanding freely, not as a transaction for a desired reaction. This practice fosters genuine connection as it allows for authenticity and reduces the subtle pressures and expectations that often burden relationships, leading to more harmonious and fulfilling interactions. When we approach relationships from a place of non-striving, we can truly see and appreciate the other person as they are rather than as we wish them to be. Personal growth and learning. The path of personal development can easily become another arena for endless striving where we constantly compare ourselves to an idealized future self or others. Non-striving here means embracing the learning process itself, finding satisfaction in the act of practicing, experimenting, and growing rather than solely fixating on the mastery or perfection. It cultivates patience with oneself and a deep appreciation for the unfolding journey, recognizing that wisdom and skill ripen in their own time, like a fruit on a tree. It's about reading a book for the sheer joy of learning, practicing a musical instrument for the love of the sound, or meditating simply to be present rather than striving for enlightenment or a specific state. This removes the pressure and allows for genuine organic growth, physical activity, and art. Many athletes, musicians, and artists intuitively understand non-striving. When a dancer moves with complete immersion in the music, when a painter loses themselves in the canvas, or when an athlete performs with effortless grace, they are in a state of flow, a clear embodiment of non-striving. Their focus is on the present movement, the sound, the brushstroke, not on winning the competition or creating a masterpiece. This presence in movement or in creation allows their innate skill and creativity to unfold unimpeded, leading to peak performance and profound satisfaction. The joy comes from the act itself, not from the external validation, dealing with difficulties and suffering. When faced with pain, illness, or significant life challenges, our immediate reaction is often to fight, resist, or desperately try to make the discomfort disappear. This active striving against reality only creates more tension and suffering. Non-striving offers a radical alternative, meeting challenges with acceptance and compassionate presence. This doesn't mean passively resigning ourselves to suffering, but rather approaching the discomfort with a gentle, curious awareness, allowing it to be without adding the secondary suffering of resistance. It's about acknowledging this is what is happening right now, and then acting skillfully from that place of acceptance, whether that action is seeking treatment, resting, or simply breathing through the sensation. This allows us to navigate difficulties with greater equanimity and less internal struggle. One common challenge in understanding non-striving is to distinguish it from procrastination or a lack of accountability. Non-striving is not about avoiding tasks. It's about transforming the quality of our engagement with them. A procrastinator avoids action due to fear or inertia. Someone practicing non-striving engages fully, but without the added mental baggage of attachment to outcome. There's a subtle but crucial difference in the underlying intention and the internal experience. Initial motivation and setting intentions are of course necessary and healthy. Non-striving doesn't negate the initial impulse to begin something or to aim for a direction. Rather, it pertains to the how of our engagement once we've started, to the release of the desperate, clinging to results that often characterizes conventional striving. It invites us to trust the process, to do our part with diligence and presence, and then to let go of the need to control the ultimate unfolding. Ultimately, non-striving profoundly contributes to inner peace by creating immense spaciousness within our minds and hearts. When we release the constant striving, the mental clamor subsides, and we discover a quiet expansiveness. This spaciousness allows for the natural unfolding of events both internal and external without our constant interference or judgment. It radically reduces our attachment to outcomes, which is a primary source of suffering. If our peace is contingent on a specific result, we are perpetually vulnerable to disappointment. By finding peace in the process, in the present moment, we become less swayed by external successes or failures. We learn to flow with the river of life, recognizing that even when the current is strong or unpredictable, we can navigate with greater ease and resilience rather than exhausting ourselves by fighting upstream. This embodied presence and deep acceptance of the moment, devoid of the relentless pull towards a future ideal, is the fertile ground from which genuine and lasting inner peace naturally flourishes. It is a radical act of liberation, freeing us from the self-imposed prison of endless pursuit. One of the most insidious and pervasive challenges to achieving inner peace in our increasingly chaotic and fast-paced world is the relentless pull of distraction. Our attention, that most precious and finite resource, is constantly fragmented, stretched thin by 1,000 competing demands. Our minds, often without our conscious volition, perpetually wander to the past, replaying perceived regrets, basking in nostalgic memories, or analyzing what might have been. Equally, they relentlessly catapult us into the future, churning with worries about impending deadlines, meticulously planning hypothetical scenarios, or anxiously anticipating what is yet to come. Rarely, it seems, do our minds settle fully and serenely in the present moment. Yet this present moment, this fleeting and dynamic now, is the exclusive realm where life genuinely unfolds, where true experience actually resides, and crucially, it is the inexhaustible wellspring from which profound inner peace can be discovered and cultivated. Cultivating presence, particularly in the midst of our busiest and most demanding moments, is not about abruptly ceasing all activity or withdrawing from the world. Rather, it is about transforming the quality of our engagement with life. It is about deliberately bringing mindfulness and full undivided attention to whatever it is we are doing, experiencing, or perceiving right now. It is an invitation to inhabit the here and now, completely with all our senses alive and our awareness fully engaged. To cultivate presence is to embrace a radical shift in how we perceive and interact with reality. It means stepping out of the constant mental commentary, the judging, planning, analyzing, and self-criticism, and stepping into the direct, unmediated experience of life as it is. This is not a passive state. It is an active engagement with the immediate sensory data of our existence. When we are truly present, we are not thinking about our experience. We are in our experience. We are not lost in the mental narrative of past or future, but rooted firmly in the vivid, dynamic tapestry of the present. This practice transforms the mundane into the meaningful, the ordinary into the extraordinary, simply by virtue of our awakened awareness. This profound emphasis on direct experience and present moment awareness is a cornerstone of Zen philosophy, often referred to as everyday enlightenment, or the practice of just this. Zen masters emphasize that enlightenment is not some mystical, far-off state to be attained after years of arduous practice, but rather the full lucid engagement with each moment as it is. It is the realization that the sacred is not separate from the ordinary, but embedded within it. This ethos is beautifully encapsulated in practices like walking meditation, kinhin, and mindful eating. In kinhin, practitioners walk with deliberate, attentive steps, feeling the contact of the feet with the ground, the swing of the arms, the rhythm of the breath, transforming a simple act of locomotion into a profound spiritual discipline. The goal is not to get somewhere, but to be fully present with each step. Similarly, mindful eating involves savoring each bite, noticing the colors, aromas, textures, and tastes of food, transforming a routine biological necessity into an act of deep appreciation and sensory immersion. These practices illustrate that mindfulness is not confined to a meditation cushion. It extends to every single moment of our waking lives, especially the busy ones. The idea is that if you can find peace and presence while doing something as simple as walking or eating, you can begin to find it anywhere in any circumstance. The benefits of cultivating presence in busy moments are extensive and deeply transformative, impacting our mental, emotional, and even physical well-beings, reduced stress and anxiety. Much of our stress and anxiety stems from mentally rehashing past events or catastrophizing future ones. By intentionally bringing our attention back to the present moment, we effectively break this cycle of future worry and past regret. We interrupt the habitual mental patterns that trigger stress responses, allowing our nervous system to settle and find a state of greater calm. The now is rarely as threatening as our thoughts about the past or future can make it seem. Increased effectiveness and quality of work. When our minds are fragmented and distracted, our performance suffers. Errors increase, creativity wanes, and our ability to focus diminishes. Bringing full presence to a task means our attention is undivided, leading to improved concentration, higher quality output, and fewer mistakes. This isn't just about productivity. It's about the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, from being fully engaged in the process, enhanced sensory experience, and appreciation of life. A distracted mind misses the richness of life unfolding around us. When we cultivate presence, our senses awaken. We begin to truly see, hear, smell, touch, and taste the world with renewed vibrancy. A simple cup of tea becomes an experience of warmth, aroma, and subtle flavor. A walk in the park becomes a symphony of sights and sounds. This enhanced sensory engagement leads to a deeper, more profound appreciation for the beauty and wonder embedded in our everyday existence, transforming mundane moments into small moments of joy. Deeper connection. Presence fosters deeper connection with ourselves, with others, and with the environment. When we are truly present, we can listen more attentively to a loved one, perceive their nonverbal cues, and respond with greater empathy. We become more attuned to our own inner landscape, recognizing subtle shifts in our emotions and physical sensations. We also feel a stronger connection to the natural world, understanding ourselves as part of a larger, interconnected web of life. Improved problem-solving and creativity. A mind that is constantly buzzing with distractions is often a mind that struggles to find novel solutions or fresh perspectives. By anchoring ourselves in the present, we allow our minds to calm and clear, creating the mental spaciousness necessary for intuitive insights and creative breakthroughs to emerge. Solutions often reveal themselves not through frantic striving, but through quiet, receptive presence. Energy conservation. Mental fragmentation and constant switching between tasks is incredibly draining. It taxes our cognitive resources and leads to mental fatigue. Cultivating single-pointed presence in each activity conserves mental energy, leading to a feeling of greater vitality and sustained focus throughout the day. We expend less energy fighting against our own distracted tendencies and more on the task at hand. Now let's explore some extensive practical strategies and techniques for cultivating presence in our busy lives, drawing inspiration from Zen practices while adapting them to our modern context. Utilize sensory anchors in mundane activities. This is one of the most accessible and powerful practices. Choose a routine daily activity that you normally perform on autopilot, such as washing dishes, brushing your teeth, drinking your morning coffee or tea, or walking from one room to another. Washing dishes. Feel the temperature of the water on your hands, the texture of the sponge, the smooth or rough surface of the dishes. Listen to the sounds of the water running, the gentle clinking of porcelain. Notice the scent of the dish soap. Immerse yourself completely in these sensations rather than letting your mind wander to the next task. Drinking tea, coffee. Before taking the first sip, notice the warmth of the mug in your hands, the steam rising the aroma. As you sip, pay attention to the taste on your tongue, the sensation of the liquid moving down your throat. Each sip becomes a moment of mindful enjoyment. Walking, feel your feet making contact with the ground, the heels striking the arch, rolling the toes pushing off. Notice the subtle shift of weight, the swing of your arms, the rhythm of your breath as you move. This transforms mere locomotion into a walking meditation. Waiting instead of immediately reaching for your phone when waiting in line or for an appointment. Use that time to simply be present. Notice the sounds around you, the light, the air on your skin. Observe your breath. This turns moments of impatience into opportunities for stillness. The Stop, Breathe, Be, SBB technique. This is a micro-mindfulness break that can be inserted into any part of your day. Whenever you feel overwhelmed, stressed, or distracted, or even just as a regular check-in, stop, pause. Whatever you're doing, even for a few seconds, breathe. Take 3 slow, deep breaths, focusing entirely on the sensation of the breath entering and leaving your body. Allow your belly to rise and fall. Be present with whatever arises in that moment, sensations, sounds, thoughts, without judgment. Then gently return to your activity with renewed awareness. This simple practice can reset your nervous system and reground you. Mindful transitions. Our days are often a series of abrupt transitions, rushing from one activity to the next without a conscious pause. Mindful transitions involve intentionally creating a brief space of presence between tasks. For example, before leaving one meeting and entering another, or before switching from work to personal time. Take a moment to close your eyes if appropriate, or soften your gaze. Take a few deep breaths. Consciously release the mental baggage of the previous activity. Set a clear intention for the next activity. This clears the slate and allows you to enter the next engagement with freshness. Mindful listening. In conversations, we often listen with the intent to reply, or our minds drift to other topics. Mindful listening means bringing your full, undivided attention to the person speaking. Put away distractions, phone other work, make eye contact if culturally appropriate. Listen not just to the words, but to the tone, the emotion, the unspoken message. Resist the urge to formulate your response while they are speaking. Simply be present to receive their communication. This not only deepens your connection, but also makes your responses more thoughtful and impactful. Short body scans. While full body scans are common in meditation, you can practice short, targeted versions throughout your busy day. If you notice tension in your shoulders during work, pause for 30 seconds. Bring your awareness to your shoulders, breathe into them, and gently invite them to soften. If your jaw is clenched, notice it and consciously relax it. These mini check-ins bring awareness to physical manifestations of stress and offer immediate relief. Mindful movement breaks. Instead of mindlessly pacing or stretching during a break, bring full awareness to your movements. If you stand up, feel the sensation of rising. If you stretch, feel the lengthening of your muscles. Even a short walk to the water cooler can become a moment of mindful movement if you pay attention to each step, each breath. Using triggers, choose a few common daily occurrences as cues for a moment of presence. For example, when your phone rings, pause, take a breath, then answer. When you open a door, pause, notice the sensation of the handle, the transition into a new space. When you hear a specific sound, e.g., a siren, a clock chiming, let it be a reminder to return to your breath. These small triggers transform automatic habits into mindful pauses. The "what am I doing now?" question. This is a simple yet powerful self-inquiry. When you notice your mind wandering or feeling overwhelmed, simply ask yourself, what exactly am I doing right now? This question brings your attention sharply back to the present activity, cutting through mental fog. Single tasking. In our culture of multitasking, resisting the urge to do multiple things at once can be a radical act of presence. When you're writing an email, just write the email. When you're eating, just eat. When you're talking to someone, just talk to them. This dedicated focus on one task at a time increases efficiency, reduces errors, and significantly lowers mental stress. Of course, cultivating presence in busy moments comes with its own set of common obstacles. Mind wandering. It's completely normal for your mind to wander. The practice isn't about never having your mind wander, but about gently, patiently, and repeatedly bringing it back to your chosen anchor, like the breath or a sensation whenever you notice it has strayed. Each time you bring it back, you're strengthening your muscle of attention. Impatience and frustration. You might feel impatient with yourself when your mind won't stay put or frustrated by external distractions. Meet these feelings with compassion, just as you would any other difficult emotion. Judgment only adds another layer of suffering. Simply notice the impatience, acknowledge it, and return to your practice. The too busy excuse. The most common obstacle is the belief that we are too busy for presence. But these techniques aren't about adding more to your plate. They're about transforming the quality of what you're already doing. Micro moments of presence, even for 5 to 10 seconds, accumulate throughout the day. Judgment. We often judge our experiences. This isn't peaceful enough. I'm not doing this right. Zen emphasizes just this, simply being with what is without imposing our judgments or expectations. Notice the judgment and then let it go, returning your attention to the raw sensations of the moment. In conclusion, the consistent cultivation of presence in busy moments, even for fleeting seconds at a time, gradually builds a stable inner sanctuary that remains accessible regardless of external busyness or chaos. It is a profound act of self-care and self-liberation. By consciously anchoring ourselves in the now, we cease to be victims of our own racing thoughts and external pressures. We transform the ordinary, often overlooked moments of our daily lives into sacred practice, imbuing them with meaning and richness. This continuous return to the present is not about escaping life, but about truly inhabiting it fully and deeply, finding the quiet, unwavering wellspring of peace that resides not in the absence of chaos, but in our awakened relationship with its constant dynamic unfolding. It is the practice that makes inner peace not a distant goal, but a lived reality, moment by precious moment. One of the most profound and liberating truths embedded within the core of Buddhist philosophy, a truth that serves as an essential key to unlocking enduring inner peace, is the concept of impermanence anicca in Pali. This foundational insight reveals that everything in existence is in a constant state of flux, an unending process of arising, enduring for a fleeting moment, and then passing away. This applies not just to the grand cosmic cycles of birth and death, but to every single phenomenon, from the vast galaxies spiraling through space to the minutest subatomic particles, and most intimately to our own thoughts, emotions, physical sensations, relationships with material possessions, external circumstances, and even the very sense of self we construct. Nothing, absolutely nothing, remains fixed or static for even an instant. The universe is a grand continuous dance of change, and we as sentient beings are an integral part of this dynamic, ever-unfolding choreography. This fundamental truth stands in stark contrast to an innate, often unconscious, human craving for permanence. Our minds, by their very design, frequently yearn for stability, security, and fixity in a world that inherently offers none. We desire our joys to last forever, our loved ones to remain eternally by our side, our physical health to be unwavering, and our comfortable circumstances to persist without alteration. We build elaborate mental structures and emotional attachments around the idea that certain things, experiences, or states of being should or can be permanent. We invest immense energy in trying to solidify what is inherently fluid, to hold on to what is inevitably passing. This deeply ingrained desire for enduring stability, this psychological aversion to change, clashes violently with the undeniable reality of impermanence. And it is precisely this clash, this resistance to the natural flow of life, that generates an enormous amount of our suffering, our anxiety, and our internal discord. When we cling to what is inevitably transient, we suffer when it changes or dissolves. When we resist the natural unfolding of transformation, we experience friction and anguish. The simple fact is that clinging to the ephemeral is like trying to grasp water. The tighter you hold, the faster it slips through your fingers, leaving you with nothing but frustration. To truly comprehend the pervasive nature of impermanence is to recognize its presence in every facet of our being and our world. Thoughts as and emotions. Our mental and emotional landscapes are ceaselessly shifting. A thought arises, lingers, then vanishes. An emotion, whether joy or sorrow, surges, peaks, and then subsides, perhaps to be replaced by another. Yet we often cling to pleasant thoughts and emotions, trying to prolong them, and fiercely resist unpleasant ones trying to push them away. This grasping and pushing are direct acts of resistance to their impermanent nature. The physical body, from the moment of conception to the final breath, our bodies are in a constant state of change. Cells are born and die, tissues regenerate, and our physical appearance, strength, and capabilities evolve with every passing moment. While we often lament the changes associated with aging or illness, these are but manifestations of the body's inherent impermanence, a process that has been underway since our very first breath. Relationships. Every relationship, no matter how profound, is a dynamic and evolving entity. People change, circumstances shift, and connections deepen, transform, or sometimes naturally dissolve. Clinging to relationships as fixed or unchanging inevitably leads to pain when they evolve in unexpected ways or when separation occurs. Material possessions, objects, no matter how cherished or durable, are subject to decay, damage, loss, or simply becoming outdated. Our attachment to them and the belief that they will provide lasting satisfaction sets us up for disappointment when their impermanent nature reveals itself. External circumstances. Economic prosperity can turn into recession. Political stability can descend into turmoil. Environmental conditions shift with climate. A career path that once seemed secure can suddenly vanish. These external conditions are notoriously unpredictable and outside our control, yet we often invest heavily in the illusion of their permanence, leading to profound shock and distress when they inevitably change. The self, perhaps most subtly and profoundly even our sense of self, is impermanent. The I we identify with is not a fixed, unchanging entity, but a constantly evolving collection of experiences, thoughts, feelings, memories, and roles. The you of childhood is different from the you of adolescence, and different again from the you of old age. This impermanence of self, often referred to as non-self, anatta in Buddhism, is a deeper insight that challenges our fundamental identification with a fixed ego, opening the door to a more fluid and less vulnerable sense of identity. The profound wisdom of Zen and other Buddhist traditions highlights this truth through the doctrine of the three marks of existence: impermanence, anicca, unsatisfactoriness or suffering, dukkha, and non-self anatta. These are not pessimistic pronouncements, but liberating insights into the true nature of reality. Suffering arises not from impermanence itself, but from our clinging to what is impermanent. If we can truly see and accept that all things are transient, our attachment to them loosens, and with it the suffering that inevitably accompanies clinging. Seeing impermanence then is the very gateway to liberation from the relentless cycle of craving and dissatisfaction. The benefits of genuinely embracing impermanence as a fundamental truth of existence are immense and deeply transformative, leading directly to a more resilient and profound inner peace, reduced suffering from loss and change. When we understand that all things are inherently transient, the pain of loss and change, while still present, is no longer compounded by the additional suffering of resistance or disbelief. We hold things more lightly, appreciating them fully in the moment, knowing they will eventually pass. This makes the inevitable transitions of life less traumatic and more gracefully navigated. Enhanced appreciation for the present moment. Paradoxically, recognizing impermanence heightens our ability to savor joy and beauty when they are present. Knowing that a beautiful sunset, a shared laugh with a friend, or a moment of deep contentment is fleeting makes us more present to its preciousness. We don't take these moments for granted, but embrace them, fully extracting their essence because we understand their transient nature, increased resilience, and adaptability. A mind that is accustomed to the reality of change is far more flexible and resilient in the face of unexpected shifts. Instead of being rigid and breaking under pressure like the bamboo in a storm that bends with the wind rather than resisting it, we learn to flow with change rather than fighting against it. This cultivates a profound inner strength that allows us to bounce back from adversity with greater ease, diminished attachment, and craving, understanding. The futility of clinging to the impermanent naturally diminishes our incessant craving and attachment. When we realize that nothing external can provide lasting satisfaction or security, our desire for more, for different, for better, naturally lessens. This frees us from the endless treadmill of desire and dissatisfaction, leading to a deeper sense of contentment, greater empathy and connection, recognizing that everyone without exception is subject to the same laws of impermanence. Loss and change fosters a deep sense of empathy and shared humanity. We understand that suffering is a universal aspect of the human condition, connecting us all in a profound way. This understanding dissolves the sense of isolated struggle and fosters a compassionate connection with others. Clarity on priorities. When we truly grasp that life is fleeting and that our time, energy, and attention are finite, it naturally brings immense clarity to our priorities. What truly matters? What are we spending our precious moments on? This insight helps us distinguish between the essential and the ephemeral, allowing us to align our lives more closely with our deepest values rather than getting caught in the pursuit of transient achievements or possessions. Freedom from the burden of expectation. The constant striving for things to be a certain way or to remain a certain way is an exhausting burden. Embracing impermanence liberates us from this burden, allowing us to release the need for things to be other than they are. This doesn't mean passively accepting undesirable conditions without action, but rather accepting their current reality as the starting point for skillful response rather than fighting against an imagined ideal. So how can we cultivate the wisdom of impermanence in our daily lives? Here are extensive practical strategies and techniques. Mindful observation of change. This is a fundamental practice. Begin by deliberately observing impermanence in simple, accessible phenomena. The breath. Sit quietly and simply observe your breath. Notice how each inhalation is unique and distinct from the exhalation, how no two breaths are ever exactly the same. Feel the subtle shifts in sensation, the beginning, middle, and end of each breath. This constant rhythmic change is a direct, undeniable manifestation of impermanence within you. Body sensations. Bring your attention to various sensations in your body, a tingling and itch, a warmth, a pressure. Notice how these sensations are constantly arising, changing in intensity or quality, and eventually passing away. Even seemingly static sensations are, upon close observation, a flow of micro changes. This helps to desolidify our experience of physical discomfort. Thoughts and emotions. Observe your thoughts and emotions as they arise in your mind. See them as weather patterns in the sky of your awareness. A thought appears, might linger, then dissolves, making way for another. An emotion like anger or joy surges, reaches a peak, and then gradually subsides. Try not to cling to the pleasant ones or resist the unpleasant ones. Simply witness their transient nature. Oh, anger is here now, and now it's softening. The natural worlds spend time observing nature. Watch a cloud drifting across the sky, constantly changing shape, dissolving, reforming. Observe the shifting light throughout the day, the changing seasons, the growth of a plant from a seed to maturity, and then its eventual decay. These natural cycles offer profound, undeniable lessons in impermanence. Even a flowing river is never the same from one moment to the next. Letting go practices non-grasping, consciously release. Attachment to small things practice, letting go of small attachments throughout your day. For instance, if you finish a delicious meal, instead of lingering on the desire for more, consciously release the experience with gratitude. If you've just enjoyed a moment of connection with a friend, let it go without clinging to the memory or fearing its end. This trains the mind to release attachment. Recognize the transience of possessions. Look around your home. Every object you own will eventually break, wear out, become obsolete, or be lost. Contemplate this reality without sadness, but with a sense of realistic appreciation for their current usefulness or beauty. This helps to loosen the grip of material attachment. Practice non-grasping in everyday moments. When something pleasant happens, rather than trying to prolong it or make it permanent, just fully experience it and then gently let it go. When something unpleasant happens, rather than resisting it or pushing it away, acknowledge its presence and then let it move through you, knowing it too will pass. Contemplation on the nature of self. This is a deeper, more challenging practice. Reflect on the idea that you are not a fixed entity, but a dynamic, ever-changing process. Your body, mind, emotions, and memories are all in flux. There is no permanent, unchanging core self that exists independently of these changing components. This realization, while initially unsettling for some, can be profoundly liberating as it frees us from the burden of defending and maintaining a rigid, vulnerable ego. Using challenging moments as teachers, when faced with a difficult change, a loss, an illness, or an unforeseen challenge, instead of immediately resisting or feeling victimized, ask yourself, what can this change teach me about impermanence? What is it inviting me to let go of? What new capacities or perspectives might emerge from this transformation? This shifts our relationship with adversity from opposition to a source of wisdom. Just this as a response to change. When a significant shift occurs, or when you find yourself caught in the eddy of change, simply meet the moment as it is with the Zen practice of just this. Just this feeling of loss, just this physical discomfort, just this uncertainty. This radical acceptance of the present reality without judgment or resistance creates an immediate opening for peace. It is the raw, unadulterated experience of life as it unfolds free from the mental overlays that often amplify suffering. It's crucial to address common obstacles and misconceptions about embracing impermanence, not nihilism or apathy. Understanding impermanence is not about concluding that life is meaningless or that nothing matters. On the contrary, it imbues each fleeting moment with profound meaning and preciousness, precisely because it is transient. It cultivates a vibrant engagement with life rather than a disengaged apathy, not an excuse for inaction. Embracing impermanence doesn't mean becoming passive and letting things happen without skillful intervention. we continue to act ethically, compassionately, and effectively in the world. The difference is that our actions arise from a place of clarity and acceptance rather than from a desperate attempt to control or solidify an unpredictable reality. Distinguishing acceptance from resignation. Acceptance of impermanence is not passive resignation. Resignation implies a giving up a sense of hopelessness. Acceptance, as taught in Zen, is an active open embrace of reality, as it is, which then serves as the foundation for skillful engaged action. It's the difference between I give up and I accept this reality, and now I will respond wisely. In conclusion, deeply understanding and genuinely embracing impermanence creates an incredibly stable and unshakable inner ground amidst the relentless flux of external life. When we cease our futile struggle against the fundamental nature of change, when we loosen our grip on the transient, and when we learn to ride the waves of transformation rather than being crushed by them, a profound and liberating peace naturally emerges. This peace is not dependent on external conditions remaining static or favorable. Rather, it is a peace that arises from within, from our awakened awareness of reality as it truly is. It is the ultimate liberation from the debilitating fear of change loss and the unknown. By seeing all things as they are, flowing dynamic, beautiful in their fleetingness, we find a freedom and a serenity that no amount of external control or acquisition could ever provide. This wisdom transforms every moment into an opportunity for deepening presence acceptance and an abiding sense of calm, even in the heart of chaos. Our minds, in the vivid and often humorous language of Zen Buddhism, are frequently likened to a monkey mind, a restless, incessant chatterbox, leaping frantically from branch to branch, from one thought to another, rarely settling into sustained stillness. This relentless mental activity is characterized by a seemingly endless stream of internal monologue images, memories, plans, judgments, and anxieties. In a world that ceaselessly bombards us with external stimuli and demands this inner noise can multiply exponentially, creating a pervasive and often overwhelming sense of mental clutter and inner turmoil that effectively drowns out any possibility of genuine peace. It's a constant, often exhausting internal dialogue that pulls our attention away from the richness of the present moment, trapping us in cycles of rumination about the past or anxious speculation about the future. For many, this incessant mental chatter is a primary source of stress fatigue and a profound sense of disconnection from their own deeper well-being. Within the Zen context, a fundamental insight is that thoughts are not us. They are merely phenomena, impersonal and transient, arising and passing within the vast expanse of our awareness. They are like clouds drifting across the sky, or leaves floating down a river. They are there, they are observed, but they do not define the sky or the river itself. This distinction is crucial because it immediately begins to loosen the tight grip thoughts often have on us. When we mistake ourselves for our thoughts, we become entirely entangled in their content, believing every story they tell, internalizing every judgment, and reacting to every fear as if it were an ultimate truth. The key to working skillfully with distracting thoughts, therefore, is not to try and violently stop them, an often impossible and deeply frustrating endeavor that frequently amplifies their intensity, but rather to fundamentally change our relationship with them. The suffering caused by distracting thoughts often stems from several key psychological processes. Attachment to content. We often get caught up in the stories our thoughts tell. A worrying thought about the future quickly escalates into a catastrophic narrative, triggering a cascade of anxiety. A critical thought about ourselves can plunge us into shame or self-doubt. We believe these narratives to be absolute truths, investing them with immense power and emotional weight, rather than recognizing them as mere mental events. Judgment of thoughts. We frequently judge ourselves for having certain thoughts. I shouldn't be thinking this. Why am I so negative? I'm a bad person for having this thought. This self-criticism adds a layer of secondary suffering on top of the original thought, creating an internal battleground where judgment perpetuates a cycle of mental anguish. Resistance to thoughts. Our natural inclination when faced with an unpleasant thought, like a worry or a self-criticism, is to try and push it away, suppress it, or forcefully make it disappear. However, psychological research consistently shows that attempts at thought suppression often have the opposite effect, making the thought more persistent, vivid, and intrusive. It's like trying not to think of a pink elephant. The very act of trying to avoid it brings it more vividly to mind. This resistance expends enormous mental energy, leading to exhaustion without resolution. Identification with thoughts. Perhaps the most profound source of suffering is our deep-seated identification with our thoughts. We mistakenly believe, I am this thought, blurring the crucial line between the observer and the observed. If we think, I am a failure, we become a failure in that moment, rather than recognizing it as simply a thought arising about failure. This identification makes us incredibly vulnerable to the fluctuating nature of our mental landscape, causing our sense of self-worth and well-being to rise and fall with every passing thought. Zen philosophy offers profound antidotes to these patterns. The concept of musha no mind, often misunderstood as an empty or thoughtless state, is actually about thought, without attachment or clinging. It's a state where thoughts arise and pass freely unhindered without the ego grasping onto them or becoming entangled in their narratives. It's the clarity that emerges when the mind is no longer fighting itself. The observer versus observed distinction is central. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that observes your thoughts. This is powerfully illustrated by the metaphor of the sky and the clouds. Your fundamental awareness is like the vast, unchanging sky, while your thoughts and emotions are like clouds. They appear transform and eventually dissipate, but they never affect the fundamental nature or integrity of the sky itself. The sky remains spacious, clear, and unblemished, regardless of how dark or stormy the clouds. Practices like right effort and mindfulness, parts of the Buddhist Eightfold Path, gently guide us to acknowledge mind-wandering and distracting thoughts, and with compassionate intention, gently redirect our attention back to a chosen anchor without self-reproach. This is not a battle to win, but a dance of awareness. Ultimately, the concept of non-duality reminds us that thoughts, even distracting ones, are not separate from reality. They are a part of it. When we cease to perceive them as problems to be eliminated, but as phenomena to be observed, a profound shift in our relationship with them becomes possible. The benefits of cultivating skillful approaches to working with distracting thoughts are transformative, leading directly to a more profound inner peace. Reduced mental noise and clutter. By not engaging with every thought, the internal chatter naturally begins to subside, creating more spaciousness and quietude in the mind. Decreased anxiety and rumination. Breaking the habit of attaching to worrying thoughts or replaying negative scenarios liberates us from cycles of anxiety and rumination, freeing up mental energy. Increased clarity and focus. A mind less cluttered by distracting thoughts is a mind better able to focus, to learn to solve problems, and to make wise decisions without unnecessary mental drain. Greater emotional equanimity. When we see thoughts as temporary phenomena, our emotional states become less volatile. We are less likely to be swept away by anger, fear, or sadness when we recognize the thoughts that often fuel these emotions are not fixed realities. Deeper presence. With less mental distraction, our attention is naturally more available for the present moment, allowing us to engage more fully and richly with life as it unfolds. Liberation from self-judgment. Understanding thoughts as impersonal events rather than direct reflections of our worth frees us from the harsh self-criticism that often accompanies undesirable thoughts. Unshakable core of peace. As we learn to skillfully work with thoughts, we discover a fundamental stillness and awareness that underlies all mental activity, a quiet core of peace that remains untouched by the busiest, most chaotic thoughts. So how can we extensively apply this wisdom and cultivate practical strategies for working with distracting thoughts? Observation without judgment. This is the cornerstone. Acknowledge and label. When you notice your mind wandering or a specific thought arising gently, acknowledge it by briefly labeling it in your mind. For instance, if you're planning, think planning. If you're worrying, think worry. If you're remembering, think remembering. This simple act of labeling creates a tiny space between you, the observer, and the thought, the observed, reducing identification and emotional entanglement. The key is to do this without any judgment, just a neutral recognition. See them as clouds. As mentioned, visualize your thoughts as clouds in the vast open sky of your awareness. Watch them appear, change shape, and drift away. Some clouds might be dark and stormy, others light and fluffy, but all are temporary. You don't need to chase them, fight them, or try to make them disappear. Just observe their passing. This metaphor helps to cultivate distance and detachment. River of thoughts. Another powerful visualization is to imagine your thoughts as leaves floating down a gentle river. You're sitting on the bank, watching them go by. You don't jump into the river to grab a leaf, nor do you try to block the flow. You simply watch them pass. Each leaf is a thought carrying its own story, but it eventually moves out of sight. Sounds in the distance. Sometimes thoughts can feel like an insistent noise. Imagine them as sounds happening far away in the distance. You hear them, but they don't demand your immediate attention or engagement. They are simply part of the background ambience, not something you need to react to. This metaphor helps to reduce their perceived urgency and power. Return to an anchor. When you notice you've been caught by a distracting thought, gently and repeatedly bring your attention back to a chosen anchor in the present moment. This is the practice part of mindfulness, the breath primary anchor. Your breath is always with you, always in the present. It's the most reliable anchor. When you notice your mind wandering gently, guide your attention back to the physical sensations of your breath. Feel the air entering and leaving your nostrils, the gentle rise and fall of your abdomen, the subtle expansion and contraction of your chest. Don't try to control the breath. Just feel its natural rhythm. Each return to the breath is a mini act of presence and liberation. Body sensations. Another effective anchor is the sensations within your body. Feel the weight of your body sitting on a chair, the contact of your feet on the floor, the feeling of your hands resting in your lap. These tangible sensations ground you in the physical reality of the present moment, pulling you away from abstract mental chatter. Sounds. If breath or body sensations are challenging, focus on ambient sounds around you. Listen to the hum of the refrigerator, the distant traffic, the birds outside. Don't label or judge the sounds. Just notice their quality, their pitch, volume, duration. When your mind drifts, gently bring it back to the sounds. Inquiry, gentle investigation. Instead of immediately pushing a thought away, sometimes a gentle, non-judgmental inquiry can reveal its true nature and reduce its power. What is this thought doing right now? Instead of, what does it mean? This shifts focus from content to process. Is it creating tension? Is it spinning a story? Is it generating fear? Where does it arise? Where does it go? Observe its lifespan. It wasn't there a moment ago, and soon it will be gone. Is this thought helpful or true right now? This is not a judgment, but a pragmatic assessment. If a thought is unhelpful, acknowledge it and gently return to your anchor. Not all thoughts deserve engagement. Is this a fact or a story? Many thoughts are elaborate stories, assumptions or interpretations, not objective facts. Discerning the difference can be immensely liberating. Mindful pausing. Create micro breaks before you react to a thought or engage with a distraction. For example, when an urge to check your phone arises, pause for 3 breaths before acting. This creates a space of choice between stimulus and response, allowing you to act consciously rather than react habitually. Thought records, non-judgmental journaling. If certain thought patterns are particularly persistent or distressing, gouji, rumination, self-criticism, you can externalize them by writing them down. Simply list them as they arise without analysis or judgment. Seeing them on paper can often reveal their repetitive nature and reduce their power as you gain perspective by observing them from a distance, cultivating a soft gaze for the mind. Just as in Zen meditation, we might practice a soft gaze with our eyes not fixating on anything but allowing everything to enter our field of vision. We can apply this to our minds. Don't intensely focus on thoughts, but allow them to appear and pass in the background of your awareness without needing to grasp them or push them away. Noticing the gap between thoughts. Even in a seemingly continuous stream of thoughts, there are always tiny gaps, moments of silence or stillness between one thought ending and the next one beginning. With practice, you can begin to notice and even rest in these fleeting moments of mental quiet, experiencing the inherent peace that exists beyond the conceptual mind. Humor and playfulness. Don't take your thoughts too seriously. When the monkey mind is particularly rambunctious, you might even smile at its antics. A light-hearted approach can immediately reduce the tension and seriousness that often accompanies mental distraction, making the process of observation less burdensome. The role of compassion. Most importantly, approach your mind with profound self-compassion. The mind is designed to think. It's not a flaw that your mind is busy. When you find yourself caught in distracting thoughts, don't criticize or judge yourself. Instead, offer kindness. "It's okay, my mind is busy right now. I'll just gently return." This compassionate stance is far more effective than harsh self-criticism, which only creates more internal resistance and suffering. In summary, working skillfully with distracting thoughts creates immense internal spaciousness and cultivates a profound sense of inner peace that is not dependent on mental silence, but on our relationship with mental activity. By learning to observe thoughts as transient phenomena rather than identifying with their content, we shift our sense of self from the fluctuating stream of thought to the stable, unchanging awareness that witnesses them. This profound shift allows us to find the inherent silence and clarity behind the noise, the calm eye of the storm that remains undisturbed even when the winds of thought are raging. It is a liberation from the tyranny of the mind, allowing us to inhabit our lives more fully with greater freedom, clarity, and an unshakable core of peace that transcends the constant chatter of the monkey mind. In the turbulent currents of daily chaos, the emergence of difficult emotions is not merely an occasional occurrence, but an inevitable and intrinsic aspect of the human experience. Frustration, anger, fear, sadness, grief, anxiety, shame, and despair are potent forces that, when unskillfully navigated, can hijack our inner peace, cloud our judgment, and propel us into cycles of reaction rather than thoughtful response. Our common, often deeply ingrained, and largely unskillful reactions to these powerful internal states typically fall into a few categories. We might try to suppress them, push them deep down into the recesses of our psyche. We might judge ourselves harshly for feeling them, adding layers of guilt and inadequacy. We might identify so completely with them that we lose sight of our larger self. Or conversely, we might intellectualize them, endlessly analyzing their origins without truly allowing ourselves to feel their raw presence. In the most challenging scenarios, we might even act out in ways that are harmful to ourselves or others, seeking an immediate, albeit destructive, release. Yet within the profound wisdom of Zen and other Buddhist traditions, these difficult emotions are not viewed as adversaries to be conquered or defects to be eradicated. Instead, they are understood as energy in motion, emotion, transient, impersonal phenomena, much like weather patterns arising within the vast expanse of our awareness. They are not inherently good or bad. They simply are carrying valuable information and energy that, when met with skillful compassion, can become catalysts for profound healing and deeper self-understanding. It is crucial to understand precisely why our typical unskillful responses to emotions cause so much suffering, suppression, and avoidance. When we attempt to push difficult emotions away, to deny their existence, or to numb ourselves to their intensity, they do not miraculously disappear. Instead, they go underground, manifesting in myriad indirect ways. This suppression often leads to chronic physical tension, e.g., clenched jaws, tight shoulders, stomach knots, pervasive mental exhaustion from the constant effort of containment, or subtle shifts in our personality like increased irritability, emotional flatness, or a general sense of unease. Over time, suppressed emotions can contribute to psychosomatic illnesses or bursts of uncontrolled emotional outbursts as the contained energy eventually finds an explosive release. It's akin to holding a beach ball underwater. It requires immense effort, and eventually it will forcefully pop back to the surface. Judgment and self-criticism. A common and deeply painful reaction is to harshly judge ourselves for feeling a certain way. I shouldn't be angry. Why am I so weak to feel this sadness? Good people don't feel jealous. This self-criticism adds a devastating secondary layer of suffering on top of the original emotion. The initial emotion might be unpleasant, but the judgment layers on shame, guilt, self-loathing, and a profound sense of isolation. This creates an internal battleground where judgment perpetuates a self-defeating cycle of mental anguish, making it impossible to genuinely process and move through the emotion. Identification, when we fall into the trap of saying, "I am angry," instead of, "Anger is present," we identify completely with the emotion. We fuse our sense of self with the fleeting feeling, blurring the crucial line between the observer and the observed. This identification leads us to feel utterly overwhelmed, as if the emotion defines our entire being and that there is no escape from its grip. Our sense of self becomes volatile, rising and falling with every emotional wave, leading to profound instability and a fragile sense of well-being. Acting out. When emotions become overwhelming and unacknowledged, they can drive unskillful and often destructive behaviors. This might involve lashing out verbally or physically at others, engaging in self-harming behaviors, e.g., substance abuse, disordered eating, or resorting to excessive indulgence, e.g., overeating, compulsive shopping as a way to numb or escape the internal discomfort. These actions provide temporary relief, but ultimately perpetuate cycles of suffering and often create new problems. Intellectualization. In an attempt to gain control, some individuals may resort to endlessly analyzing their emotions, dissecting their origins, labeling them with psychological terms, or discussing them in abstract terms. While understanding can be helpful, intellectualization becomes unskillful when it serves as a way to avoid feeling the raw embodied experience of the emotion. It keeps the emotion at a safe conceptual distance, preventing genuine processing and release. Zen and Buddhist philosophy offer profoundly compassionate and effective pathways to navigate these difficult internal landscapes. Central to this approach is the practice of metta, loving kindness, which crucially begins with self-compassion as its foundational starting point. We cannot authentically extend genuine kindness, understanding, or patience to others if we are constantly harsh, critical, or rejecting of our own inner experience. This initial act of turning compassion inward creates a safe inner container for difficult emotions to be acknowledged without fear. The concept of equanimity upekkha also becomes vital. It is the ability to maintain inner balance, spaciousness, and non-reactivity amidst the inevitable emotional fluctuations of life. It's about standing in the center of the emotional storm without being swept away by its winds. This is closely related to non-attachment, the practice of neither clinging to pleasant emotions, trying to prolong them indefinitely, nor pushing away unpleasant ones, trying to forcefully eliminate them. Recognizing that all emotions, like all phenomena, are impermanent allows us to hold them lightly. The Buddha's powerful teaching of the second arrow directly applies to emotional suffering. The first arrow represents the unavoidable pain of life, the initial raw emotional reaction to loss, disappointment, or fear. This is often outside our control. However, the second arrow is the suffering we add to that initial pain through our resistance, judgment, rumination, and self-criticism. While we cannot always avoid the first arrow, we can profoundly reduce our suffering by learning not to shoot ourselves with the second. The familiar sky and clouds metaphor, revisited from the previous section, provides a powerful visual aid. Your fundamental awareness is like the vast, clear, unchanging sky, while your emotions and thoughts are like clouds. They appear, take shape, drift across, and eventually dissolve, leaving the sky untouched. The sky does not resist the clouds, nor does it identify with them. It simply holds them. Finally, the Buddhist principle of acceptance, paticca samuppada, or dependent origination, helps us understand that emotions do not arise randomly. They emerge from specific causes and conditions. While we may not always know all the conditions, this understanding fosters a non-judgmental stance, recognizing that our emotional landscape is a complex interplay of factors, not a moral failing. The benefits of responding to difficult emotions with such skillful compassion are transformative, leading to a deeper, more integrated inner peace. Reduced secondary suffering. By meeting emotions with compassion rather than judgment or resistance, we immediately strip away the layers of shame, guilt, and internal conflict that amplify our distress. The initial emotion may still be unpleasant, but the added burden of self-inflicted suffering is significantly lessened. Greater emotional intelligence. Compassionate engagement allows us to become more intimately familiar with our own emotional landscape. We learn to understand the subtle signals our emotions carry, recognizing their triggers, patterns, and underlying needs. This enhances our capacity for self-regulation and wise response. Increased resilience. When we learn to navigate difficult emotions skillfully, we develop a profound inner resilience. We become less fragile in the face of life's inevitable challenges, able to recover more quickly from emotional upsets, knowing that we have the inner resources to meet whatever arises. Deeper self-connection. Honoring our emotional experience with compassion is an act of profound self-love and self-acceptance. It creates a stronger, more authentic connection with our true selves, embracing all parts of our human experience, not just the acceptable ones. Improved relationships. When we are able to meet our own emotions with compassion, we become less reactive and more authentically present in our relationships. This allows for greater empathy, clearer communication, and deeper intimacy as we no longer project our unprocessed emotional baggage onto others. Energy release and flow. Emotions are designed to flow. When met with open awareness and compassion, their energy can move through us and complete its natural cycle rather than getting stuck or becoming stagnant. This frees up immense psychological and physical energy that was previously bound up in suppression or resistance. Pathway to transformation. Compassion creates the optimal internal conditions for emotions to shift and transform naturally. Like fertile soil, it allows the seeds of understanding and healing to germinate, leading to insights and shifts that forceful resistance could never achieve. So how can we extensively apply these principles and cultivate practical strategies for a compassionate emotional response? Acknowledge and name without judgment. The very first step is to simply acknowledge the emotion's presence. Instead of saying, "I'm so mad this is terrible," try a gentler, more observing approach. I notice anger is present right now," or "a wave of sadness is washing over me." Labeling it gently helps to create that crucial distance between you and the emotion, reducing identification. It shifts you from being consumed by the emotion to being the aware witness of it. Locate in the body. Somatic awareness emotions are not just mental states, they have powerful physical manifestations. Bring your attention to where you physically feel the emotion in your body. For anger, it might be a tightness in the jaw or chest, a heat in the face. For fear, a knot in the stomach or tension in the shoulders. For sadness, a hollow ache or a heaviness. Focus your awareness on the raw physical sensation rather than the mental narrative about the emotion. This grounds you in the present reality of the feeling. Breathe with it mindful breathing. Once you've located the sensation in your body, direct your soft, kind attention along with your breath into that area. Imagine your breath gently massaging the sensation. You're not trying to breathe it away, but to breathe with it, creating space and softness around the discomfort. You might silently say to yourself, breathing in, I feel this fear. Breathing out, I soften to it. Or breathing in, I acknowledge this tension. Breathing out, I allow it to be. Allow and make space. The guest metaphor. Intentionally create internal room for the emotion rather than contracting around it. Imagine the emotion as a guest arriving at your door. You don't have to invite it for dinner, but you can acknowledge its presence without slamming the door in its face. You might offer a silent invitation. You are welcome here, emotion. I can make space for you just for now. This radical act of allowance disarms the emotion's power to overwhelm. Self-compassion phrases. Speak to the part of yourself that is feeling the emotion with the same tenderness and kindness you would offer to a dear friend, a vulnerable child, or a beloved pet in distress. Gentle phrases like, may I be kind to myself in this moment. May I be at ease with this feeling. May I be free from suffering. Repeat these silently, allowing the words to soothe and comfort. Hand on heart or hand on belly. Somatic comfort. A simple physical gesture can powerfully reinforce self-compassion. Place a hand gently over your heart or on your belly as you breathe with the emotion. This direct physical contact activates the vagus nerve, promoting a sense of safety and calm, and provides a tangible anchor of self-kindness. Pendulation resourcing adapted for Zen. If an emotion feels overwhelmingly intense, it can sometimes be helpful to briefly shift your attention to a neutral or pleasant sensation or a calming memory for a few breaths, a resource. Then gently return your attention to the difficult emotion. This isn't avoidance, but a way to regulate your nervous system so you can approach the emotion with greater capacity. In a Zen context, this might simply mean returning your attention to your breath or a comfortable part of your body to establish spaciousness, then returning to the emotion. Wise inquiry, not intellectual analysis. Once you've created some space, you might gently inquire, what does this emotion need to tell me? Or, what does it need right now? This isn't about solving a problem, but listening. Does it need rest? Does it need expression in a safe way, like journaling? Does it need understanding? Does it need something to be released? Sometimes, just asking the question creates an opening for insight. Express skillfully if needed. While much of this practice is internal, some emotions do need skillful external expression. This might involve journaling to release thoughts and feelings onto paper, talking to a trusted friend or therapist who can hold space without judgment, or engaging in physical release, like crying, singing, or certain forms of movement that allow the energy to discharge safely and constructively. The key is skillful, not reactive expression. Recognize impermanence. Revisit it. Remind yourself that this too shall pass. Emotions, like all phenomena, are transient. No emotion, however intense, is permanent. This understanding, explored deeply in the previous section, helps to loosen the grip of the emotion and reduces the fear that it will last forever. Connect to universal experience. To alleviate the shame and isolation that often accompany difficult emotions, remind yourself that this is part of the shared human condition. Millions of people feel this fears and sadness and anger too. I am not alone in this. This universal connection fosters empathy and reduces the feeling of being uniquely flawed. Extend compassion to others. Once you've practiced self-compassion, you can extend loving kindness to others who also experience this emotion. May all beings who feel this anger be at ease. This expands your circle of compassion and further dissolves self-preoccupation. The journey of responding to difficult emotions with compassion is not about eradicating them, but about transforming our relationship with them. It builds profound emotional resilience, allowing us to weather the storms of life with greater stability and grace. It creates immense internal freedom as we are no longer imprisoned by our automatic reactions or the tyranny of self-judgment. This approach leads to an authentic, integrated sense of peace, a peace that includes the full spectrum of human feeling without being defined, destabilized, or overwhelmed by it. It is about discovering the spaciousness within the emotion, the calm awareness that can hold even the most turbulent feelings without losing its own fundamental tranquility. By leaning into our emotional experience with kindness, we unlock a deeper wellspring of wisdom and profound sense of inner wholeness. In the relentless currents of a life that often feels like a maelstrom of external chaos, digital noise, and the mind's incessant chatter, we frequently experience a profound sense of disconnection from ourselves, from the present moment, and from any stable ground. Our attention is constantly pulled in countless directions, leaving us feeling scattered, overwhelmed, and fundamentally ungrounded. In this turbulent landscape, the search for inner peace can feel like an elusive, almost impossible quest. Yet ironically, the most powerful and readily available tool for re-establishing our connection, for finding a stable point of stillness amidst the storm, lies within us at every single moment: our breath. It is the silent, unwavering companion that has been with us since our first cry at birth and will remain until our final exhalation. The breath is more than just a physiological process of inhaling and exhaling air to sustain life. In the profound wisdom traditions of Zen Buddhism and countless other contemplative paths, the breath is understood as a sacred fundamental bridge, a direct, tangible link between our conscious and unconscious minds, between our physical body and our ephemeral thoughts and emotions, and indeed between our individual self and the vast interconnected web of existence. It is the most primal and continuous rhythm of life itself, a constant exchange of receiving and releasing that mirrors the larger cycles of the universe. Unlike our thoughts, which can be elusive and tricky to control, or our emotions, which can feel overwhelming, the breath is always present, always immediate, always non-judgmental, and universally portable. It requires no special equipment, no particular place, and no advanced training. It is the ultimate anchor, constantly available to pull us back to the here and now, grounding us in the undeniable reality of the present moment, irrespective of how chaotic or challenging our external circumstances may appear. The profound power of the breath as an anchor is rooted in its intricate connection to our autonomic nervous system, ANS, the control center for our involuntary bodily functions. The ANS operates primarily through two branches: the sympathetic nervous system, responsible for our fight, flight, or freeze response, triggering heightened arousal and stress, and the parasympathetic nervous system, responsible for the rest and digest response, promoting relaxation, healing, and calm. Our breath acts as a direct conscious gateway to influencing this otherwise automatic system. Rapid, shallow chest breathing, characteristic of stress, signals danger to the brain, activating the sympathetic branch. Conversely, slow, deep diaphragmatic belly breathing, characteristic of mindful breath work, stimulates the vagus nerve, a major component of the parasympathetic system. The vagus nerve extends from the brainstem to various organs, including the heart, lungs, and digestive system, and its activation directly lowers heart rate, reduces blood pressure, promotes digestion, and sends calming signals throughout the body. This creates a powerful mind-body feedback loop. When we consciously slow and deepen our breath, we physiologically signal safety to our brains, which in turn reduces mental anxiety and promotes emotional regulation. This is why even a few mindful breaths can instantly shift our internal state from panic to calm. Beyond the physiological, focusing on the breath serves as an unparalleled anchoring effect. In moments of distraction, worry, or mental overwhelm, directing our attention to the simple, raw sensation of the breath immediately pulls our awareness away from the swirling eddies of thought and firmly into the tangible reality of the present moment. It is a fundamental training ground for attention, allowing us to cultivate the muscle of mindfulness. By consistently returning to the breath, we learn to observe the mind's tendency to wander without judgment and gently guide it back, thereby strengthening our capacity for sustained focus and presence. The benefits of consistently cultivating breath awareness are truly vast and profoundly transformative, touching every aspect of our well-being. Immediate stress reduction and physiological calm. As discussed, conscious deep breathing directly activates the parasympathetic nervous system, lowering cortisol levels, reducing heart rate, and relaxing muscle tension. This provides an immediate, tangible sense of calm amidst stress. Enhanced presence and mindfulness. The breath is always in the present. By focusing on it, we are compelled to bring our awareness to the now, grounding us in the only moment we ever truly possess and making us more fully alive to our experience. Increased self-awareness. By paying attention to our breath, we become more attuned to its subtle shifts, which often reflect our underlying emotional and energetic states. A shallow, rapid breath might signal anxiety, a constricted breath, resistance. Noticing these cues allows us to gain deeper insight into our inner landscape. Improved emotional regulation. When strong emotions arise, the breath can be a powerful tool for creating space. By breathing into the emotion, we can hold it with greater spaciousness, preventing it from overwhelming us and allowing us to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Better focus and concentration. Consistent practice of returning to the breath trains our attention, strengthening our capacity for sustained focus in all areas of life, leading to greater effectiveness and reduced mental fatigue. Enhanced physical well-being. Deeper, more conscious breathing increases oxygenation throughout the body, supporting cellular health, improving organ function, and promoting a greater sense of physical vitality. It also helps in releasing chronic muscle tension. Access to deeper states of peace and insight. As the mind settles through breath awareness, the surface distractions begin to recede, opening a pathway to deeper states of inner quietude, clarity, and profound insight that are often obscured by mental chatter. Let's delve into extensive practical strategies and techniques for using the breath as an unwavering anchor for inner peace, drawing deeply from Zen practices. Basic mindful breathing, shamatha samatha. This is the foundational practice in Zen and many Buddhist traditions. Find a comfortable posture. Whether seated on a cushion, a chair, or lying down, ensure your body is comfortable yet alert. Your spine can be straight, but not rigid, allowing for natural breath flow. Close your eyes gently, or keep them softly open with a downward gaze. Choose a point of focus. Direct your attention to the most prominent sensation of your breath. For some, this might be the feeling of the air entering and leaving the nostrils. For others, it's the gentle rising and falling of the abdomen or the expansion and contraction of the chest. There's no right place. Simply choose what's most vivid for you. Observe without control. The crucial aspect is to simply observe the breath as it naturally is. Do not try to force it to change its rhythm or make it deeper or shallower. Just let it breathe itself and witness its natural unfolding. A gentle return of attention. Inevitably, your mind will wander to thoughts, memories, plans, or external sounds. This is completely normal. It's what minds do. When you notice your mind has strayed gently without judgment or self-reproach, acknowledge that it has wandered, and then compassionately guide your attention back to your chosen anchor point of the breath. Each time you notice and return, you are strengthening the muscle of your mindfulness. Counting breaths, traditional Zen practice. For beginners, or when the mind is particularly busy, counting breaths can be very helpful. In Zen, it's often practiced by counting the exhalations. Inhale, exhale, count 1. Inhale, exhale, count 2. Continue up to 10, and then return to 1. If you lose count or your mind wanders, simply return to 1. This provides a gentle structure for the mind and reinforces the practice of returning. Conscious, deep, nourishing breaths for grounding. While fundamental mindful breathing is non-controlling, deliberate deep breathing can be used for rapid calming and grounding. 3-part breath. Yogic start Buddhist-influenced inhale, slowly filling your belly. First feeling it expand like a balloon, then your ribcage feeling it widen, and finally your chest feeling it rise slightly. Pause briefly, then exhale slowly and completely emptying your chest, then ribs, then belly, allowing all the air to release. This deeply oxygenates the body and engages the parasympathetic system, connecting breath to sensation like intention. As you breathe deeply, you can mentally connect the breath with intention. Inhale, imagining you are breathing in calm, peace, or fresh energy. Exhale, imagining you are breathing out tension, worry, or whatever no longer serves you. This transforms breath from a mere physiological act into a powerful tool for internal alchemy. Breathing through difficulty, physical or emotional. When you experience physical discomfort, pain, or intense emotional states, the breath becomes a profound ally. Directing breath into the area, bring your awareness to the area of tension, pain, or emotional constriction in your body. Imagine your breath like a gentle wave or a warm, soft light flowing directly into that area. Softening, around the discomfort. As you breathe into the sensation, gently invite the muscles or constricted areas to soften. You're not trying to make the sensation disappear, but to create spaciousness around it. You can visualize the breath creating more room, more ease, more fluidity within that area. This subtle act of befriending discomfort through the breath can significantly reduce its overwhelming power. Mindful breathing in daily activities. Integrate breath awareness into your everyday routines. Walking meditation, kinhin. As mentioned before, synchronize your breath with your steps. For instance, inhale for 3 steps, exhale for 3 steps. Feel the lift and placement of each foot grounded by the rhythm of your breath. Eating mindfully. Between bites, pause and notice a breath. This simple act can slow down your eating, enhance digestion, and bring more presence to your meal. Using waiting times. Instead of getting impatient in queues or traffic, use these moments to consciously focus on your breath. This transforms wasted time into moments of grounding. Mindful transitions. Before starting a new task, take 3 conscious breaths. This helps to clear your mind from the previous activity and approach the new one with renewed focus. The breath as a doorway to spaciousness. Pay attention to the subtle gaps that exist at the end of the inhalation before the exhalation begins, and at the end of the exhalation before the next inhalation arises. These tiny pauses are moments of natural stillness, gateways to a deeper, more spacious awareness that exists beyond the continuous flow of breath. Resting briefly in these gaps can reveal profound inner quiet. Box breathing 4-7-8, breathing brief, mention. While Zen traditionally emphasizes non-controlling observation, other practices like box breathing, inhale 4, hold 4, exhale 4, hold 4, or 4-4-7-7-8. Breathing inhale 4, hold 7, exhale 8 are simple, effective techniques for rapid physiological calming often used in stressful situations. These can be integrated as tools when specific regulation is needed, aligning with the Zen principle of using skillful means. Compassionate breath. Expand your breath awareness to include an intention of compassion. As you inhale, imagine breathing in compassion or kindness for yourself. As you exhale, imagine breathing out tension or self-criticism. You can also extend this outwards, breathing in ease for myself, breathing out ease for all beings. It's important to address common challenges and misconceptions when working with breath awareness. Forcing versus allowing. The most common mistake is trying to force the breath or control it rigidly. This creates tension. The essence of mindful breathing is allowing the breath to be as it is and simply observing it with curiosity and kindness. Frustration with mind wandering. It's absolutely normal for the mind to wander hundreds of times in a session. Don't get frustrated. That's just more mind wandering. Each time you notice it and gently return your attention, you're succeeding in the practice. It's a continuous process of returning, not a destination. Falling asleep. Especially when practicing while lying down, or if you're very tired, you might drift into sleep. In a formal meditation setting, the aim is alert presence. However, if the goal is relaxation for sleep, then allowing sleep to come is perfectly fine. For daily practice, if drowsiness occurs, try opening your eyes slightly or adjusting your posture. Breath as an escape. The breath is not meant to be an escape from reality, but an anchor to reality. It grounds you in the present moment, allowing you to meet whatever arises with greater clarity and calm rather than avoiding it. In conclusion, consistent engagement with the wisdom of the breath cultivates an unbreakable inner sanctuary, a portable wellspring of peace that is always available to you, regardless of external circumstances. It is the most fundamental and accessible gateway to genuine presence and embodied wisdom, transforming our relationship with chaos from one of struggle to one of graceful navigation. By consciously returning to this primal rhythm of receiving and releasing, we allow a profound sense of peace to permeate every moment of our lives, creating a stable inner ground that remains unshaken even when the world around us appears to be in disarray. The breath is not merely air. It is life itself imbued with the potential for profound tranquility and liberation. When we first embark on the path to cultivating inner peace, our minds often gravitate towards a common yet incomplete assumption that peace is solely to be found in states of absolute stillness. We envision ourselves meditating silently on a cushion, or perhaps sitting in a perfectly quiet room far removed from the clamor and demands of daily life. While these moments of dedicated stillness are undeniably vital and profoundly restorative, fostering deep introspection and a calming of the nervous system, they represent only one half of the equation for true integrated peace. The challenge, and indeed the profound opportunity, lies in bridging the gap between these islands of quiet contemplation and the vast, often turbulent ocean of our active, moving lives. The wisdom traditions, particularly Zen Buddhism, reveal that stillness is not merely the absence of movement, but rather a profound quality of awareness that can be cultivated and maintained within movement itself. It is a state where the body is engaged, but the mind remains calm, centered, and fully present, a tranquil core amidst the dynamism of life. Zen, more than many other contemplative paths, has historically placed immense emphasis on the spiritual significance of everyday activities. The famous Zen koan, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water, perfectly encapsulates this philosophy. It's not that the chores change, but the way they are performed and the consciousness brought to them is utterly transformed. This points to the non-duality of stillness and activity. They are not separate opposing forces, rather they are two sides of the same coin, interwoven and interdependent. True peace doesn't just reside in the meditation hall. It breathes and moves within the rhythm of our daily tasks, our walks, our conversations, and our work. It is about embodied mindfulness, bringing our full awakened awareness directly into our physical body and its every action, no matter how mundane or complex. It's about being fully in our bodies, fully in the moment, even when those moments are filled with action and demands. Why is finding stillness and movement so profoundly crucial for cultivating inner peace, especially amidst the relentless currents of modern chaos? Integration. It provides the essential bridge between our formal meditation practice and the messy reality of daily life. Without this integration, our moments of peace on the cushion can feel isolated and disconnected from the real challenges of our days. Finding stillness and movement allows peace to permeate our entire existence, making our lives in their entirety a practice. Accessibility. It democratizes the practice of mindfulness. We don't need a special quiet room or dedicated hours to cultivate peace. We can practice while commuting, cooking, cleaning, exercising, or interacting with others. This makes peace available to us anytime, anywhere, transforming every moment into an opportunity for spiritual cultivation. Grounding movement, when performed mindfully inherently, anchors us to the physical present. The sensation of our feet on the ground, the feeling of our muscles engaging the rhythm of our breath, these tangible realities pull our attention away from abstract worries or mental chatter and root us firmly in the here and now. This physical grounding is a powerful antidote to feeling scattered or overwhelmed by chaos. Energy management. When we move frantically or mindlessly, our energy becomes fragmented, leading to exhaustion and increased stress. Finding stillness in movement transforms chaotic energy into focused, purposeful flow. Our actions become more efficient, requiring less wasted effort, and our nervous system remains calmer, leading to a more sustainable and harmonious engagement with life. Reduces mental fragmentation. Multitasking and incessant mental commentary are hallmarks of our chaotic world. By consciously focusing on one action at a time, bringing our full attention to the physical sensations and purpose of that movement, we actively counter mental fragmentation. This single-pointed focus creates coherence and clarity in the mind, cultivates natural grace and efficiency. When we move mindfully, our bodies tend to find their natural rhythms and most efficient pathways. We release unnecessary tension and discover a sense of effortless grace in our actions. This isn't about performing perfectly, but about moving in a way that feels inherently balanced and aligned, leading to less physical strain and greater ease. Transforms perception. Perhaps most profoundly, finding stillness in movement elevates our perception of everyday life. Mundane tasks, once seen as burdensome chores, become opportunities for deep engagement, sensory richness, and even profound spiritual insight. Life itself becomes a meditation filled with purpose and presence, rather than a series of obstacles to be rushed through. The profound benefits of consistently engaging in this practice are immense: reduced stress and mental agitation. When the mind and body align, moving as one cohesive unit, the internal friction that generates stress diminishes. The mental chatter subsides as attention is fully absorbed in the physical present. Increased focus and concentration. Each mindful movement is a mini training session for our attention. Consistently directing our focus to the physical act strengthens our ability to concentrate, leading to improved performance in all areas of life. Enhanced sensory awareness. We become exquisitely attuned to the sensations of our body in motion. The subtle shifts in balance, the play of muscles, the feeling of air on our skin. This heightens our experience of the world, making us more alive and engaged. Greater physical ease and release of tension. Much of our physical tension is a result of unconscious holding patterns, often linked to mental stress. Mindful movement encourages us to notice and release these unnecessary contractions, leading to greater fluidity, flexibility, and comfort in our bodies. Profound sense of connection. By being fully present in our moving bodies, we deepen our connection to our inner selves. We also feel a stronger sense of being rooted in the earth and connected to the larger flow of life, fostering a sense of belonging and interconnectedness. Deepened resilience. When we can maintain a calm, centered awareness, even in dynamic or challenging situations, our inner resilience grows. We learn to meet life's changes with greater adaptability and less reactivity, finding our internal equilibrium even amidst external flux. Now let's explore extensive practical strategies and techniques for cultivating stillness and movement integrating Zen principles into our daily lives. Mindful walking kinhin, formal and informal. Formal kinhin. This traditional Zen practice involves walking slowly and deliberately, often in a group or a quiet space. The focus is entirely on the sensation of each step, feeling the heel lift, the foot move forward, the contact of the sole with the ground, the transfer of weight. The hands are typically held in a specific posture, e.g., one hand clasping the other at chest level, thumb tucked in. The breath can be synchronized, perhaps one inhale for 3 steps, one exhale for 3 steps. The goal is not speed or destination, but pure presence with the act of walking. Informal, mindful walking. Bring this same quality of awareness to any walk in your day, your commute, walking to the store, strolling in a park. Focus on the feeling of your feet making contact with the earth, sensing the texture of the ground beneath your shoes. Notice the rhythm of your legs as they propel you forward, the gentle swing of your arms, and the natural flow of your breath. Allow your gaze to be soft and open, taking in the visual field without fixating on specific objects. Listen to the ambient sounds without labeling or judging them. If your mind wanders, gently bring it back to the sensations of walking. This transforms a mundane journey into a portable meditation. Mindful housework and chores. These everyday tasks are often rushed or seen as burdensome, but they offer rich opportunities for cultivating presence. Washing dishes. Feel the temperature of the water on your hands, the texture of the sponge against the plate, the smoothness or roughness of the ceramic. Listen to the sounds of the water running and the gentle clinking of dishes. Notice the scent of the soap. Allow yourself to be fully immersed in each sensation, transforming a chore into a sensory experience. Cleaning or sweeping, pay attention to the rhythm of the sweeping motion, the sensation of your body moving, the visual change as dirt collects. If vacuuming, notice the sound of the machine, the feel of the handle, the visual progress. Cooking, engage all your senses. Notice the colors, textures, and aromas of the ingredients. Feel the weight of the knife as you chop, the sensation of stirring, the sound of simmering food. Be present with each step of the preparation, transforming meal prep into an act of mindful creation. Folding laundry. Feel the texture of the fabric, the warmth or coolness, the precision required for each fold. Notice the geometric shapes you create and the tidiness that emerges. Mindful exercise and physical activity. Stretching or yoga. Focus intensely on the lengthening of your muscles, the sensation of release, and synchronize each movement with your breath. As you inhale, expand. As you exhale, deepen the stretch. Notice any areas of tension and gently invite them to soften, lifting or carrying. Whether it's groceries or weights, be aware of the weight of the object, the engagement of your muscles, and the alignment of your posture. Lift from your core, protecting your back. This conscious engagement prevents injury and builds physical awareness. Sports or dance. Aim for the flow state, a state of complete immersion where you are so absorbed in the activity that you lose track of time and self-consciousness. Your attention is entirely on the action, the rhythm, the interplay with others, or the environment, not on the outcome. This is effortless effort in its purest form. Mindful transitions between activities. Our days are often characterized by rushing from one task to the next. Use transitional moments as opportunities for presence. Standing up, sitting down. Before you rise, notice the sensation of your body in the chair. As you push up, feel the muscles engage. As you sit down, feel the contact of your body with the surface. Opening, closing doors. Notice the handle, the weight of the door, the subtle shift as you move from one space to another. Entering, leaving rooms. Pause for a moment at the threshold. Take a breath. Consciously leave the energy of the previous room and enter the new one with fresh awareness. Mindful communication, speaking and gesturing. Be aware of your own body language, the tone of your voice, and your gestures as you communicate. Do your words and body language align? Are you speaking from a grounded, centered place or from a place of agitation? This self-awareness can lead to more impactful and harmonious interactions. Using daily rhythms tune into the natural rhythms of your body and your day. Perhaps there's a natural rhythm to your typing, to your walking, or to your cleaning. Try to synchronize your tasks with your natural breath or an internal pulse, allowing your actions to flow rather than being forced. Listening to the body's wisdom in movement. As you move, pay attention to any subtle signals from your body. Where does tension arise? Is there any discomfort? Instead of ignoring or pushing through it, respond with kindness. Adapt your movement, adjust your posture, or take a brief mindful pause to release the tension. Your body is always communicating, and mindful movement helps you hear its wisdom. However, cultivating stillness and movement also comes with its share of common challenges and obstacles. Rushing. The ingrained habit of speed and efficiency often overrides our intention to be mindful. When you catch yourself rushing, simply acknowledge it without judgment and gently invite yourself to slow down even for a few breaths. Mind wandering during movement. Just like in seated meditation, the mind will inevitably wander during mindful movement. This is not a failure. Simply notice that your mind has strayed and gently, patiently bring your attention back to the physical sensations of your body in motion or to your breath. Physical discomfort or pain. If you experience pain during movement, meet it with kindness and curiosity. Don't resist it or push through it blindly. Can you breathe into it? Can you adjust your movement to accommodate it? Is it a signal to rest or seek professional help? Mindful movement is about befriending the body, not forcing it, feeling awkward or self-conscious. When we first bring intentional awareness to everyday movements, it can sometimes feel strange or even awkward, especially if we're worried about how others perceive us. Let go of this external judgment. Your practice is for you, not for others. Embrace the novelty and awkwardness with a sense of playful curiosity. The not enough time. Excuse. This is a pervasive myth. Mindful movement isn't about adding extra time to your day. It's about transforming the quality of the time you already have. Even 30 seconds of conscious breathing while waiting or 3 mindful steps to the kitchen contribute to this practice. In essence, finding stillness and movement is about transforming the entirety of our lives into a meditation. It's about bringing the same quality of present, non-judgmental awareness that we cultivate in formal seated practice into every action, every interaction, every transition of our day. This integration creates an ever-present source of calm and groundedness that is profoundly resilient to external chaos. When our minds are aligned with our moving bodies, we discover an inherent peace that is portable, accessible, and deeply integrated into the very fabric of our being. Life itself becomes the path to peace, a continuous dance of awareness and action where even the busiest moments are imbued with a sacred quietude. In our relentless pursuit of inner peace, amidst the cacophony of daily chaos, we often fall prey to a subtle yet powerful misconception that cultivating mindfulness and tranquility requires grand, time-consuming gestures. We imagine dedicating hours to seated meditation, retreating to serene environments, or embarking on intensive retreats. While these deep dives into formal practice are undeniably invaluable for cultivating profound states of awareness, the sheer pace and demands of modern life can make such extensive commitments feel daunting, even impossible for many. Our busy mindset, perpetually prioritizing efficiency and productivity, often dismisses anything less than a significant time investment as ineffective, leading us to believe that if we can't do it perfectly or for long periods, then there's no point in doing it at all. This all-or-nothing approach becomes a significant barrier, preventing us from even beginning the journey towards consistent presence. However, the profound wisdom of Zen, and indeed many other contemplative traditions, offers a radical and immensely liberating alternative: the immense, often underestimated power of small, consistent acts of mindfulness. It's not about the quantity of time spent in formal practice, but the quality of our attention and the integration of mindfulness into the very fabric of our everyday lives, rather than isolating it as a separate, specialized activity. This approach emphasizes the cumulative effect of seemingly insignificant moments of presence, recognizing that these micro-acts, when woven together, consistently create a rich tapestry of awareness that can profoundly transform our entire experience of daily living. It's akin to the patient art of weaving a single thread seems inconsequential, but countless threads meticulously interwoven create a strong and beautiful cloth. This concept is deeply embedded in Zen philosophy through several key principles. Everyday practice. Zen explicitly teaches that spiritual practice is not confined to the meditation hall zendo, but extends to every waking moment. Washing dishes, sweeping the floor, drinking tea, walking, conversing, all are opportunities for profound engagement and awakening. There is no separation between the sacred and the mundane. All of life is practice. Just this, shikantaza in daily life. This core Zen teaching, often translated as just sitting or nothing but precisely this, refers to the practice of simply being fully present with whatever is happening without judgment, expectation, or striving. When applied to daily activities, it means simply doing what you're doing with total absorption and presence without mental commentary or distraction. The single grain of rice metaphor, Zen stories often illustrate how small, seemingly insignificant efforts accumulate to create immense results. A single grain of rice might not seem like much, but a multitude of grains fills a bowl sustaining life. Similarly, a single mindful breath, a single moment of conscious awareness might seem trivial, but hundreds or thousands of such moments throughout the day build profound inner resilience and peace. Beginner's mind, Shoshin. Approaching even the most routine or simple tasks with the fresh curiosity and openness of a novice, free from the weight of habitual assumptions or expectations. This fresh perspective allows us to truly see and experience the richness embedded in ordinary moments, which a mind dulled by routine would typically overlook. Why are these seemingly insignificant, small acts of mindfulness so incredibly powerful for cultivating inner peace amidst chaos, feasibility, and accessibility. This is perhaps their greatest strength. Small acts of mindfulness require no extra time in a busy schedule. They are not about adding another task, but about transforming the quality of tasks we are already performing. Anyone, regardless of their schedule or perceived lack of time, can integrate these micro practices into their day. This makes mindfulness accessible, inclusive, and immediately actionable. Cumulative effect and neural plasticity. Each time we consciously bring our attention back to the present moment, even for a few seconds, we are quite literally exercising and strengthening our mindfulness muscle. We are building new neural pathways in our brains that favor present moment awareness over distraction and reactivity. Just as consistent small reps at the gym build physical strength, consistent small acts of mindfulness build mental resilience and attentional control, breaks the autopilot cycle. Much of our daily life is lived on autopilot, driven by habitual patterns of thought and action. This unconscious mode often leads to stress reactivity and a feeling of being carried away by life rather than directing it. Small acts of mindfulness are deliberate interruptions to this autopilot, creating brief but potent moments of conscious choice and presence. Each pause is an opportunity to reclaim agency, transforms the mundane into meaningful by infusing ordinary, often overlooked moments with conscious presence. We elevate them from mere chores or transitional gaps into opportunities for connection and meaning. The act of washing hands, for example, becomes not just a hygienic necessity, but a brief meditation on cleansing and refreshing. This transforms the entire texture of daily life, making it richer and more satisfying, reduces overwhelm and pressure. The idea of meditating for 30 minutes can feel overwhelming. The idea of taking 3 conscious breaths while waiting for coffee is entirely manageable. This approach makes mindfulness feel achievable, not daunting, reducing the pressure and self-judgment that often accompanies perfectionistic tendencies. Builds real-time resilience. In the midst of a stressful day, these micro moments act as immediate anchors. They create tiny islands of calm within the storm, allowing us to regulate our nervous system in real time, preventing stress from escalating into full-blown overwhelm. They are like taking small, consistent sips of water throughout the day to prevent dehydration rather than waiting until you're parched. Fosters self-compassion. Embracing small, achievable steps inherently cultivates a gentler approach to ourselves. When we miss at a longer practice, we might feel guilt. When we engage in small acts, every attempt is a success, reinforcing a positive feedback loop and reducing the pressure for perfection. This gentle, consistent effort builds kindness towards our own process. The benefits derived from consistently engaging in this practice are profound and pervasive, impacting every dimension of our well-being. Increased overall presence throughout the day. The cumulative effect of these small acts means that over time we spend less time lost in thought and more time genuinely engaged with the unfolding of our lives, leading to a richer and more vibrant experience. Reduced reactivity and impulsivity. As we become more present, the gap between stimulus and response widens. This allows for more thoughtful, skillful reactions rather than impulsive, regretful ones, particularly in challenging interactions or situations. Greater appreciation for simple things. When our senses are awakened by mindful presence, we begin to truly notice and appreciate the small wonders that are always present but often overlooked. The warmth of sunlight, the taste of clean water, the sound of laughter. Improved clarity and focus. A mind less scattered by constant distraction is a mind capable of greater clarity, sharper focus, and more effective problem solving. This isn't just about work, it's about navigating life with a clearer sense of direction. Reduced stress and anxiety in real time. The micro moments of mindfulness act as mini resets for our nervous system, helping to prevent the buildup of stress and anxiety throughout the day, allowing for a more sustained state of inner calm. More sustainable and integrated peace. Peace becomes not a separate practice we do for a few minutes a day, but an inherent quality of our being woven into the very fabric of our lived experience. It's a continuous, gentle flow rather than intermittent bursts. Enhanced sensory engagement with life. Our world becomes more vivid, more textured, and more alive when we are fully present to our senses. We experience the richness of colors, sounds, smells, tastes, and textures in a way that a distracted mind simply cannot. Now let's explore an extensive range of practical strategies and techniques for implementing these powerful small acts of mindfulness into every corner of your day. Micro mindfulness breaks. These are intentional pauses inserted throughout your day. 3. Breath check-in. This is perhaps the most fundamental. Before opening an email, answering the phone, starting a new task, walking through a doorway, or even when waiting for a red light to change, simply pause for 3 slow, conscious breaths. Focus entirely on the sensation of the breath. This takes only seconds, but can profoundly shift your state. Pause and notice. At random points during your day, simply pause and ask yourself, what am I seeing right now? What am I hearing? What am I feeling physically, emotionally? What am I smelling? This simple inquiry brings all your senses into the present. 1. Mindful bite, sip. When you sit down to eat, take the very first bite or sip with your full, undivided attention. Notice the taste, texture, aroma, and temperature. Before reaching for the next bite, take a moment to simply savor the first. This can expand to the entire meal. Mindful transitions, revisited with emphasis on small, use the natural transitions of your day as cues for mindfulness. Standing up from a chair, feel the pressure shift from your buttocks to your feet. Notice the muscles engaging as you rise. Walking to the next room, pay attention to each step, the movement of your legs, the swing of your arms. Shifting attention from one screen to another phone to computer, take a moment to clear your mental slate before engaging with the new device. A quick breath can suffice. Sensory anchors in micro moments, revisited with emphasis on small, common sensory experiences to moments of presence. The warmth of a mug. As you hold a warm drink, feel the heat radiating through your hands. The texture of clothes. Notice the feel of your clothing against your skin, the softness of a sweater, the crispness of a shirt, the sound of a specific household appliance, the hum of your refrigerator, the click of a light switch. Let these be gentle reminders to come back to your senses. The feeling of shoes on the ground. As you walk, notice the support and texture of your shoes on different surfaces. Mindful awareness in routine actions transform the most mundane, seemingly automatic actions into moments of presence. Turning a doorknob, notice the cool metal, the shape, the slight resistance. Locking, unlocking a phone, Feel the button. Notice the light, the sound. Pressing a button on an elevator chalked crosswalk. Feel the tactile sensation, the subtle click. Adjusting posture. Consciously notice your body realign your spine. Feel the subtle shifts. Washing hands. Feel the water, the soap, the friction, the warmth, the cleansing. Engage your senses fully in this ritual. Intentional pauses. Cultivate moments of pause before reacting. Before speaking, and take a breath. Ask yourself, is this true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? Before reacting to an email, text, social media post, pause, take a breath. Allow the initial impulse to subside before composing a response. Before reaching for a distraction, when an urge to grab your phone, turn on the TV, or open a new tab arises, pause for a moment. Notice the urge and then consciously choose your next action. Mindful greetings as farewells. When greeting someone or saying goodbye, make brief eye contact if appropriate and offer a genuine smile or nod, being fully present for that brief connection. Gratitude still glimpses. In a fleeting moment, notice one small, simple thing you can genuinely feel grateful for. It could be the sunlight streaming through a window, the comfort of your chair, the sound of music. This practice shifts your mindset towards appreciation, using triggers for micro-mindfulness, re-emphasizing proactive. Choose a few consistent events in your day and consciously decide to use them as triggers for a micro-mindfulness moment. For example, every time your phone rings, every time you open your computer, or every time you hear a specific bird outside, pause for one mindful breath or a quick sensory check-in. This habit stacking makes practice effortless. Of course, like any practice, implementing small acts of mindfulness comes with its own set of common challenges and obstacles. Forgetfulness. In the beginning, you will forget. You'll go hours on autopilot and then suddenly remember your intention. This is completely normal. Don't judge yourself. Simply acknowledge you remembered and then gently begin again with the next opportunity. Setting subtle reminders on your phone or associating the practice with existing habits. E.g., every time I drink water, I'll take one mindful sip can be very helpful. Perceiving as too small to matter. Our results-oriented minds might dismiss these small acts as insignificant. Remind yourself that a river is made of countless drops and a mountain from countless grains of sand. It is the consistent accumulation of these small moments that creates profound, lasting change. Mind wandering still occurs. Even during a short, mindful moment, your mind might wander. Again, this is normal. The practice isn't about never having your mind wander, but about gently, patiently, and repeatedly bringing it back to your chosen anchor. Each return is a success. Judgment and expectations. Avoid the trap of perfectionism. There's no right or wrong way to do a micro-mindfulness act. Don't judge yourself if you feel distracted or if it doesn't feel deeply peaceful. Simply engage with the intention and let go of the expectation of a specific result. In conclusion, the power of small acts of mindfulness is revolutionary. They are the threads that stitch together the fabric of a truly present and peaceful life, transforming the entirety of our daily existence from a series of hurried obligations into a continuous, gentle flow of awakened awareness. These seemingly insignificant moments, when consistently cultivated, cumulatively build a profound inner resilience, reduce our reactivity to chaos, and deepen our appreciation for the simple, often overlooked wonders of life. The peace we seek isn't a distant destination. It becomes the very texture of our being accessible in every micro moment, allowing us to find stillness, clarity, and contentment, not just despite the chaos, but integrated profoundly within it. This approach makes inner peace not a daunting spiritual quest, but a gentle, achievable, and utterly transformative way of living, moment by precious moment. In the relentless, often overwhelming onslaught of external chaos that characterizes much of modern life, we frequently find ourselves feeling adrift, bombarded by sensory input, and deeply disconnected from our inner core of peace. The constant hum of technology, the clamor of urban environments, the ceaseless demands of work and family, and the pervasive anxiety about an uncertain future can create a suffocating sense of overwhelm, leaving us feeling exposed, depleted, and without a safe harbor to retreat to. We may lament the lack of quiet time, the absence of truly restorative moments, and the feeling that our personal boundaries are constantly being eroded. Yet amidst this pervasive encroachment lies a profound and empowering practice, the proactive and intentional creation of personal sanctuaries. These are not merely physical places, though they can certainly manifest as such. They are equally vital mental internal spaces and meticulously established digital boundaries, each thoughtfully designed to cultivate peace, facilitate deep recharging, and serve as a reliable beacon guiding us back to our true center, regardless of the external turbulence. The concept of a dedicated space for cultivating inner states is deeply rooted in Zen philosophy, exemplified by the Zendo meditation hall. The Zendo is not just a room, it's a meticulously arranged physical space designed to foster stillness, quietude, and a conducive environment for deep practice. Its simplicity, cleanliness, and intentional setup invite practitioners to let go of external distractions and turn inward. However, Zen's wisdom extends far beyond the physical hall. The ultimate aim is to realize that our mind itself can be a sanctuary, a vast and open space where thoughts and emotions arise and pass without disturbing an underlying tranquility. This leads to the profound realization that everywhere is Zendo, that with cultivated awareness, we can find a sanctuary within regardless of our physical location. The principles of simplicity and order, so central to Zen aesthetics and practice, are therefore not just about external appearance, but about creating environments, both physical and mental, that are conducive to inner clarity and peace. A decluttered space often reflects and in turn supports a decluttered mind. Why is the deliberate creation of personal sanctuaries so profoundly crucial for cultivating inner peace amidst the relentless currents of chaos? Boundary setting. Sanctuaries are at their core acts of boundary setting. They are deliberate declarations that certain spaces, times, or mental states are reserved for our well-being. In a world that constantly demands our attention and energy, these boundaries protect our inner resources from constant depletion and prevent us from being overwhelmed by external pressures and noise. They are a proactive defense against the relentless encroachment of chaos, nervous system regulation. Creating a sanctuary provides a palpable sense of psychological safety and predictability. When we enter a designated peaceful space, whether physical or mental, our autonomic nervous system receives a signal of safety, allowing it to shift from the sympathetic fight, flight, freeze mode to the parasympathetic rest and digest mode. This physiological shift promotes deep relaxation, reduces stress hormones, and supports our body's natural healing and restorative processes. It's like pressing a reset button for our internal state. Facilitates presence. By minimizing distractions and intentionally curating our environment, sanctuaries naturally encourage and facilitate present moment awareness. When there's less external clamor and mental clutter, it becomes easier to focus on our breath, our body sensations, and the subtle unfolding of the now, deepening our capacity for mindfulness. Recharge and restoration. Sustained engagement with chaos is inherently draining, leading to burnout if left unchecked. Sanctuaries provide essential spaces and opportunities for deep rest, creative recharging, and emotional restoration. They are our personal wells from which we can draw fresh energy, allowing us to return to life's demands with renewed vitality and equanimity. Cultivates control within limits. In a world where so much feels beyond our control, creating a personal sanctuary offers a powerful, albeit limited sense of agency over our immediate environment and internal state. This intentional act of shaping our surroundings or our internal landscape can be deeply empowering, reminding us that we do have influence over certain aspects of our well-being. Symbolic importance. A personal sanctuary, whether a physical corner or a mental visualization, serves as a potent symbol of our commitment to our own peace and well-being. Its mere existence acts as a daily reminder to prioritize self-care, to return to our center, and to consciously choose tranquility over distraction. Sustainable energy levels. By regularly retreating to and nourishing ourselves within these sanctuaries, we prevent chronic depletion. This proactive approach to energy management ensures that we have the reserves needed to meet life's challenges with resilience, rather than operating from a constant state of exhaustion. The benefits of consistently engaging in this practice are profound and pervasive, impacting every dimension of our well-being. Reduced sensory overload. By intentionally simplifying our physical and digital environments, we reduce the constant barrage of input that taxes our nervous systems and fragments our attention. Increased calm and tranquility. Regular access to and immersion in these curated spaces fosters a palpable sense of inner calm, reducing background anxiety and promoting a more peaceful baseline state. Enhanced ability to focus and concentrate. A sanctuary free from distractions provides the ideal conditions for deep work, creative thinking, and sustained periods of concentration, improving cognitive performance. Improved sleep and rest. A decluttered, serene bedroom or a calming pre-sleep ritual performed in a mental sanctuary can significantly improve the quality and depth of our sleep, which is fundamental to overall well-being. Greater creativity and clarity. When the mind is allowed to settle and recharge in a peaceful environment, it becomes more expansive, intuitive, and capable of generating fresh insights and creative solutions. Stronger sense of personal agency and well-being. The act of deliberately creating and utilizing sanctuaries is an empowering affirmation of our right to peace and our capacity to shape our internal and external worlds. Sustainable energy levels. By regularly honoring our need for retreat and restoration, we cultivate a deeper wellspring of energy, enabling us to navigate life's demands without succumbing to chronic fatigue or burnout. Now let's explore an extensive range of practical strategies and techniques for creating different types of personal sanctuaries, integrating Zen-inspired principles into our daily lives. Physical sanctuaries. These are tangible spaces that you intentionally design to invite calm and reduce external noise. A dedicated home space. Even a small corner. You don't need an entire room. Even a small corner of your apartment can become your sanctuary. Declutter and simplify, the most fundamental step. Remove anything that doesn't serve a purpose or bring joy. Clutter is visual noise that creates mental distraction. Embrace minimalism in this area. Natural elements. Incorporate elements from nature. A small plant, a smooth stone, a bowl of sand, a simple vase with fresh flowers. These connect us to the grounding energy of the natural world. Soft, natural lighting. Avoid harsh overhead lights. Use lamps with warm diffused light, or utilize natural sunlight. Consider candles with safety in mind for a meditative glow. Soothing scents. Use essential oil diffusers, lavender, frankincense, sandalwood, or natural incense if preferred to create an olfactory anchor for peace. Calming sounds. If external noise is unavoidable, use sound masking techniques like a white noise machine, a fan, or gentle ambient music, e.g. Nature sounds, instrumental meditative music to create a consistent, soothing soundscape. Comfortable seating, a meditation cushion, a comfortable chair, or a soft rug can be a focal point for sitting and being. Personal touches, mindfully, a single piece of meaningful art, a cherished photograph, not too many, or a simple altar with an inspiring object can add personal significance without creating clutter. Make it easy to access. Ensure your sanctuary space is always ready for use. Don't let it become a storage area. Its readiness is an invitation to pause. Nature as a sanctuary. The natural world is the ultimate universally accessible sanctuary. Regular exposure to green spaces. Make it a priority to visit parks, gardens, forests, or natural waterways. Even 10 to 15 minutes can have a profound impact. Grounding earthing. Spend time barefoot on grass, sand, or earth. The physical connection to the ground can be incredibly calming and re-energizing. Forest bathing, Shinrin-yoku. This Japanese practice involves mindfully immersing yourself in a forest environment. Engage all your senses. Listen to the rustling leaves, smell the damp earth, feel the bark of trees, notice the patterns of light. It's not hiking, it's simply being present in nature. Mindful walking in nature. As discussed in the previous section, bring full awareness to your steps, your breath, and the sensory richness of your natural surroundings. Mobile sanctuaries, portable peace. These are small personal anchors you can carry with you. A special mug. Use a specific mug for your tea or coffee. The warmth, the feel, the ritual of using it can become a micro-sanctuary. A specific scent. Carry a small vial of essential oil, e.g. lavender peppermint, for alertness, citrus, for uplifting that you can discreetly inhale from your wrist, or a handkerchief when you need a moment of calm. A favorite piece of music, soundscape. Create a curated playlist of calming music or nature sounds that you can access with headphones when you need to block out external chaos. A mindful object. Carry a small smooth stone, a mala bead, or a worry stone in your pocket. The tactile sensation can be a grounding anchor when you feel overwhelmed. Your car as a sanctuary. For many, the car is a significant part of daily life. Transform it. Keep it clean and decluttered. A clean car reduces mental load. Mindful driving. Focus on the act of driving the road, the sounds, your breath. Reduce road rage by simply observing. Calming audio. Listen to podcasts, audiobooks, or calming music instead of always tuning into news or aggressive talk radio. Mental internal sanctuaries. These are psychological spaces you cultivate within your mind, always accessible. Visualization. Create a detailed mental safe place you can retreat to at any time. Sensory detail. Imagine a serene beach, a quiet forest, clearing a cozy cabin, or any place that evokes deep peace for you. Fill it with sensory details. The sounds, waves, birds, the smells, it's pine salt air, the temperatures, the textures, soft sand, warm blanket, regular visits practice. Visiting this mental sanctuary regularly, especially when stressed. Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and mentally transport yourself there. This activates the relaxation response. Breath as sanctuary revisited. As discussed in the previous section, your breath is the ultimate portable inner refuge. It's always with you, always accessible. When chaos looms, return to the simple, unwavering rhythm of your breath. It's a doorway to presence and internal calm. Awareness as sanctuary. The most profound internal sanctuary is the realization of your own fundamental awareness, the sky of awareness that holds all thoughts and emotions, clouds without being affected by them. This spacious awareness is inherently peaceful, untouched by the transient contents of the mind. Regularly practice resting in this sky-like quality of awareness. Mindful pauses. These are micro moments of intentional silence in the mind. Before reacting, before checking your phone, before speaking, pause. In that tiny gap, create a mental quietude, a small sanctuary of non-thought and pure presence, cultivating a compassionate inner voice. Transform your inner critic into a supportive, safe presence. When you face challenges or make mistakes, consciously speak to yourself with kindness, understanding, and encouragement as you would a dear friend. This inner compassionate voice becomes a vital sanctuary within protecting you from self-judgment and fostering resilience. Digital sanctuaries boundaries. In our digitally saturated world, managing our online presence is crucial for peace. Mindful digital decluttering. Unfollows and unsubscribe. Ruthlessly unfollow social media accounts that don't uplift or inform you positively. Unsubscribe from newsletters that clutter your inbox or create anxiety. Organize apps. Delete unused apps. Organize essential apps into folders to reduce visual clutter. Clear desktop home screen. Keep your digital workspace clean and clear just like a physical one. Designated off, times, just zones, no phone zones. Establish specific areas in your home, e.g. bedroom dining table, where phones and other devices are strictly prohibited. This creates physical sanctuaries within your home. Digital detox periods. Designate specific times of day, e.g. first hour of waking, last hour before bed, or days of the week, e.g. one tech-free day where you unplug completely. Limit screen time. Use app timers or set intentions to limit social media news or entertainment consumption to specific time blocks. Intentional consumption. Be a conscious curator of the digital content you consume. Curate news sources. Select a few trusted news sources and limit your consumption to specific times rather than constantly refreshing feeds. Mindful social media. Use social media intentionally to connect, learn, or be inspired rather than mindlessly scrolling or comparing. Purposeful entertainment. Choose entertainment that truly relaxes or uplifts you rather than just consuming content out of habit or boredom. Ask, does this serve my peace and well-being? Notification management. Turn off all non-essential notifications. This significantly reduces interruptions and prevents your attention from being constantly hijacked. Only allow notifications for truly urgent or essential communications. Single-tasking digital use. Resist the urge to have multiple tabs open or to bounce between different apps simultaneously. When you're using email, just do email. When you're researching, just research. This improves focus and reduces mental fatigue, creating sacred online spaces. Paradoxically, the digital world can also offer sanctuaries. Curated playlists. Create playlists of calming music, guided meditations, or insightful talks that specifically support your peace. Mindful apps. Utilize apps designed for meditation, calming sounds, or gentle movement practices. Supportive online communities. Engage with online groups or forums that genuinely uplift, inspire, or provide compassionate support rather than fostering negativity or comparison. Like any transformative practice, creating personal sanctuaries comes with its own set of common challenges and obstacles: lack of space, resources, the belief that one needs a large, elaborate setup. Emphasize that a sanctuary can be a small corner, a clean desk, a single potted plant, or simply a mental visualization. Intention and consistency matter far more than grandeur. Resistance to decluttering boundaries. We often have emotional attachments to clutter or a fear of missing out FOMO when setting digital boundaries. Gently acknowledge these resistances, but remember the deeper purpose: true peace. Difficulty maintaining boundaries. External demands, work, family expectations, or internal habits can make maintaining boundaries challenging. Start small, communicate your needs clearly, and be firm but compassionate with yourself and others. What if I need to be available? Balancing connectivity with well-being requires discernment. It's not about complete isolation, but about intentional use and clear communication about your availability. Perfectionism in creating sanctuaries. Don't let the pursuit of a perfect sanctuary become another source of stress. The goal is progress, not perfection. Start with one small area or one digital boundary and build from there. The process of creation is as important as the outcome. In conclusion, these personal sanctuaries, both external and internal, tangible and intangible, provide crucial refuges amidst the relentless currents of daily chaos. They are active expressions of self-care, self-respect, and profound wisdom, enabling us to regularly reconnect to our authentic selves and the underlying peace that always resides within. By intentionally carving out these spaces and setting these boundaries, we create a consistent practice of returning to our center, recharging our vital energy, and cultivating a deep, resilient inner peace. They teach us that even in the most turbulent external environments, we possess the power to cultivate an inner haven, allowing us to navigate chaos, not with frantic struggle, but with grace, equanimity, and an unwavering sense of inner calm. In the relentless, often overwhelming torrent of information and connectivity that defines our modern era, our nervous systems are perpetually overstimulated, constantly processing a dizzying array of data. This omnipresent digital presence, a state of being always on and always connected, has woven itself so inextricably into the fabric of our daily lives that its profound and often detrimental impacts on our mental health, attention span, physiological well-being, and ultimately our sense of inner peace frequently go unnoticed or unacknowledged. We carry miniature supercomputers in our pockets, granting us instant access to a global deluge of news, social media, updates, emails, and entertainment. While this connectivity offers undeniable benefits, its constant hum, the ceaseless pings and vibrations of notifications, and the pervasive culture of fear of missing out, FOMO, conspire to keep our minds in a state of perpetual alertness, often bordering on chronic stress. This ceaseless mental engagement pulls us away from direct experience, from genuine connection, and from the quietude essential for true inner harmony. To counter this pervasive digital overload and reclaim our innate capacity for tranquility, two complementary and profoundly vital practices emerge: the intentional act of digital detox, a conscious unplugging from our devices and online worlds, and the cultivation of sensory awareness, a deliberate re-engagement with our primary senses to reconnect with the tangible, unmediated reality of the present moment. These practices are not about rejecting technology entirely, but about cultivating a wise and mindful relationship with it, ensuring that our tools serve us rather than enslaving our attention and peace of mind. They are about remembering that life's richness is found not in pixels and notifications, but in the vibrant, multi-sensory tapestry of the real world. The deep relevance of these practices finds a powerful echo in Zen philosophy, which places paramount importance on direct experience versus mediated experience. Zen masters consistently emphasize the liberation that comes from encountering reality directly without the filters of conceptual thought judgment, or in our modern context, digital screens. Our primary senses, the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body, are traditionally known as the six sense bases, with the mind as the sixth, the fundamental gateways through which we perceive the world. Digital life, however, disproportionately overstimulates certain senses, primarily sight and sound, through screens, while simultaneously dulling others: touch, smell, taste, and the subtle kinesthetic awareness of the body. By consciously engaging all our senses, we restore balance and cultivate a holistic perception of reality. Furthermore, the Zen practice of mindfulness of sensory input involves intentionally choosing what information to allow into our awareness and how to relate to it. It's about not passively absorbing everything, but becoming a discerning gatekeeper of our internal environment. Finally, the principles of simplicity and non-attachment inherent in Zen extend to our relationship with devices and information. We learn not to rely on external stimuli or constant connectivity for our sense of contentment or completeness, recognizing that true peace arises from within. Why is this conscious disengagement from digital overload and the re-engagement with our senses so critically important for inner peace amidst chaos? Impact on attention and focus. The constant stream of digital information, fragmented by notifications and endless scrolling trains, our brains for superficial, rapid-fire attention. This habit severely diminishes our capacity for deep work, sustained focus, and prolonged concentration. Our attention becomes fragmented, making it difficult to immerse ourselves fully in any single task or moment. Digital detox allows our attention span to heal, while sensory awareness actively retrains our ability to focus on singular, unmediated experiences. Nervous system dysregulation, the perpetual cycle of pings alerts, and the underlying anxiety of FOMO, fear of missing out, keeps our sympathetic nervous system in a state of chronic activation. This always-on state floods our bodies with stress hormones, contributing to muscle tension, shallow breathing, heightened heart rate, and chronic anxiety. Intentional digital detox provides crucial space for the parasympathetic nervous system to activate, allowing our bodies to enter a much-needed rest and digest mode, promoting deep relaxation and restoration. Emotional and mental health. The curated realities of social media often foster a culture of comparison and inadequacy, leading to heightened anxiety, feelings of depression, and a pervasive sense of not being enough. The relentless news cycle, often biased towards negativity, can induce feelings of helplessness and despair. Information overload itself can trigger cognitive fatigue and restlessness. By contrast, grounding ourselves in immediate sensory reality provides a tangible, non-judgmental experience that serves as an antidote to these digitally induced emotional states. Disconnection from self and others. When we spend excessive time immersed in digital worlds, we risk living vicariously through screens, often at the expense of authentic in-person connections. Our capacity for empathy can diminish when interactions are reduced to text or curated images. Furthermore, constant external stimulation can lead to a profound disconnection from our embodied selves, our physical sensations, our intuitive wisdom, and our emotional landscape. Re-engaging our senses brings us back into intimate contact with our own living bodies and the rich nuances of real-world interactions. Sleep disruption. The blue light emitted from screens, particularly before bedtime, significantly disrupts the production of melatonin, the sleep hormone. The mental stimulation from late-night scrolling or binge-watching keeps our minds agitated, making it difficult to transition into restful sleep. A digital detox, particularly in the hours leading up to sleep, is fundamental for establishing healthy sleep hygiene. Loss of sensory richness. When our attention is constantly diverted to screens, we become less attuned to the subtle, exquisite beauty and wonder of the real world. The vibrant colors of a sunset, the intricate patterns of a leaf, the nuanced flavors of a meal, the rich symphony of ambient sounds, these precious sensory experiences become dulled or entirely overlooked. Sensory awareness actively reawakens our perception, resensitizing us to the miracles embedded in everyday life. The benefits of consistently practicing digital detox and cultivating sensory awareness are profoundly transformative, improved attention span, and cognitive function. Deliberately unplugging allows our brains to rest and reset, strengthening our capacity for sustained focus, deep analytical thought, and complex problem solving. Reduced anxiety, stress, and FOMO. Creating intentional boundaries around digital use significantly calms the nervous system, alleviates the pressure to be constantly available, and lessens the anxiety of feeling like we're missing out. Enhanced sleep quality. Reducing screen time, especially before bed, promotes healthier sleep patterns, leading to deeper rest, greater energy, and improved mood. Greater creativity and clarity of thought. When the mind is less cluttered by digital noise, it has the space to wander, to connect disparate ideas, and to generate novel insights. This mental spaciousness fosters genuine creativity, deeper, more authentic connections. By being fully present in our real-world interactions, we cultivate more meaningful relationships, foster greater empathy and experience the profound joy of genuine human connection unmediated by screens. Resensitized appreciation for the real world. Our senses become sharpened, allowing us to experience the world with renewed wonder and appreciation. The mundane becomes magnificent, and the ordinary becomes extraordinary simply through heightened awareness. Increased sense of agency and liberation. Taking control of our digital habits is an empowering act. It liberates us from the feeling of being controlled by technology and reinforces our capacity to make conscious choices that serve our well-being. Now let's explore an extensive array of practical strategies and techniques for implementing both digital detox and sensory awareness, integrating wisdom from contemplative traditions into our modern lives. Extensive practical strategies for digital detox. This is about creating intentional boundaries and conscious habits around our device usage. Scheduled unplugging, daily digital sunset such as sunrise. Establish strict rules for yourself. For example, no screens before 8 a.m., allowing for a mindful start to the day, and no screens after 9 p.m., allowing for winding down and improving sleep hygiene. Stick to it consistently. Digital-free meals just at bedrooms. Designate certain spaces as sacred device-free zones. The dining table should be for conversation and mindful eating. The bedroom should be a sanctuary for rest and intimacy free from screens. Consider keeping your phone charging outside the bedroom entirely. Hourly micro-detoxes. Every hour, take a 5 to 10 minute break from all screens. Stand up, stretch, look out a window, take a few deep breaths, or engage one of your senses. This breaks the pattern of continuous engagement. Weekly, monthly, longer detoxes experiment with longer periods of unplugging. Start with a digital Sabbath, a half day or a full day each week where you avoid all non-essential digital devices. Gradually work up to a full weekend digital detox once a month, if feasible. Inform friends and family beforehand. Device management for reduced pull. Turn off notifications, all or most. This is one of the most impactful steps. Disable all non-essential notifications, social media news apps, games email. Only keep truly critical alerts, e.g., calls from specific contacts. This prevents constant interruptions and allows you to check information on your terms, not the apps. Delete, move apps. Remove social media news aggregators and time-wasting apps from your phone's home screen, or even delete them entirely if they're a major source of distraction. The friction of having to search for them can reduce usage. Grayscale mode. Many smartphones have a grayscale or night shift mode. Turning your phone screen to black and white makes it significantly less visually appealing and addictive, reducing the dopamine hit from vibrant colors. Use analog alternatives. Reintroduce analog tools into your life: a physical alarm clock instead of your phone, a notebook for ideas instead of a digital one, physical books instead of e-readers for relaxation, actual maps for navigation. This reduces device dependency, mindful digital use when you are online. Since we can't unplug entirely, cultivate intentional engagement, intentional check-ins. Instead of mindlessly opening apps, pause. Ask yourself, why am I opening this app website right now? What is my specific purpose? Once that purpose is fulfilled, close the app. Single tasking digital. Avoid having multiple tabs open or bouncing between different apps simultaneously. When you're using email, just do email. When you're reading an article, just read the article. This improves focus and reduces mental fatigue. Curate feeds, subscriptions aggressively. Unfollow anyone or any account on social media that consistently makes you feel bad, anxious, or is purely a time sink. Unsubscribe from email newsletters that don't add genuine value. Treat your digital feeds like a garden. Weed ruthlessly to allow beneficial content to flourish. No devices. During conversations, meals, make it a rule to put away phones and other devices when you are engaged in face-to-face conversations or shared meals. Give your full, undivided attention to the people and food in front of you. Extensive practical strategies for sensory awareness, complementary to digital detox. These practices actively re-engage your senses, bringing you back to the rich reality of the physical world. Mindful sight, soft gaze, exercises. In formal meditation, we often use a soft, unfocused gaze. Apply this to daily life. Look at a tree, a cloud, or a painting without trying to analyze or label it. Just let your eyes receive the visual information. Notice the colors, patterns, and light. Peripheral vision, awareness. For a few moments, focus on your peripheral vision without moving your eyes. Notice how much information your eyes are taking in beyond your direct focus. This expands your visual field and reduces tunnel vision. Noticing colors, light, shadows, textures. Take a moment to truly see the nuances of your immediate environment. The play of light on a wall, the texture of a wooden table, the intricate patterns in a rug. Mindful appreciation of nature's visual beauty. Spend time consciously observing the details of nature, the intricate structure of a flower, the flight of a bird, the way sunlight filters through leaves. Mindful sound, active listening to ambient sounds. Close your eyes for a minute and just listen to all the sounds around you, near and far, loud and soft. Identify different layers of sound: birds, chirping, distant traffic, the hum of your refrigerator, the subtle sounds of your own body. The sound of silence. In a quiet room, pay attention to the subtle sounds that emerge when there's no obvious noise. The faint hum of electricity, the internal sounds of your body. Sometimes, in deep quiet, you might even perceive a subtle ringing or buzzing. Listening without judgment. When listening to sounds, try not to label them as good or bad, pleasant or unpleasant. Simply observe them as pure vibrations without reaction. This helps to reduce reactivity to irritating noises. Mindful touch use sensation, feeling textures, and so consciously notice the texture of the clothes you're wearing, the smoothness of your phone, the roughness of a brick wall, the cool metal of a doorknob. Awareness of body contact with surfaces. When sitting, feel the pressure of your body on the chair, the contact of your feet on the floor. When lying down, feel the support of the bed beneath you. Temperature awareness. Notice the temperature of the air on your skin, the warmth of a hot drink, the coolness of a cold glass. Walking barefoot. Whenever safe and possible, walk barefoot on grass, sand, or earth. Feel the direct contact with the ground, the textures, the temperatures. This is incredibly grounding. Mindful smell, noticing everyday scents. Pause to intentionally notice the smells around you, the aroma of your coffee, the scent of rain, the smell of fresh laundry, the subtle fragrance of a flower. Intentional use of aromatherapy. Use essential oil diffusers or a simple dab of essential oil on your wrist to create a calming or invigorating olfactory anchor that can shift your mood instantly. Mindful taste, mindful eating revisited. This is a powerful practice. Before you eat, take a moment to look at your food, notice its colors and presentation. As you bring a bite to your mouth, notice the aroma. Take the first bite, chew slowly, and pay full attention to the complex flavors, textures, and temperatures. Notice how the taste changes as you chew. Savor each mouthful. Savoring drinks. Whether it's water, tea, or juice, take a moment to truly taste it. Notice its temperature, its texture, its subtle flavors, and how it feels as it moves down your throat. Engaging multiple senses simultaneously. Once you've practiced individual senses, try to engage multiple senses at once. A sensory walk. While walking simultaneously, notice the sights, sounds, smells, and the feeling of your body moving. Mindful cooking. Engage sight, smell, touch, and sound as you prepare a meal. Mindful bath, that's a shower. Feel the water, smell the soap, hear the splashing, see the steam. Body scan. Revisited for sensory detail. Perform a mini or full body scan, but focus specifically on the detailed physical sensations in each part of your body. Notice tingling, warmth, coolness, pressure, vibration, without judgment. This deepens your embodied awareness. Like any transformative shift, integrating digital detox and sensory awareness comes with its own set of common challenges and obstacles. FOMO, fear of missing out. This is a potent psychological hurdle. Acknowledge the anxiety, but remind yourself of what you are gaining: peace, presence, clarity, by disengaging rather than what you might be missing online. Over time, you'll realize that most of what you miss is ephemeral. Addiction to devices, social media. Digital technology is designed to be addictive. Recognize if you have developed unhealthy dependencies. Approach this with self-compassion, not self-criticism. Start with small, achievable steps, like a 15-minute unplugging window, and gradually extend it. Work such as social pressure to be always on. It can be challenging to set boundaries in a culture that expects instant responsiveness. Communicate your intentions to colleagues and friends. I check emails at these times, or I'm doing a digital detox on Sundays. Model the behavior you wish to see. Boredom or discomfort. When you first unplug, you might experience a sense of emptiness or restlessness. This is normal. The mind is accustomed to constant stimulation. Embrace this initial discomfort as a space for creativity, reflection, or simply being. It's an opportunity to rediscover inner resources, mind's resistance. Your mind accustomed to distraction will likely resist this shift. It will argue that you need to check, that you'll miss something important. Gently acknowledge these thoughts, but return to your intention. Feeling disconnected. Initially, there might be a temporary feeling of being out of the loop. Remind yourself that you're connecting more deeply to yourself and to real life. In conclusion, conscious disengagement from digital overload and the active, intentional re-engagement with the richness of direct sensory experience cultivate a profound sense of grounding presence and authentic connection. These practices move us decisively from a mediated, fragmented, and often anxiety-inducing reality to a direct, integrated, and deeply fulfilling experience of life. This is the very foundation of inner peace. By consistently creating space away from screens and deliberately opening our senses to the vibrant world around and within us, we allow our nervous system to truly rest and rejuvenate. We reclaim our attention, reconnect with our authentic selves, and discover that the most profound and lasting peace is found not in the endless scroll of a digital feed, but in the simple, multi-sensory miracle of this present moment. In the profound journey toward discovering and sustaining inner peace amidst the incessant currents of daily chaos, one profoundly significant aspect, often overlooked or gravely underestimated is the utterly essential role played by our relationships. As human beings, we are fundamentally social creatures, intrinsically wired with a deep-seated need for connection, for mutual understanding, and for a profound sense of belonging. Our very survival, both physically and psychologically, has historically depended on our capacity to form and maintain bonds with others. Yet ironically, it is precisely within these most intimate and seemingly supportive relationships that we frequently encounter the deepest, most pervasive sources of our stress, our conflicts, and our pervasive sense of unease. Unmet expectations, deeply ingrained communication, breakdowns, unresolved past hurts, unspoken resentments, and fundamental differences in perspective can subtly or overtly transform relationships into turbulent battlegrounds, inflicting deep wounds upon the psyche and systematically eroding our capacity to find genuine inner peace. Conversely, when relationships are meticulously nurtured with deliberate care, infused with genuine compassion, profound understanding, and open communication, they become the most potent and resilient sources of support, profound joy, unwavering security, and a deep, abiding inner peace. They are not merely fragile bridges to the external world, but also invaluable mirrors, reflecting our inner landscape, offering us a safe space where we can truly see, accept, and compassionately embrace even our most vulnerable and imperfect aspects. The intricate and undeniable link between the quality of our relationships and our sense of inner peace is by no means a new discovery. Ancient wisdom traditions, particularly those rooted in Buddhism and Zen, have for millennia emphasized the profound principle of interdependence, the understanding that absolutely nothing exists in isolation. Our individual happiness and our profound suffering are inextricably woven into the vast, intricate tapestry of our relationships with others and with the entire living world. We are not separate, self-contained islands, but rather an integral, vibrating thread within an immense, interconnected web of life, and the resonance or dissonance of that larger web profoundly influences our individual experience. When our relationships are strained, fractured, or riddled with conflict, feelings of profound isolation, gnawing regret, simmering resentment, and overt anger can relentlessly invade our inner sanctuary, fragmenting our attention and scattering our inner peace into 1,000 pieces. Conversely, relationships that are meticulously cultivated and deeply nourished with unwavering compassion and profound understanding create a robust, secure, and deeply supportive environment, a genuine psychological and emotional haven where we feel safe enough to truly be ourselves, to share our burdens without fear of judgment, and to experience the authentic, unadulterated joy that blossoms from genuine, heartfelt connection. Within the specific context of Zen practice, the cultivation and practical application of compassion karuna and loving kindness metta are not confined solely to the tranquil solitude of personal meditation. Rather, these profound qualities are meticulously extended and actively integrated into every single interaction we have with others, transforming mundane exchanges into opportunities for spiritual practice. Compassion karuna is defined as the profound capacity to deeply feel and connect with the suffering of another being, accompanied by an authentic, heartfelt wish and active intention to alleviate that suffering. It is the ability to witness pain, external or internal, without turning away, but leaning in with empathy. Loving kindness metta is the boundless, unconditional wish for the happiness, well-being, and liberation from suffering for all sentient beings, beginning with ourselves, and then systematically radiating outwards. This radiating practice typically starts with cultivating loving kindness for oneself. May I be happy, may I be well, may I be peaceful, then extends to loved ones, then to neutral individuals, then to difficult individuals, and finally to all beings universally. When we consciously approach our relationships with these deeply cultivated qualities, with genuine karuna for their struggles and expansive metta for their flourishing, we discover a profound truth. We are not merely bringing healing and benefit to others, but we are simultaneously and often unexpectedly bringing immense healing and liberation to our own hearts and minds. Unprocessed resentment, lingering anger, sharp criticism, and unresolved grievances, when allowed to fester and cling to our inner landscape, inexorably erode our soul and utterly demolish our capacity for inner peace. By proactively and diligently nurturing compassion, we actively free ourselves from the suffocating burden of these toxic negative emotions, dissolving the chains that bind us to past hurts and courageously opening our hearts to the boundless potential of authentic, unconditional connection. So why is the deliberate and consistent nurturing of compassionate relationships such an absolutely pivotal and non-negotiable element for achieving and sustaining profound inner peace, especially amidst the relentless chaos of our modern lives? Significant reduction of conflict and stress. When we consciously choose to approach our relationships with an overarching attitude of compassion, we naturally tend to listen more deeply, to judge less frequently, and to respond with greater patience, understanding, and skillful communication. This fundamental shift in approach significantly reduces both the frequency and the intensity of interpersonal conflicts, which are for many a primary and deeply draining source of daily stress, mental agitation, and inner unease. A compassionate stance allows for de-escalation rather than escalation. Strengthened social support network, SCOUs. High-quality, compassionate relationships naturally coalesce to form a robust and incredibly resilient social support network. In times of profound personal chaos, whether it be illness, loss, financial hardship, or emotional distress, the deeply comforting knowledge that there are individuals who genuinely care for us, who are actively willing to listen without judgment, and who are ready to offer practical or emotional assistance, provides an invaluable sense of psychological safety and significantly lessens the crushing burden of navigating difficulties in isolation. This external support allows our internal resources to be preserved and revitalized. Promotion of authentic self-acceptance. Relationships that are founded on genuine compassion and unconditional acceptance create a sacred space where we feel safe enough to be truly vulnerable, to acknowledge our imperfections, and to shed the heavy burden of pretense. When we are fully accepted and cherished by others precisely for who we are, including our flaws and vulnerabilities, it profoundly reinforces our own capacity for self-acceptance, which is an absolutely essential and non-negotiable foundation for cultivating deep and lasting inner peace. We learn to soften towards ourselves because we have experienced that same softening from others. Healing of old wounds. Many patterns of conflict and emotional distress in our present-day relationships can often be traced back to unresolved traumas, past hurts, or unacknowledged grievances from earlier life experiences. Approaching current relationships with a deliberate intention of compassion can create transformative opportunities for actively healing these lingering scars, both within ourselves and within others, through the courageous and often challenging acts of empathy, forgiveness for self and others, and profound mutual understanding. It allows us to break cycles of pain and create new, healthier patterns. Enhanced and skillful communication. Compassion serves as the bedrock for all effective communication. It actively encourages active listening, truly hearing and absorbing what the other person is communicating rather than merely waiting for our turn to speak. It promotes speaking our truth with kindness and clarity, ensuring our words are helpful and timely, not just accurate. And most importantly, it cultivates a genuine desire to seek mutual understanding and connection rather than simply attempting to win an argument or assert dominance. This shift transforms communication from a potential source of friction to a pathway for deeper intimacy and problem solving. Mitigation of social isolation. Paradoxically, even in our hyper-connected digital world, feelings of deep social isolation and loneliness are on the alarming rise. Nurturing genuinely compassionate relationships actively counteracts this pervasive sense of isolation, serving as a powerful and comforting reminder that we are an integral and cherished part of something far larger and more intricate than our individual selves. This sense of belonging is a fundamental human need that, when met, profoundly contributes to inner peace, profound source of joy and happiness. Authentic, loving, and deeply compassionate relationships are without question one of the most significant and consistent sources of profound joy, boundless laughter, and true happiness in human life. The shared experience of moments of pure delight, the profound comfort found in shared silence, and the tangible lightening of burdens when they are genuinely shared with others, all serve to immeasurably enrich our lives and solidify our deeply ingrained sense of inner peace. So how can we diligently and consistently practice nurturing compassionate relationships, especially amidst the relentless demands and often chaotic nature of our daily lives? Here is an extensive array of practical strategies and actionable techniques deeply inspired by timeless Zen wisdom that we can consciously integrate into our every interaction. Practice deep listening, rooted in metta sutsu karuna. Active, undivided listening. When someone is speaking to you consciously, put down your phone, pause whatever other task you are engaged in, and offer your full undivided attention. Lean in, make eye contact, if culturally appropriate, and truly hear them. Non-judgmental reception. As you listen, make a deliberate effort to suspend all judgment, criticism, or internal plans for your own response. The primary objective in this moment is to understand, not to evaluate, fix, or counter-argue. This intentional suspension of judgment creates an invaluable safe space for the other person to express themselves authentically without fear of immediate rebuttal. Respond with compassionate validation. After listening fully, respond not to criticize or advise unless specifically asked, but to validate their feelings and experience. Phrases like, "I hear that you're feeling incredibly frustrated," or "that must have been an immensely difficult situation for you to navigate," or "it sounds like you're carrying a lot right now." This shows profound empathy and understanding, even if you don't necessarily agree with their perspective or choices. Personal metta loving kindness practice. Regularly engage in formal metta meditation. Sit quietly and systematically extend wishes of loving kindness. May I be safe, may I be happy, may I be healthy, may I be peaceful. Then gradually extend these wishes to those you love, to neutral acquaintances, to individuals you find challenging, and finally to all sentient beings universally. This practice systematically builds and strengthens your compassion muscle in a profound way, making it more readily available for real-world interactions. Practice mindful and kind communication. Mindfulness before speaking. Before you utter a single word, especially in charged or difficult conversations, take a conscious pause. Engage in a brief Zen breath, a single deep, conscious inhalation and exhalation. Ask yourself, is this true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? Is it helpful? Is this the right time? This pause, however brief, creates a vital space between impulse and action, allowing for a more skillful and compassionate response. Right speech, Buddhist principle. Strive for communication that is truthful, helpful, timely, and kind. Avoid harsh words, gossip, lying, or divisive speech. Focus on expressing your truth with gentleness and clarity. I, statements. When expressing your feelings or needs, frame them as I statements rather than you statements. For example, instead of you always make me feel ignored, so try I feel a bit left out when I don't get a chance to share my thoughts. This reduces blame and encourages dialogue. Cultivate forgiveness for self and others. Release resentment. Holding onto grudges and resentments is like carrying a heavy, poisonous burden that saps your inner peace. Forgiveness is not about condoning harmful actions or forgetting. It is about releasing yourself from the emotional chains of anger, bitterness, and the desire for retribution. It's an act of self-liberation. Practice self-forgiveness. We are often our own harshest critics. Acknowledge your own imperfections, past mistakes, and shortcomings with compassion. Forgive yourself for not being perfect, for reacting unskillfully, or for unmet expectations. This internal release is crucial for authentic peace. Embrace vulnerability and authenticity. Share your true self. In safe and appropriate relationships, courageously allow yourself to be seen with your authentic feelings, fears, and hopes. Vulnerability is the cornerstone of true intimacy and connection. It signals trust and invites reciprocity. Set healthy boundaries. While vulnerability is important, so are healthy boundaries. Clearly communicate your needs, limits, and expectations. Say no when necessary to protect your energy and well-being. This is an act of self-compassion that ultimately strengthens relationships. Practice appreciative inquiry and gratitude. Focus on the positive. Consciously seek out and appreciate the positive qualities, contributions, and efforts of others in your relationships. Our minds often have a negativity bias, focusing on flaws. Express gratitude regularly. Verbally express your appreciation and gratitude to those around you. Simple thank yous and acknowledgments of their positive impact can profoundly strengthen bonds and foster a positive relational atmosphere. Keep a gratitude journal for relationships. Offer service and support. Dana, generosity. Acts of kindness. Perform small, unsolicited acts of kindness for others. A thoughtful gesture, a helping hand, a kind word. These acts not only benefit the recipient, but also generate positive emotions and a sense of connection within you. Be a source of support. Offer a listening ear, a shoulder to lean on, or practical help when others are struggling. Being a reliable source of support cultivates trust and strengthens relational bonds. Manage expectations rooted in impermanence. Release idealized notions. Recognize that no relationship is perfect and no person can meet all your needs. Release idealized notions of how relationships should be. Accept impermanence in relationships. Understand that relationships, like all things, are impermanent and constantly evolving. People change, circumstances shift, and relationships may deepen, transform, or naturally conclude. Holding them lightly without clinging reduces suffering when change occurs. The cultivation of compassionate relationships is an ongoing practice, not a destination. It requires patience, persistence, self-awareness, and a willingness to learn and grow. It involves navigating the complexities of human interaction with an open heart and a discerning mind. Like tending a garden, it requires consistent effort, weeding out what does not serve and nourishing what promotes growth and beauty. But the rewards are immeasurable. As we extend compassion outwards, we simultaneously cultivate a deep wellspring of peace within ourselves. Our relationships transform from potential sources of chaos into powerful sanctuaries of support, understanding, and profound joy, inextricably linked to the calm and serenity we find within. This practice is a living embodiment of the Zen teaching that true liberation is not found in isolation, but in the harmonious interweaving of our individual selves within the vast, compassionate tapestry of universal existence. In our relentless pursuit of inner peace, amidst the incessant waves of daily chaos, we often encounter formidable internal obstacles that are far more insidious and debilitating than any external turbulence, the heavy, suffocating burden of unforgiveness. This burden manifests in myriad forms: simmering resentment, bitter grudges, chronic anger, gnawing regret, pervasive guilt, and often deep-seated shame, whether directed towards others, for perceived wrongs towards ourselves, for past mistakes or shortcomings, or even towards life and circumstances, for perceived injustices and misfortunes. Unforgiveness acts as an invisible yet immensely heavy chain. It relentlessly binds us to past events, locking us in a stagnant emotional prison where the pain of yesterday is perpetually relived in the present moment, systematically eroding our capacity for joy presence and genuine peace. In the cacophony of a chaotic world, the internal din of unforgiveness adds a piercing, discordant note, making true tranquility seem utterly unattainable. To understand the profound impact of unforgiveness, it's essential to define forgiveness not as a simplistic act of condoning forgetting or excusing harmful behavior. Such a superficial understanding often leads to resistance, as our innate sense of justice cries out against letting transgressions go. Instead, from a deeper contemplative perspective, forgiveness is primarily an act of releasing the personal burden of anger, resentment, and bitterness that we carry. It is a conscious, courageous choice to free ourselves from the emotional bondage of the past, even if the person who caused the harm remains unrepentant or even unaware of our struggle. In this profound sense, forgiveness is ultimately a gift to oneself, a radical act of self-liberation and self-compassion that allows us to reclaim our present moment and redirect our precious life energy towards healing and flourishing. It is about letting go of the hope that the past could have been any different and choosing to live fully in the now. This profound understanding of forgiveness is deeply interwoven with core tenets of Zen and Buddhist philosophy. The Buddha's teaching on resentment. Perhaps one of the most poignant, and widely quoted Buddhist teachings on this topic comes directly from the Buddha. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. This powerful metaphor succinctly illustrates the self-destructive nature of unforgiveness. The suffering it creates is primarily experienced by the one who holds it, not the object of their anger. Impermanence. Anicca forgiveness aligns perfectly with the understanding of impermanence. Unforgiveness stems from clinging to fixed narratives of past events, refusing to allow their emotional charge to dissipate over time. Forgiveness, in contrast, is the conscious process of letting go of these rigid narratives, acknowledging that even the most painful events and the identities we construct around them, e.g., victim, perpetrator, are ultimately fluid and impermanent. It allows the past to remain in the past rather than dragging its suffering into the present. Non-attachment. Unforgiveness is a powerful form of attachment to a story of injustice, to the anger and resentment, and sometimes even to the identity of being wronged. Zen teaches the liberation that comes from non-attachment to all phenomena, including painful emotions and narratives. Forgiveness is the active practice of releasing this particular deeply binding form of attachment. Compassion, karuna, and loving kindness, metta. Cultivating compassion for oneself and extending loving kindness to all beings, even those who have caused harm, is fundamental to the path of forgiveness. While it does not excuse their actions, understanding that the perpetrator may also be acting from their own place of ignorance, pain, or suffering can soften the rigid stance of judgment. More importantly, it is the radical act of extending compassion to ourselves for the pain we have endured and for the struggle of holding on to unforgiveness. Dependent origination, paticca-samuppada. This principle teaches that all phenomena arise from a complex, interconnected web of causes and conditions. Understanding this complexity allows us to view events and actions with less simplistic judgment. While it does not condone harmful acts, it fosters a less personal, more nuanced perspective, recognizing that no one acts in a vacuum. This can make the process of forgiveness more accessible as we move from rigid blame to a more expansive understanding of interconnectedness. The second arrow revisited. The teaching of the second arrow from a previous section finds one of its clearest applications in unforgiveness. The initial hurt or injustice is the first arrow, often unavoidable. The prolonged suffering caused by holding on to resentment, bitterness, and the desire for revenge is the self-inflicted wound of the second arrow. Forgiveness is the act of choosing not to shoot ourselves with that second, entirely optional arrow. Why is cultivating forgiveness so profoundly crucial for experiencing and sustaining genuine inner peace amidst the chaos of life? Liberation from the past. Unforgiveness effectively keeps us mentally and emotionally chained to past events and to the individuals or circumstances that caused us harm. It is as if a part of our consciousness remains perpetually stuck in that moment of injury, replaying it endlessly. Forgiveness is the active conscious effort to cut these chains, allowing our minds and hearts to finally move forward and fully inhabit the present moment, which is the only place peace can truly reside. Energy reclamation. Maintaining a state of chronic resentment, anger, or bitterness consumes a truly vast amount of mental, emotional, and even physical energy. It's an exhausting internal battle. Forgiveness is the ultimate act of reclaiming this vital energy, diverting it from the unproductive cycle of holding on to grievances and redirecting it towards present moment, living creative endeavors, meaningful relationships, and ultimately our own profound well-being and flourishing, reduced physical stress, and improved health. The psychological burden of chronic unforgiveness has demonstrable negative physiological effects. Studies show that persistent anger and hostility are linked to elevated stress hormones like cortisol, increased inflammation, compromised immune function, higher blood pressure, and increased risk of cardiovascular disease. Forgiveness, by contrast, activates the parasympathetic rest and digest nervous system, promoting physiological calm, reducing stress, and supporting overall health. It is literally a balm for the body. Emotional healing and release. Unforgiveness often traps intense emotions like hurt, sadness, fear, and rage within us. It prevents the natural processing and flow of these energies, causing them to fester. Forgiveness allows for the gradual processing and compassionate release of these trapped emotions, creating internal space and fluidity where once there was constriction and stagnation. It's like unclenching a fist that has been tightly held for years. Restoration of agency and empowerment. When we are wronged, we can feel like a victim, powerless to change what happened. While the external event cannot be undone, the act of forgiveness is an active, conscious choice that reclaims our personal power. It is a declaration that we choose our response, we choose our internal state, and we will not allow a past event or another person's actions to continue to dictate our present happiness or future well-being. It is an act of profound internal liberation. Improved relationships where appropriate. While forgiveness is primarily an internal act, when it is genuinely cultivated, it can open doors for reconciliation in some relationships, provided that the other party is also willing to engage constructively and safely, even if full reconciliation is not possible or advisable. Forgiveness allows for the establishment of healthier, less emotionally charged boundaries, preventing past hurts from poisoning future interactions or consuming our mental space. Profound self-compassion. Often our difficulty in forgiving others is paralleled by our difficulty in forgiving ourselves for perceived failures, for not living up to our own ideals, for not preventing harm, or even for the very act of holding on to unforgiveness. The practice of forgiving others often naturally leads to and is supported by a deeper capacity for self-forgiveness, recognizing our own human fallibility and responding to ourselves with kindness rather than harsh judgment. Breaking cycles of suffering. Unforgiveness, especially unacknowledged or unaddressed, can perpetuate cycles of suffering, not just for the individual, but for generations. It can manifest as resentment passed down or a tendency to react to new situations based on old unhealed wounds. Forgiveness is the courageous act of breaking these cycles, preventing the perpetuation of harm, and allowing for new, healthier patterns to emerge. Forgiveness is not a monolithic concept. It can be directed in different ways, each crucial for holistic inner peace. Forgiving others. This is the most commonly understood form, releasing resentment towards someone who has caused you harm, whether intentional or unintentional. Forgiving oneself. This is often the hardest yet most crucial form. It involves releasing guilt, shame, and self-blame for past mistakes, perceived failures, actions we regret, or even for simply being human and imperfect. It also includes forgiving ourselves for the very act of holding on to unforgiveness for so long, forgiving life's circumstances. This involves making peace with events that feel inherently unfair, tragic, or beyond anyone's control, e.g., natural disasters, chronic illness, the loss of a loved one that feels untimely. It's about letting go of the internal argument with reality and accepting what is, even if it's painful. So how can we extensively apply this profound understanding and cultivate practical strategies for forgiveness, drawing from Zen-inspired wisdom and broadly applicable contemplative techniques? Forgiveness is a process, not a single event, and it rarely happens in a linear fashion. It often requires repeated effort and a compassionate stance. Acknowledge the pain without bypassing or judgment. Before any true forgiveness can occur, we must first allow ourselves to fully acknowledge and feel the pain, hurt, anger, or sadness that arose from the event. Do not bypass or suppress the initial first arrow wound. This is not condoning the act, but honoring your own emotional experience. Give yourself permission to feel it without judgment. This deep acknowledgement is the ground zero for healing. Identify the burden, the self-inflicted wound. Consciously reflect on how unforgiveness is currently hurting you. Make a mental or written list of the ways it impacts your life. Is it causing physical tension, sleepless nights, constant rumination, bitterness in other relationships, exhaustion? Clearly see the toll it's taking on your well-being. This direct observation provides the motivation to release it. Compassionate inquiry. Engage in gentle self-inquiry, not analysis, but compassionate exploration. What do I need to release, to be free? What suffering is this unforgiveness causing me in this very moment? What would it genuinely feel like to be truly free from this burden for others? If contemplating forgiving another, you might gently inquire what might have been the complex causes and conditions their upbringing, their own pain, their lack of awareness that led them to act this way. Note, this is not excusing the behavior, but simply understanding the broader context of human fallibility and suffering, which can soften the rigid stance of judgment. What suffering might they also be carrying that led to their actions? This does not mean you have to like them or their actions, only that you see them as part of the interconnected web of life. The forgiveness meditation, Metta Ho'oponopono inspired. This is a powerful, formal practice. Preparation. Find a quiet, comfortable space. Sit or lie down. Close your eyes gently and take several deep, calming breaths, rooting yourself in the present moment. Focus on the pain. Bring to mind the person, situation, or even the aspect of yourself for whom or for which you wish to cultivate forgiveness. Allow yourself to feel the associated discomfort or resentment in your body and mind without letting it overwhelm you. Repeat. Phrases, silently or softly aloud. Begin to repeat phrases with genuine intention, allowing them to resonate in your heart. You can adapt these phrases. For the harm you have caused me intentionally or unintentionally, I forgive you. For the pain I have experienced, I release you from my anger, resentment. For the ways I may have contributed to this situation or for holding on to this suffering, I forgive myself. May you be free from suffering. May I be free from suffering. If it feels too difficult to forgive the person, directly focus first on your desire to be free from the burden. May I be free from this resentment. May I be free from this anger. The motivation shifts from the other person to your own liberation. Patience. Repeat these phrases as often as needed. You may feel resistance or a resurgence of anger. This is normal. Just gently return to the phrases, recognizing that this is a gradual process of softening the heart. Letter writing not necessarily sent. This is a powerful therapeutic tool. Write a letter to the person or to yourself or to life, expressing absolutely everything you feel. Your anger, your hurt, your disappointment, your unmet needs. Hold nothing back. Get it all out on paper. Once written, you have a choice. You can tear it up, burn it safely, or simply keep it as a record of your process. The act of externalizing the emotions is often incredibly liberating, regardless of whether the letter is ever sent. Ritual of release. Create a symbolic ritual to mark your intention to release the burden of unforgiveness. This could be writing the grievance on a piece of paper and then burning it safely, watching the smoke carry it away, or writing it on a leaf and letting it float down a river or into the ocean. These symbolic acts can help solidify an internal commitment, cultivating empathy with caution. Forgiving others does not require us to excuse their actions or to put ourselves back into unsafe situations. However, when safe and appropriate, a gentle attempt to cultivate empathy can be helpful. Can you imagine the possible causes and conditions that might have led them to act as they did? Perhaps they were operating from their own pain, ignorance, or unhealed trauma. This is not about condoning, but about recognizing shared human fallibility and the complexities of human behavior, which can soften the rigidity of judgment, patience, and repetition. Forgiveness is almost never a single decisive event. It is a nuanced, often cyclical process that may need to be revisited many times, especially with deep wounds. There may be layers to peel back. Be profoundly patient and compassionate with yourself throughout this journey. Each time you return to the practice, you are deepening your capacity for freedom. Focus on the present, mindful return. Whenever the persistent echoes of unforgiveness, the mental replays, the surges of anger, arise, gently bring your attention back to the breath and the present moment as practiced in previous sections. Acknowledge the thought, feeling, resentment is here, and then compassionately return to your anchor. This prevents getting re-entangled in the past. Seek support. When dealing with deep traumatic wounds or prolonged periods of unforgiveness, seeking support from a qualified therapist, a trusted spiritual advisor, or a compassionate support group can be invaluable. This journey is often too complex and painful to navigate entirely alone. In conclusion, forgiveness understood not as a weak concession, but as a powerful act of self-liberation is an absolutely vital cornerstone of inner peace. By courageously choosing to release the heavy, self-inflicted chains of resentment, bitterness, and anger, we liberate immense amounts of energy and create profound internal spaciousness. This allows us to fully inhabit the present moment, to engage more authentically with life's unfolding, and to embody a deeper, more resilient peace that is untainted by lingering grievances. It fosters a boundless compassion for all beings, recognizing our shared vulnerability and interconnectedness, and crucially, it extends the same profound compassion to ourselves. Forgiveness is the ultimate act of self-healing, transforming the wounds of the past into pathways for profound wisdom and lasting serenity. In the ceaseless acceleration of modern life, characterized by towering concrete structures, constant artificial light, and an unremitting digital hum, a profound and pervasive disconnect has emerged our alienation from the natural world. We spend the vast majority of our time indoors, surrounded by manufactured environments, often deprived of direct sunlight, fresh air, and the organic textures and sounds that have shaped human consciousness for millennia. This chronic sensory deprivation from natural stimuli, coupled with the relentless barrage of digital noise and man-made complexities, leaves us feeling increasingly ungrounded, mentally fatigued, and deeply stressed. Our inherent biological rhythms, once synchronized with the cycles of day and night seasons and natural light, become thoroughly disrupted. This disconnect is not merely an aesthetic loss. It represents a fundamental severing of a vital lifeline to our innate well-being, leading to heightened anxiety, a feeling of being adrift, and a significant erosion of our inner peace. Yet ironically, the antidote to this modern malady lies in a timeless, readily accessible, and profoundly restorative practice, consciously reestablishing our innate primal connection with the natural world. Nature, in its boundless wisdom and effortless being, stands as our greatest teacher, healer, and an inexhaustible source of profound calm. The deep wisdom of Zen Buddhism and countless other ancient contemplative traditions has long recognized and celebrated this intrinsic connection between humanity and the natural world. It's not just about appreciating natural beauty, it's about recognizing our fundamental interdependence. The Zen understanding teaches us that all life is inextricably interconnected. Humans are not separate from nature, but an integral, breathing, and evolving part of its vast tapestry. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we consume, all are gifts from the natural world, reminding us of our symbiotic relationship. Practices like mindfulness in nature, deeply embedded in Zen's walking meditation, can extend the formal seated practice into the outdoor environment. It's about more than just exercising. It's about walking with profound reverence and attention, absorbing the sensory richness of the natural world with every step. Nature, in its grand cycles of birth, growth, decay, and renewal, is the ultimate manifestation of impermanence, Anicca teaching us acceptance of change and the wisdom of letting go. Its inherent simplicity and natural order reflect a profound wisdom that often eludes the complexities of human artifice. The effortless flow of a river, the unwavering stability of a mountain, the quiet unfolding of a flower. These phenomena are pure examples of natural, unforced being. Zen emphasizes direct experience, urging us to engage our senses immediately and without the mediation of screens or conceptual thought. When we touch the rough bark of a tree, feel the wind on our skin, or hear the rustling of leaves, we are engaging with reality, directly grounding ourselves in the tangible present. This leads to the realization of the non-duality of self and environment. We are not merely observing nature from an external vantage point. We are nature, a part of its unfolding, inseparable from its processes. Why is consciously connecting with nature so profoundly crucial for cultivating inner peace amidst the relentless chaos of our modern lives? Nervous system regulation, biophilia, hypothesis, and attention restoration theory. Scientific research, particularly drawing from the biophilia hypothesis, our innate human tendency to connect with nature and other living systems, and attention restoration theory strongly supports what ancient wisdom intuited. Natural environments have a remarkable capacity to calm our overactive nervous systems. Spending time in nature demonstrably lowers levels of stress hormones like cortisol, reduces heart rate, decreases blood pressure, and actively stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system, our rest and digest mode. Unlike urban environments, which demand directed attention, requiring mental effort to filter distractions like traffic noise or advertisements, natural settings facilitate involuntary attention. Our attention is gently drawn to fascinating, non-threatening stimuli, a bird's song, the movement of leaves without demanding conscious effort. This allows our minds to rest, recover from mental fatigue, and restore our cognitive resources, leading to a profound sense of calm and mental clarity. Sensory recalibration and digital counterbalance. Our digital heavy lives constantly overstimulate two senses, sight and sound, with highly focused, often jarring inputs, bright screens, loud alerts while neglecting others. Nature, by contrast, provides a gentle, complex, and harmonious array of sensory inputs across all modalities. The subtle rustle of leaves, the intricate patterns of sunlight and shadow, the earthy scent of damp soil after rain, the varied textures of bark and moss, the nuanced flavors of a wild berry. This sensory richness acts as a powerful counterbalance to digital overload, actively recalibrating our senses, sharpening our perception, and grounding us in the tangible reality of the present moment. Grounding and stability. In times of external chaos and internal agitation, we can feel profoundly unmoored. Connecting directly with the earth, feeling the solidity of the ground beneath our feet, leaning against the sturdy trunk of an ancient tree, or sitting beside the enduring flow of a river, provides a primal sense of rootedness and stability. Nature, with its enduring presence and timeless cycles, offers an unwavering anchor, reminding us of stability that transcends human-made turbulence. Perspective shift and humility. The sheer vastness and intricate complexity of the natural world can profoundly shift our perspective. Standing beneath a towering forest canopy, gazing at an expansive ocean, or simply observing the silent majesty of a mountain often puts our human problems, anxieties, and self-preoccupations into their proper, often smaller context. This broader perspective fosters a healthy sense of humility, reducing the burden of ego-driven concerns and fostering a feeling of being a small yet interconnected part of something infinitely grander. Physical health benefits. Beyond mental and emotional well-being, time in nature yields undeniable physical benefits. Increased exposure to natural light regulates our circadian rhythms and boosts vitamin D production, crucial for mood and bone health. Engaging in gentle outdoor movement, such as walking or hiking, provides essential physical activity. Fresh, unpolluted air cleanses our lungs and invigorates our bodies. Enhanced creativity and clarity when the mind is allowed to quiet down and gently wander in natural settings, freed from the demands of directed attention. It often opens up space for new insights, creative breakthroughs, and greater clarity of thought. Many artists, writers, and thinkers have long recognized nature as a muse and a catalyst for innovation. Sense of wonder and awe, connecting with the sublime and majestic aspects of nature, a breathtaking sunset, a powerful waterfall, the intricate beauty of a tiny insect, can evoke powerful feelings of awe and wonder. These positive emotions have been shown to reduce stress, improve mood, and foster a sense of interconnectedness, shifting our focus from scarcity and fear to abundance and mystery. Connection to something larger. Spiritual dimension. For many, time in nature fosters a profound spiritual connection, a feeling of being part of a grander intelligent design, a cosmic rhythm that transcends individual existence. This sense of belonging, often experienced as a deep reverence or spiritual resonance, is a powerful antidote to feelings of isolation and contributes significantly to an abiding inner peace. The benefits derived from consistently embracing connection with nature are extensive and deeply transformative, significantly reduced anxiety, depression, and mental fatigue. Consistent exposure to nature acts as a powerful balm for the modern mind, calming the nervous system and alleviating symptoms of common mental health challenges. Improved mood and emotional well-being. Nature's restorative power directly contributes to feelings of happiness, contentment, and a more positive emotional outlook. Enhanced cognitive function and creativity. A rested mind nurtured by natural stimuli is more focused, attentive, and capable of innovative thought. Better sleep quality, regulating circadian rhythms through natural light exposure and reducing evening screen time, often a consequence of choosing nature over digital, leads to deeper, more restorative sleep. Increased physical vitality. Fresh air, sunlight, and gentle movement in natural settings invigorate the body and boost overall energy levels. Deeper sense of belonging and interconnectedness. Experiencing ourselves as part of the natural world fosters a profound sense of unity, reducing feelings of isolation and strengthening our sense of self. Profound, sustained inner calm. The cumulative effect of these benefits leads to a consistent, deeply rooted sense of inner peace that remains accessible even when external circumstances become chaotic. Now let's explore an extensive array of practical strategies and techniques for cultivating a deep and consistent connection with nature's calm, integrating these ancient wisdoms into our contemporary lives. Mindful walking in nature, forest bathing, Shinrin Yoku. This is more than just a walk. It's a deliberate immersion, slow pace, no destination. The purpose is not exercise or getting somewhere, but simply being present. Walk slowly, allowing your senses to take everything in. Engage all senses deeply. Sight. Notice the myriad shades of green, the intricate patterns of leaves and bark, the play of light and shadow, the movements of insects or birds. Use a soft gaze. Don't fixate, but allow your eyes to gently absorb the visual richness. Sound. Close your eyes occasionally and just listen. Distinguish the rustling of leaves in the wind, the chirping of birds, the distant murmur of water, the subtle hum of insects. Let the sounds wash over you without judgment. Touch and feeling. Feel the textures of a tree trunk, the softness of moss, the coolness of a stone, the sensation of wind on your skin, or the warmth of the sun. If safe, walk barefoot on grass or sand. Smell, inhale deeply. Notice the earthy scent of soil, the freshness of pine needles, the fragrance of wildflowers, the subtle aroma of damp leaves. Taste. If in a safe environment, notice the taste of fresh air or perhaps a raindrop on your tongue. Exercise caution with foraging. Specific exercises. Find a spot to sit quietly. Choose a comfortable spot and simply sit for 10-15 minutes, allowing yourself to become a part of the landscape. Observe everything that moves or changes. Observe one tree, plant. Deeply select a single tree, flower, or plant. Observe it with meticulous detail. Its form, its color, its textures, the way light falls on it, any insects or dew drops on its leaves. See it as an entire ecosystem in miniature. trace a leaf. Pick up a fallen leaf, trace its veins with your finger, notice its intricate patterns, feel its delicate texture, journaling, drawing. After your nature immersion, you might journal about your sensory experiences or sketch what you observed. Earthing, grounding. This simple yet powerful practice involves making direct skin contact with the earth. Walk barefoot on grass, sand, soil, or even concrete, though natural surfaces are preferred. Sit or lie directly on the ground. The theory suggests that direct contact with the Earth's electrical energy can help balance our body's electrical state and reduce inflammation. Regardless of the scientific mechanism, many report an immediate sense of calm and groundedness. Bringing nature indoors. If direct outdoor access is limited, bring elements of nature into your living and working spaces. Houseplants. Surround yourself with living plants. Caring for them can also be a mindful practice. Natural light. Maximize natural light in your home and office by opening curtains, moving furniture, and ensuring windows are clean. Natural materials. Decorate with woodstone, cotton, linen, wool. These natural textures are soothing and connect us to the earth. Nature sounds recordings. Play ambient recordings of rain, ocean waves, forest sounds, or bird calls to mask urban noise and create a calming atmosphere. Visual cues display photos or art depicting calming natural landscapes. Open a window to let in fresh air and natural sounds. Mindful observation of natural phenomena. Even from a window, you don't always need to be in nature to connect with it. Sky gazing. Take moments to simply watch the clouds drifting, noticing their shapes, movements, and colors. Observe the vastness of the sky, sunrise, sunset. Consciously pause to witness the beauty of dawn or dusk, observing the changing light and colors. This connects you to Earth's fundamental rhythms. Rain-snow watch, raindrops hit the window pane, or snowflakes gently fall. Listen to the sounds of precipitation. Observing a single plant's growth. If you have a plant, take a moment each day to notice its subtle changes, new leaves emerging or a bud forming. Birdwatching, urban or rural. Notice the birds in your yard at a feeder or flying past your window. Observe their movements, songs, and behaviors. Creating a small garden takes plant care. Engaging directly with plants. Even a small herb garden on a windowsill, a few potted plants on a balcony, or a dedicated patch in a yard. The act of planting, watering, pruning, and harvesting is a deeply grounding and mindful practice that connects you directly to the life cycle. Your hands in the soil can be incredibly therapeutic. Mindful eating of natural foods. Connect with the source of your nourishment. As you prepare and eat, fruits, vegetables, or whole grains reflect on their journey from the earth to your plate. Notice the natural flavors, textures, and aromas. This simple act of gratitude deepens your connection to nature's bounty. Spending time near water. Water bodies, lakes, rivers, oceans, even fountains have a uniquely calming and meditative effect. The sound of waves, the reflection of light on the surface, the vastness of the ocean, these all invite contemplation and peace. If you can't be near a large body of water, even listening to water sounds or watching a small indoor water feature can be beneficial. Engaging in outdoor hobbies, mindfully choose activities that keep you present in nature. Hiking, trail running, gardening, birdwatching, nature, photography, painting outdoors, nature journaling. The key is to engage with these activities, not just for performance, but with an open, mindful awareness of your surroundings. Utilizing nature as a metaphor contemplation. Let nature teach you about life. The resilience of a tree. Contemplate how a tree stands firm through storms, bends but does not break, and sheds old leaves to grow new ones. A metaphor for resilience and letting go. The flow of a river. Reflect on the river's constant movement, its unwavering path, and how it embraces obstacles by flowing around them. A powerful metaphor for impermanence, adaptability, and effortless flow. The vastness of the sky. Use the sky as a reminder of the spaciousness of your own awareness, where thoughts and emotions pass like clouds without diminishing its fundamental nature. Like any transformative practice, cultivating connection with nature's calm comes with its own set of common challenges and obstacles. Lack of access to pristine nature. Many live in urban environments with limited access to vast forests or serene coastlines. The key is to embrace urban nature, city parks, community gardens, street trees, even a single potted plant on your windowsill, or the vastness of the sky visible from your window. The quality of your attention matters more than the grandeur of the setting. Time constraints. The belief that one needs hours for a significant nature experience. Emphasize micro moments. 5 minutes sitting on a park bench, 2 minutes watching a bird outside your window, 30 seconds feeling the rain on your skin. These small acts accumulate. Weather limitations. Don't let adverse weather be an excuse. Appreciate nature through a window. Observe the rain or snow. Listen to the sounds of a storm, or bundle up and experience nature in all its forms. Each season offers unique beauty. Digital distraction. The urge to pull out your phone to take a picture, check messages, or scroll while in nature. Make an intentional rule during your designated nature time. Put your phone away or turn it off. This ensures genuine immersion. Feeling silly or self-conscious. When first trying practices like forest bathing or talking to a tree, you might feel awkward or self-conscious. Let go of external judgment. This practice is deeply personal and for your own well-being. Embrace a sense of playful curiosity. In conclusion, consciously immersing ourselves in nature's ancient rhythms and profound wisdom is a fundamental and potent pathway to restoring our inner balance, rejuvenating our spirit, and cultivating an abiding sense of belonging and calm. Nature is our greatest teacher of impermanence, interdependence, and effortless being, offering a boundless wellspring of peace that transcends human-made chaos. By rekindling our innate biophilic connection, we find not just a temporary escape from stress, but a sustained source of resilience, clarity, and deep tranquility. We remember that we are not separate from the world, but an integral part of its miraculous unfolding, and in that profound recognition, we find our deepest peace. In the ceaseless, dizzying complexity of modern existence, many of us find ourselves caught in a relentless cycle of too much. We are surrounded by too much stuff, burdened by too many commitments, overwhelmed by too much information, and paralyzed by too many choices. This pervasive excess creates a profound sense of overwhelm, leading to mental clutter, debilitating decision fatigue, chronic stress, and a nagging, insidious feeling of not enough. A relentless sense that despite all we have, we still lack something vital. This constant state of overstimulation and overcommitment makes it incredibly difficult to find internal spaciousness, clarity, or ultimately the deep and abiding inner peace we so desperately crave amidst the external chaos. The very act of trying to manage the sheer volume of our lives becomes an exhausting, self-perpetuating source of stress. The antidote to this modern predicament lies in the profound and often countercultural practice of simplifying your life. This is not merely about aesthetic minimalism or decluttering your physical possessions. It is an intentional, holistic process of reducing excess in all its myriad forms: material possessions, digital distractions, demanding schedules, and mental and emotional burdens, to deliberately create more space, greater clarity, profound freedom, and ultimately a more accessible pathway to inner peace. It is a discerning inquiry into what truly adds value, meaning, and vitality to your life versus what merely drains your energy, clutters your mind, or weighs you down without genuine benefit. Simplifying is an act of liberation, choosing sufficiency over excess, depth over breadth, and presence over perpetual striving. This wisdom of simplicity is deeply ingrained in Zen and Buddhist philosophy, though not always articulated through modern terms like minimalism. Simplicity, wabi-sabi, implicit. The aesthetic principle of wabi-sabi in Zen culture, for instance, celebrates the beauty of imperfection, impermanence, and understated elegance. It finds profound beauty in naturalness, austerity, and sufficiency, valuing the essential over the ornate. This translates to an appreciation for what is simple, functional, and deeply authentic, rather than accumulating objects for status or fleeting pleasure. Non-attachment revisited. A core Buddhist teaching. Non-attachment extends far beyond material possessions to encompass ideas, outcomes, and even identities. Simplifying is a practical manifestation of non-attachment, letting go of the need to cling to things that no longer serve us, whether they are physical objects, outdated beliefs, or burdensome commitments. It's about recognizing that our peace is not dependent on external accumulation. The middle way. The Buddha's teaching of the middle way encourages avoiding extremes of both indulgence and asceticism. Simplifying finds this balance. It's not about deprivation, but about finding the optimal point of sufficiency, where we have enough without being burdened by excess, creating the ideal conditions for mindful living and inner peace. Mindful consumption. Zen emphasizes conscious awareness in all actions, including what we consume. Simplifying extends this to a mindful approach to buying, using, and disposing of things. It asks, is this purchase serving my deeper values? Is this information truly beneficial? This proactive awareness prevents clutter before it accumulates. The basket analogy. Imagine carrying a basket. Every possession, every commitment, every piece of unread information, every unaddressed worry is like another stone in that basket. Simplifying is the continuous practice of inspecting each stone and deciding whether it truly needs to be carried or if it can be gently set down, thus lightening our load and freeing us to move with greater ease. Less is more. This seemingly paradoxical principle central to minimalist thought resonates deeply with Zen's focus on essence. When we have less, we often experience more time, more space, more clarity, more appreciation for what truly matters, and deeper engagement with what we do have. Why is the deliberate practice of simplifying your life so profoundly crucial for cultivating inner peace amidst the relentless currents of chaos, reduces overwhelm and decision fatigue? The sheer volume of choices we face daily, what to buy, what to wear, what to do, what to watch, what to respond to, is mentally exhausting. Each choice, even small ones, drains our cognitive resources. By simplifying our possessions, our schedules, and our digital lives, we dramatically reduce the number of decisions we have to make, freeing up mental energy and reducing the pervasive sense of overwhelm. Frees up time and energy. Every possession requires time to acquire, maintain, clean, repair, organize, or worry about. Every commitment requires time and emotional energy. By reducing these excesses, we literally free up vast amounts of time and mental energy that can then be redirected towards activities that genuinely nourish our souls, spending time in nature, cultivating meaningful relationships, pursuing creative passions, engaging in contemplative practice, or simply resting, reduces financial stress. The constant desire for more fuels consumerism and often leads to financial strain, debt, and chronic worry about money. Simplifying means buying less, valuing experiences over possessions, and reducing unnecessary expenses. This naturally leads to greater financial freedom, less financial anxiety, and a profound sense of security rooted in sufficiency rather than endless accumulation. Creates mental and emotional spaciousness. A cluttered physical environment often mirrors and perpetuates a cluttered mind. Conversely, a simplified outer world fosters a more organized, tranquil inner landscape. Less external clutter means fewer distractions, less mental noise, and more room for clarity, reflection, and creative thought to emerge. Enhances focus and presence. With fewer possessions to manage, fewer commitments to juggle, and less digital noise to distract us, our attention is naturally less fragmented. We are more able to be fully present with whatever we are doing, leading to deeper engagement, higher quality experiences, and a greater sense of peace in the moment. Cultivates contentment and gratitude. Simplifying shifts our focus from the elusive pursuit of more to a profound appreciation for enough. It helps us recognize and value the sufficiency of what we already possess, cultivating a deep sense of contentment and gratitude for the simple blessings in our lives rather than constantly chasing external validation or fleeting pleasures. Reduces comparison and external validation. In a consumer-driven society, possessions and busy schedules often become markers of status and success, leading to endless comparison with others. Simplifying liberates us from this exhausting race, allowing us to define our worth internally based on our values and inner peace rather than external metrics. Increases adaptability and resilience. When we are not weighed down by excessive possessions or rigid commitments, life becomes more flexible. We can adapt more easily to unexpected changes, pivot quickly, and respond to new opportunities without the inertia created by accumulated stuff. This enhanced adaptability contributes directly to inner resilience in the face of chaos. The benefits of consistently embracing the practice of simplifying are profound and pervasive, extending to every dimension of our well-being. Greater sense of control and clarity. By intentionally choosing what to keep and what to let go, we reclaim a sense of agency over our lives, reducing overwhelm and fostering greater clarity in our priorities. Increased joy in simple things. A decluttered life allows us to truly see and appreciate the beauty and pleasure in the everyday, the ordinary, and the often overlooked simple moments. Reduced stress, anxiety, and guilt. Less to manage, less to worry about, and less pressure to keep up with societal expectations translates directly to significantly lower levels of stress, anxiety, and the guilt associated with not being enough. More free time and mental space. This is perhaps the most tangible benefit, creating precious room for rest, reflection, creativity, and genuine connection. Improved financial well-being. Reduce consumption habits, lead to less debt, more savings, and a greater sense of financial security and freedom. Deeper appreciation for experiences over possessions. The focus shifts from accumulating things to accumulating rich, meaningful life experiences. Enhanced resilience and adaptability to change. A lighter, less complicated life allows us to respond more gracefully and effectively to life's inevitable changes and challenges. Profound, sustainable inner peace. Ultimately, by shedding the weight of excess, we create an environment, both internal and external, where peace can flourish as our natural default state, resilient to the chaos of modern demands. Now let's explore an extensive array of practical strategies and techniques for simplifying different aspects of your life, drawing inspiration from mindful living principles. Material simplification, decluttering, and minimalism. This is often the most visible starting point for simplification. The KonMari method, brief mention. While detailed guidance is extensive, the core principle is profound. When decluttering, hold each item and ask yourself, does this spark joy? If not, thank it for its service and let it go. This emotional filter transforms decluttering from a chore into a mindful, intuitive process. The one in, one out rule. For every new item you bring into your home, a new shirt, a new book, a new gadget, commit to letting go of an equivalent item. This prevents new clutter from accumulating and maintains a consistent volume. The 30-day minimalism game, a fun, progressive way to start. On day 1, let go of 1 item. On day 2, let go of 2 items, and so on, up to 30 items on day 30. By the end, you've decluttered 465 items. This builds momentum and shows you how much excess you truly have. Seasonal decluttering. Make decluttering a regular ritual, perhaps with each change of season. Review your wardrobe, kitchen, storage areas. This prevents overwhelming accumulation and keeps your space fresh. Mindful consumption before you buy. Before making any purchase, pause and ask yourself a series of questions. Do I genuinely need this, or is it a passing want? Does this item truly add value to my life, or will it just add clutter to maintenance? Can I borrow this, rent it, or find a shared resource instead of owning it? Does this align with my values of simplicity and sustainability? Prioritize quality over quantity and experiences over transient possessions. Organize for simplicity. Once you've decluttered, establish a system of a place for everything and everything in its place. When every item has a designated home, tidying becomes effortless, reducing mental load and the feeling of chaos. Prioritize experiences over possessions. Consciously shift your spending habits and your desire from accumulating physical goods to investing in enriching experiences. Travel, learning new skills, spending time in nature, attending events, or simply creating memories with loved ones. Experiences often bring deeper and more lasting joy. Digital simplification. Revisited and expanded building on the previous section, here's a deeper dive into digital decluttering. Digital decluttering audit email, inbox, zero process emails, daily deleting, archiving, or responding immediately. Unsubscribe ruthlessly from unnecessary newsletters. Desktop downloads purge. Keep your computer desktop clean and free of files. Regularly clear your downloads folder. Cloud storage cleanup. Delete old, unnecessary files, photos, and duplicates from Google Drive, Dropbox, iCloud. Old files, photos. Dedicate time to organize and prune digital photo albums and old documents. Back up what's essential, delete the rest. App software audit. Go through all apps on your phone, tablet, and computer. Delete anything you haven't used in the last 3 to 6 months. Simplify your subscriptions, canceling any you don't actively use or need. Social media audit. Actively unfollow, mute, or delete accounts that generate anxiety, comparison, or simply don't bring you joy or value. Consider deleting accounts on platforms you rarely use or that contribute to your distress. Notification purge, all non-essentials off. This is paramount. Disable almost all notifications. Only keep essential alerts from direct human communication. Reclaim your attention from constant digital pings. Intentional device use, time limits. Purpose-driven implement strict time limits for certain apps or websites. Before opening any app, ask yourself, what is my specific purpose for being here right now? Once fulfilled, close it. Avoid aimless scrolling. Password management simplification. Use a secure password manager. This reduces the mental load of remembering countless passwords and enhances online security, simplifying a common digital stressor. Schedule to just-in-time simplification. Our calendars and to-do lists can often become as cluttered as our homes. Identify and eliminate time wasters. Conduct a time audit for a week. Track how you genuinely spend your time. Identify activities that drain your energy without adding value, e.g., excessive passive scrolling, unproductive meetings, and unnecessary errands. Consciously reduce or eliminate them. Learn to say no and mean it. This is perhaps the most powerful tool for simplifying your schedule. Politely but firmly decline requests that don't align with your priorities, bring you joy, or contribute to your well-being. Saying no to others is often saying yes to yourself and your peace. Batching similar tasks. Group similar activities together. For instance, process all emails at designated times, e.g., morning, noon, evening, instead of responding constantly. Run all errands on one specific day. Make all phone calls at once. This reduces context switching and improves efficiency. Automate so you can delegate where possible. Look for opportunities to automate recurring tasks, e.g., bill payments, subscriptions, or delegate responsibilities to others, e.g., shared household chores, professional services, if affordable. Build in white space, unscheduled time. Intentionally schedule blocks of empty time in your calendar for rest, spontaneity, creative exploration, or simply being. This protected white space is crucial for preventing burnout and allowing for natural restoration. Simplify morning just evening routines. Design calm, simple routines for the start and end of your day. This reduces decision-making fatigue and sets a peaceful tone. A consistent morning routine can center you for the day, and an evening routine can signal to your body it's time to wind down. Focus on essentialism. Embrace the philosophy of essentialism as popularized by Greg McKeown, doing less but better. Ruthlessly identify the truly vital few activities or commitments that yield the most impact and align with your core values, and eliminate or minimize everything else. Mental and emotional simplification. This is about decluttering the inner landscape of your mind. Information. Diet. Consciously curate the information you consume. Limit exposure to overwhelming news cycles, social media drama, or negative conversations. Choose to engage only with sources that are truly informative, inspiring, or uplifting. Relationship decluttering. Just as with physical possessions, examine your relationships. Reduce the energy spent on toxic, draining, or constantly demanding relationships. This might involve setting firmer boundaries, limiting contact, or in some cases, lovingly letting go of relationships that consistently undermine your well-being. Mindful thought observation revisited. As discussed in Section 6, practice observing your thoughts without engaging with everyone. Learn to identify and let go of repetitive worries, self-critical narratives, or unhelpful ruminations. This reduces internal mental clutter. Letting go of perfectionism. Release the mental burden of unrealistic standards and the need for everything to be flawless. Embrace good enough. Perfectionism is a major source of stress and mental complication. Practicing acceptance. Let go of the persistent mental battle with reality. Accept what is in the present moment, rather than continually wishing things were different. This radical acceptance frees up immense mental energy. Reducing mental clutter, journaling brain dumps. If your mind feels overwhelmed with ideas, worries, or tasks, use journaling or a brain dump technique. Write down everything that's swirling in your mind. This externalizes the thoughts, clearing mental space and allowing you to prioritize or discard. One thing at a time, single tasking. Actively resist multitasking. Dedicate your full attention to one task, one conversation, or one moment at a time. This reduces mental fragmentation and increases effectiveness, leading to a calmer and more focused mind. Like any profound practice, simplifying your life comes with its own set of common challenges and obstacles. Emotional attachment to stuff. Possessions often carry memories, identity, or a sense of security. Letting go can be emotionally challenging. Approach this with compassion, acknowledging the emotions without letting them dictate your choices. Fear of missing out. FOMO, scarcity mindset. This often manifests as, what if I need this later? Or everyone else is doing X. This fear keeps us clinging to excess. Recognize that true abundance lies in presence and sufficiency, not accumulation. Societal pressure to accumulate. We live in a society that constantly encourages us to buy more, do more, and be more. Resisting this external pressure requires conscious effort and a strong internal compass. Guilt when decluttering gifts or useful items. It can be difficult to let go of gifts or items that are still good or might be useful someday. Remember that the purpose of a gift is the giving, not the indefinite keeping. The value of an item is its use, not its mere existence. Initial discomfort of emptiness. When you first simplify, the sudden absence of clutter or constant activity can feel unsettling, even like a void. Our minds are accustomed to being busy. Embrace this emptiness as a space for creativity, reflection, and quietude to emerge rather than rushing to fill it again. Overwhelmed by the process of simplifying itself. The idea of decluttering an entire home or overhauling a schedule can feel daunting. Start small. Pick one drawer, one app, or one commitment to simplify. Momentum builds gradually. In conclusion, simplifying your life is a radical and profoundly liberating path to inner peace. It is about intentionally shedding the weight of excess, creating not just external order, but vast internal spaciousness. It fundamentally shifts our focus from the exhausting cycle of external acquisition to a deep abiding sense of internal contentment and sufficiency. This liberation from the burdens of too much fosters an uncluttered mind, a lighter spirit, and a profound sense of freedom, allowing inner peace to flourish as our natural default state, resilient to the relentless chaos and demands of modern existence. When we consciously choose less, we paradoxically discover the true richness of our lives. In our perennial quest for inner peace, amidst the incessant waves of daily chaos, we often encounter a powerful, often subconscious internal obstacle, the deep-seated human tendency to cling. We cling to countless things, to specific outcomes and desired results, to past events and their emotional residue, to fixed identities and self-narratives, to relationships and their perceived permanence, to material possessions, to a rigid sense of control, and to a myriad of often unrealistic expectations. This pervasive act of clinging, this desperate grasping at what is inherently transient or beyond our ultimate control, is precisely what leads to profound suffering, mental rigidity, emotional constriction, and prevents us from truly experiencing the expansive, vibrant presence of inner peace. It is the mental and emotional equivalent of holding our breath, perpetually waiting for a future moment of perfection that never arrives, leaving us breathless and agitated in the present. The profound counterintuitive wisdom to this dilemma lies in cultivating the art of letting go. This is not a passive act of resignation, nor a nihilistic surrender to apathy or indifference. On the contrary, it is a dynamic, active, and supremely skillful practice of consciously releasing attachments, dissolving resistance, and relinquishing the relentless need for things to be different than they are in this very moment. It is a continuous moment-by-moment process of liberation, shedding layers of unnecessary weight and freeing ourselves from the self-imposed prisons of expectation, fear, and control. Letting go is a courageous act of trust in the natural flow of life, an opening to what is rather than a desperate struggle against it. This art is deeply rooted in the core tenets of Zen and Buddhist philosophy: impermanence, anicca. As explored in Section 5, the fundamental truth that all things are transient and in constant flux is the bedrock upon which the practice of letting go rests. If everything is continuously arising and passing, clinging to anything is inherently futile and destined to lead to suffering. Letting go is simply aligning ourselves with this undeniable fundamental truth of existence. Non-attachment upadana. In Buddhist psychology, upadana refers to clinging or grasping, and it is identified as a primary root of suffering, dukkha. The ultimate goal of Buddhist practice is release from this clinging. The art of letting go is the active, lived embodiment of this principle, systematically undoing the habits of grasping that bind us. The raft analogy. The Buddha famously used the analogy of a raft. He described a traveler who builds a raft to cross a dangerous river. Upon reaching the far shore safely, the traveler has a choice to carry the heavy raft on his head as he continues his journey, or to leave it behind with gratitude, recognizing that it served its purpose and is no longer needed. This teaches us to use tools, experiences, and even teachings for their intended purpose, and then to let them go when they are no longer necessary, rather than clinging to them as permanent burdens or identities. The empty hand, dark open hand. This simple yet profound metaphor symbolizes the freedom of not grasping. When your hand is clenched, you cannot receive anything new. Only an open hand can give, and only an open hand can receive. Letting go is the practice of opening the clenched fist of our mind and heart, creating space for new possibilities and for the natural flow of life. Beginner's mind, Shoshin. Letting go is intricately linked to beginner's mind. To approach each moment with fresh eyes, free from preconceptions, past experiences, or fixed expectations requires letting go of what we think we already know or how we think things should be. It's a continuous shedding of mental baggage. The second arrow, revisited clinging, is one of the most potent ways we shoot ourselves with the second arrow. The initial pain or disappointment is the first arrow. The prolonged suffering that arises from clinging to resentment, regret, or the desire for things to be different is the second arrow which we self-inflict. Letting go is the deliberate choice to put down that second arrow. Why is cultivating the art of letting go so profoundly crucial for cultivating inner peace amidst the inevitable chaos of life? Directly reduces suffering. By addressing the root of suffering, clinging head-on, letting go offers a direct and powerful pathway to alleviate unnecessary pain and dissatisfaction. It's about releasing the internal friction that arises when our desires clash with reality. Frees up vital energy. Clinging is an incredibly mentally and emotionally exhausting endeavor. The constant effort to control, to hold on, to resist change, drains our vital life force. Letting go liberates this immense energy, allowing it to be redirected towards present moment, living creativity, genuine connection, and deep rest. Increases adaptability and resilience. Life is characterized by constant change. When we cling to stability, we become rigid and brittle in the face of inevitable shifts. Letting go fosters immense flexibility and adaptability, allowing us to flow with change rather than rigidly resisting it, thereby increasing our capacity to recover and thrive amidst chaos. Cultivates profound presence. When our minds are no longer consumed by clinging to the past, regrets, grievances, or grasping at the future expectations, worries, our attention naturally settles into the spaciousness of the present moment. Letting go is therefore a direct pathway to cultivating deeper and more consistent mindfulness. Restores agency and empowerment. While clinging often makes us feel like victims of circumstances, if only X hadn't happened, the act of letting go is a conscious active choice. It is a powerful declaration that we choose our internal state. We reclaim our power from external events or internal narratives, and we are not bound by the past. Deepens self-acceptance. We often cling to idealized versions of ourselves or societal expectations. Letting go involves releasing these rigid ideals and embracing our authentic self, imperfections, and all. This fosters a profound sense of self-compassion and inner peace that is not contingent on external validation or unattainable standards. Opens to new possibilities. When our hands are full, we cannot receive anything new. When our minds are cluttered with old narratives and attachments, there is no space for fresh insights, new relationships, or unexpected opportunities to emerge. Letting go creates a fertile void, an open space for new life, new perspectives, and new experiences to manifest. Promotes ultimate inner freedom. The culmination of letting go is a profound inner freedom. Liberation from the self-imposed bondage of attachment, fear, and control. It is the peace that comes from knowing that your well-being is not dependent on anything external, but arises from the spaciousness of your own awareness. The benefits of consistently practicing the art of letting go are truly transformative. Profound emotional lightness. Shedding the heavy burden of unforgiveness, regret, and attachment brings a remarkable sense of emotional buoyancy and ease. Greater mental clarity and spaciousness. A mind uncluttered by clinging thoughts and narratives is clear-focused and able to access deeper insights and creative solutions. Increased joy and contentment. When we cease chasing external validation or future perfect states, we discover a deep wellspring of contentment and joy in the simple present moment. Enhanced capacity for love and connection without grasping. We can love and connect more authentically when we release the need to control others or to cling to relationships out of fear. Love becomes expansive, not possessive. Reduced anxiety, fear, and frustration. These emotions are often direct results of clinging to desired outcomes or resisting what is. Letting go dissolves their power. Improved decision-making. A mind free from the confusion of clinging is better able to discern wise actions and make choices aligned with its deepest values. Deep, unshakable inner peace. As we systematically release the sources of suffering, we uncover an underlying peace that is inherent, not created, and remains stable amidst all external conditions. Now let's explore an extensive array of practical strategies and techniques for cultivating the art of letting go in various aspects of our lives, drawing from Zen-inspired wisdom and broadly applicable contemplative approaches. Letting go of control, revisited and expanded. This is a foundational aspect of letting go. Distinguish controllable versus uncontrollable. Consciously and repeatedly identify what is truly within your sphere of influence, your actions, attitudes, efforts, or responses versus what is beyond your control, other people's behaviors, external events, outcomes, the past, the future. Practice radical acceptance of what is. This is not resignation, but a brave, active embrace of reality as it is, however uncomfortable. When a difficult situation arises, instead of fighting, it mentally acknowledge, this is what is happening right now. This is the starting point for skillful response. Surrender to the flow of life. Trust that life has its own intelligence and unfolding. You are part of a larger process. While you act with intention, surrender the need to micromanage every outcome. This is a profound act of faith in the unknown. The serenity prayer concept. Internalize the wisdom to grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. This is a daily practice of discernment and acceptance. Letting go of outcomes and expectations. This transforms striving into effortless effort. Set intentions, but detach from rigid demands. It's healthy to have goals and intentions. However, hold them lightly. Do your best, take skillful action, and then release the rigid demand that a specific outcome must occur for you to be okay. Focus on the process, as in non-striving. Immerse yourself fully in the activity itself, finding joy and meaning in the present moment of doing rather than fixating solely on the end result. The process becomes the reward. Embrace the not-knowing mind approach situations with openness and curiosity rather than clinging to preconceived notions of how things should unfold. Allow for surprise and unexpected paths. Done is better than perfect. Release the burden of perfectionism. Often completion and timely action are more valuable than endless tweaking in pursuit of an unattainable ideal. Letting go of attachment to praise or criticism. Do your work with integrity and dedication, but release the need for external validation or the fear of external judgment. Your inherent worth is not defined by others' opinions. Letting go of the past grievances, regrets, identifications. The past unreleased is a heavy anchor, forgiveness revisited. This is a primary tool for letting go of the past. Practice forgiving others for perceived wrongs, and crucially forgiving yourself for past mistakes, perceived failures, or for simply being human. Release the resentment and the self-blame that bind you. Grief work. When experiencing loss, allow the natural process of grief to unfold. Feel the sadness, the anger, the pain, but do not cling to the loss itself or to the memory of the person, it's a thing that is gone, in a way that prevents moving forward. Allow the emotions to flow and eventually transform. Releasing self-limiting beliefs from identities. We often cling to old stories about ourselves. I've always been shy. I'm not good enough. Recognize that these are just narratives, not fixed truths. Consciously choose to release identities that no longer serve your growth and peace. Mindful observation of memory. When memories, especially painful ones, arise, observe them as passing phenomena in the mind like clouds. Do not get caught in their narratives or emotional charge. Acknowledge them and then gently return to the present. Rituals of release. Engage in symbolic acts to externalize and release past burdens. Write down grievances or regrets on paper and then burn them safely, or bury them, or float them away on water. These rituals can be powerful psychological markers of letting go of the future. Worry, planning, anticipation. The future unaddressed creates anxiety. Return to the present moment. Primary practice. The fundamental practice of mindfulness is the most effective way to let go of future worries. Whenever your mind jumps ahead, gently bring your attention back to your breath, your body, or your immediate sensory experience. Conscious planning with present detachment. Plan for the future as needed, but do so mindfully. Once plans are made, release the mental fixation on them. Trust that you have done what you can, and then return your focus to the present. What if? Exercises with a twist. If you're plagued by what-if scenarios, sometimes playing out the worst-case scenario in your mind to its absolute conclusion can actually reduce its power. You often find that even the worst-case scenario is survivable, or that you could handle it. Then consciously let it go. Trust in life's unfolding. Cultivate a deep sense of trust in the natural intelligence of life. Recognize that not everything needs to be controlled or known. Embrace the mystery and the uncertainty of the unknown with a sense of curious openness rather than fear. Letting go of possessions and material clutter. Revisited from simplifying. The physical act of decluttering reinforces mental letting go. Does it spark joy? Question. Apply Marie Kondo's principle directly to every possession. If an item doesn't genuinely uplift you, thank it and release it. This makes decluttering a mindful act of letting go. Understanding that things don't define us. Recognize that your worth, identity, and happiness are not tied to your possessions. Releasing material clutter liberates you from the external definition of self. Letting go of shoulds and rigid ideals. These are often self-imposed burdens. Questioning societal, self-imposed pressures. Interrogate the shoulds in your life. I should be richer, thinner, busier, happier. Where do these come from? Are they truly serving your well-being, or are they external impositions? Embracing imperfection and authentic self. Let go of the need to be perfect or to always present a flawless image. Embrace your authentic, perfectly imperfect self. This is a profound act of self-love and self-acceptance. Allowing life to unfold naturally release the rigid mental blueprints for how your life must look. Allow for detours, unexpected paths, and organic unfolding. The body as a teacher of letting go. Our bodies often hold on to tension, reflecting mental clinging. Releasing physical tension with breath. Consciously notice areas of tension in your body, e.g., clenched jaw, tight shoulders. As you exhale, imagine the breath carrying away, the tension releasing it into the space around you. This is a direct physical act of letting go. Accepting changing physical conditions. Practice equanimity when facing aging illness or physical limitations. This is not resignation, but a compassionate acceptance of the body's impermanence, releasing resistance to what is. Letting go into sleep. Each night practice the micro-death of surrendering conscious control and letting go into sleep. This trains us for larger acts of surrender and trust. Micro practices of letting go. Quick release. These are small, immediate ways to practice letting go. Exhaling a thought or tension. When a worrying thought or a surge of tension arises, simply take a deliberate exhale and imagine breathing it out, letting it dissolve into the air. Opening a clenched hand. If you notice your hands are clenched, consciously open them, feeling the release of tension. This simple physical act can mirror a mental release. Dropping a mental burden, consciously visualize a heavy bag or a heavy stone in your mind. Imagine literally dropping it, letting it fall away. Letting go of the need to be right. In an argument or disagreement practice, releasing the need to prove your point or to always be correct. Sometimes peace is more valuable than being right. Like any profound and counterintuitive practice, cultivating the art of letting go comes with its own set of common challenges and obstacles. Fear of loss or the void. When we let go, there's often a temporary void and empty space. This can feel unsettling to a mind accustomed to being full. Trust that this emptiness is fertile ground for new possibilities and true peace. Identification with suffering. Sometimes our pain, our grievances, or our victimhood can become a part of our identity. Letting go can feel like losing a part of who we are, even if that part is causing us suffering. Misunderstanding as apathy or giving up. The fear that letting go means we will become passive, indifferent, or cease to care. Emphasize that it's an active, skillful release that leads to more effective, joyful engagement, not less. Resistance to vulnerability. Letting go often means those surrendering control, which can make us feel vulnerable. Trust that true strength lies in this courageous openness, not in rigid self-protection. The habit of clinging is a deeply ingrained habit, often unconscious. It will take consistent, gentle awareness to unravel its patterns. Be patient and compassionate with yourself. What if I need it later? This scarcity mindset can prevent us from decluttering or letting go of resources. Trust in the flow of life and your ability to meet future needs rather than hoarding against every hypothetical future. Feeling powerless. Initially, the idea of letting go can feel overwhelming when deeply entangled. Start small. The very choice to try to let go is itself an act of empowerment. In conclusion, the consistent practice of the art of letting go creates a profound inner freedom, a spaciousness of being that is untroubled by the external world's inevitable changes and the mind's incessant grasping. It aligns us with the fundamental, effortless flow of life, allowing us to meet whatever arises, joy or sorrow, success or failure, gain or loss, with acceptance, grace, and an unshakable core of peace that transcends all fleeting conditions. It is the ultimate liberation from self-imposed suffering, revealing that true peace lies not in holding on, but in the radical and courageous act of continually opening, releasing, and allowing. Self-compassion as a foundation for peace. In our relentless pursuit of inner peace, amidst the incessant waves of daily chaos, we often meticulously focus on managing external stressors, cultivating mindfulness, or practicing techniques to let go of what no longer serves us. Yet a fundamental, often overlooked, and deeply transformative cornerstone for true and lasting peace lies not in external strategies, but in our internal relationship with ourselves, the practice of self-compassion. For many, the inner landscape is dominated by a relentless inner critic, a voice of harsh judgment, self-blame, and relentless perfectionism. This internal adversary, far more potent than any external chaos, perpetually undermines our sense of worth, fuels anxiety, and makes genuine peace seem like an impossible dream. We treat ourselves with a severity we would never dream of applying to a dear friend, believing that self-criticism is a necessary motivator for growth, when in fact, it often paralyzes us with fear and inadequacy. Self-compassion is not self-pity, self-indulgence, or a weakening of our resolve. Instead, it is a radical act of befriending ourselves, especially in moments of suffering, perceived failure, or inadequacy. It involves extending the same kindness, understanding, and acceptance we would offer to a beloved friend who is struggling to our own internal experience. It recognizes that suffering is an inevitable part of the human condition, and rather than fighting against our pain or judging ourselves for it, we meet it with warmth, care, and a sense of shared humanity. When life's inevitable challenges, losses, or personal mistakes arise, the self-compassionate response is not, "I'm so pathetic for feeling this way," but rather, "This is really hard right now, and I'm struggling. May I be kind to myself in this moment?" This shift in internal dialogue fundamentally transforms our relationship with suffering, making it less isolating and more workable. The profound importance of self-compassion is deeply embedded in Buddhist philosophy, particularly through the practice of metta-loving kindness. While metta is often taught as radiating kindness outwards to others, its traditional starting point is always the self. The understanding is clear: we cannot genuinely offer boundless compassion and loving kindness to others if our own inner well is poisoned by self-criticism and judgment. Just as a burnt-out candle cannot light another, a heart filled with self-loathing cannot fully extend genuine warmth. Therefore, cultivating self-compassion is not selfish. It is the fundamental act of filling our own cup, first ensuring we have the internal resources to meet life's challenges with resilience and to offer authentic connection to the world. Other relevant Buddhist principles include the second arrow, revisited self-criticism, and self-judgment are prime examples of shooting ourselves with the second arrow. The first arrow is the inherent pain of a mistake, a loss, or a difficult emotion. The second arrow is the additional suffering we inflict upon ourselves through harsh internal condemnation. Self-compassion is the conscious choice to put down that second arrow. Interdependence, recognizing that suffering, imperfection, and fallibility are part of the universal human experience. Self-compassion acknowledges that we are not alone in our struggles. Our challenges connect us to all other beings, fostering a sense of shared humanity rather than isolated shame. Acceptance. Paticca self-compassion involves accepting ourselves as we are in this moment, including our flaws and limitations, rather than constantly striving to be someone we think we should be. This radical acceptance frees up immense energy previously consumed by self-improvement projects fueled by inadequacy. Non-attachment. Letting go of attachment to the idealized self, the perfect image, or the need for constant external validation. Self-compassion embraces authenticity over perfection. Why is cultivating self-compassion so profoundly crucial for achieving and sustaining inner peace amidst the relentless chaos of life? Directly reduces suffering. By consciously choosing kindness over criticism, we directly alleviate the enormous amount of self-inflicted suffering that comes from harsh self-judgment. This is often the most significant source of our daily distress, far outweighing external circumstances. Builds emotional resilience. Self-compassion doesn't make pain disappear, but it changes our relationship with it. When we meet our struggles with kindness, we develop a greater capacity to cope with adversity, to bounce back from setbacks, and to face difficult emotions without becoming overwhelmed or defeated. It creates a safe inner harbor for emotional storms. Increases motivation and growth sustainably. Contrary to popular belief, self-criticism is not an effective long-term motivator. It often leads to fear, procrastination, and paralysis. Self-compassion, on the other hand, fosters motivation from a place of care and a desire for well-being. When we treat ourselves with kindness, we are more likely to learn from our mistakes, take healthy risks, and persist in the face of challenges. Enhances mental and physical health. Chronic self-criticism and self-blame activate the sympathetic nervous system, increasing stress hormones, inflammation, and anxiety. Self-compassion, by activating the parasympathetic care and connection system, lowers cortisol, reduces heart rate, and promotes a sense of safety and calm, leading to improved overall mental and physical well-being. Fosters authentic self-acceptance. This practice allows us to embrace our whole selves, including our perceived flaws, vulnerabilities, and imperfections, with unconditional acceptance. When we stop fighting against ourselves, we experience a profound sense of inner wholeness and integrity, which is the bedrock of genuine peace. Improves relationships with others. When we are kind and compassionate towards ourselves, we naturally become more patient, empathetic, and forgiving towards others. We are less likely to project our inner criticism onto them or to seek external validation to fill an internal void. Authentic self-compassion is therefore a prerequisite for genuinely compassionate relationships. Cultivates greater happiness and contentment. By reducing self-inflicted suffering and fostering self-acceptance, self-compassion cultivates a deeper, more stable sense of happiness and contentment that is not dependent on external achievements or the absence of difficulties. It's a peace that arises from within, strengthens inner resourcefulness. When we stop judging ourselves for our struggles, we free up mental space to access our inner wisdom, creativity, and problem-solving abilities. We can tap into our inherent strengths and find resourceful ways to navigate challenges. The benefits of consistently embracing self-compassion are transformative and far-reaching. Profound emotional lightness. Shedding the heavy burden of self-judgment brings immense emotional relief and a sense of freedom. Greater mental clarity and spaciousness. The mind no longer battling itself becomes clearer, more focused, and less cluttered by self-critical loops. Increased joy and contentment. Happiness becomes an internal state, less dependent on external circumstances or the achievement of perfection. Enhanced capacity for love and connection. Authentic. Both receiving and giving love become more authentic as we release the need for external validation or the fear of inadequacy. Reduced anxiety, fear, and shame. These emotions are often directly fueled by self-criticism. Self-compassion acts as a powerful antidote. Improved decision-making and action decisions are made from a place of wisdom and care rather than fear or pressure to be perfect. Deep, unshakable inner peace. The continuous act of befriending oneself, regardless of circumstances, cultivates a stable, resilient core of peace that is untroubled by inner turmoil. Now let's explore an extensive array of practical strategies and techniques for cultivating self-compassion, integrating Zen-inspired wisdom and scientifically supported approaches, mindful self-kindness in moments of suffering. This is the most direct application when you're feeling bad about yourself or a situation. Recognize the suffering mindfulness. The first step is simply to notice that you are suffering. Don't bypass it. Acknowledge the emotional pain. This is a moment of suffering, or I'm really struggling right now. Connect to common humanity. Remind yourself that suffering, imperfection, and making mistakes are part of the universal human experience. You are not alone in this feeling. Silently say, "This is what it feels like to be human," or "Everyone feels inadequate sometimes." This breaks the isolation and shame. Offer self-kindness. Self-soothing consciously. Offer yourself warmth, comfort, and understanding, just as you would a dear friend. Self-compassion. Phrases. Silently repeat phrases like, "May I be kind to myself in this moment. May I be safe. May I be free from suffering. May I accept myself as I am. May I be at ease." Soothing touch. Place a hand gently over your heart or on your cheek, or cradle your face in your hands. This simple physical gesture activates the care system in your brain and can be incredibly calming. Gentle voice. Speak to yourself internally or softly aloud with a gentle, reassuring tone, like you would speak to a frightened child or a beloved pet. "It's okay, sweetheart, you're doing your best." Working with the inner critic. Transforming this harsh voice is central to self-compassion. Identify the inner critic. Become aware of when and how your inner critic speaks. What phrases does it use? "You're stupid, so you always mess up." "You're not good enough." Notice its tone. Name the critic. Externalize. Give your inner critic a name, e.g., the perfectionist, the taskmaster, the judge. This helps to create distance, allowing you to see it as a separate voice, not you. "Ah, there goes the critic again." Question the critic's authority. Ask, "Is this voice actually helping me? Is it kind? Is it true? What is its intention? Often fear or outdated protection?" You don't have to believe everything it says. Respond with compassion and wisdom. Don't fight the critic, as that just gives it more power. Instead, meet its harshness with compassion. "Thank you for trying to protect me, critic, but I choose to respond with kindness now." Then actively shift your attention to a self-compassionate phrase or touch. Identify the underlying need. Often the critic is trying to motivate you, but unskillfully. Beneath the criticism, what is the core need? It's trying to address EG's desire for safety, competence, belonging. Address that need with self-compassion. Self-compassion in daily life and action, integrating kindness into everyday choices. Self-compassionate goal setting. Set goals that are challenging yet realistic, approached with flexibility and kindness rather than rigid, punitive demands. Celebrate effort and progress, not just perfection. Mindful pause for self-care. Regularly check in with yourself. What do I need right now? This might be a few deep breaths, a glass of water, a short walk, or simply a break from screens. Honor these needs without guilt. Learn to say no with self-compassion. Saying no to excessive demands from others or yourself is an act of self-kindness. Communicate your boundaries respectfully, protecting your energy and well-being. Mindful self-care rituals. Infuse everyday self-care activities, bathing, preparing food, dressing with mindful attention and kindness. Turn them into mini rituals of self-nurturing. Forgive yourself actively when you make a mistake, acknowledge it, learn from it, and then actively offer yourself forgiveness. Release the guilt and shame. I made a mistake, and I forgive myself. I am learning. Embrace imperfection. Actively seek opportunities to embrace your imperfections and laugh at your foibles. True connection and authenticity often arise from shared vulnerability, not flawless performance. Practice gratitude for your efforts. Acknowledge and appreciate your own efforts, even small ones. Celebrate your resilience, your willingness to try, and your inherent goodness, rather than constantly focusing on what's lacking. Body acceptance with compassion. Our bodies are often targets of harsh self-judgment. Practice accepting your body as it is in this moment, with kindness regardless of its appearance or current capabilities. Listen to its wisdom, addressing common challenges and misconceptions. It's self-pity weakness. Self-compassion is not self-pity. Self-pity wallows in misery and isolates. Self-compassion acknowledges suffering, but connects it to common humanity, fostering resilience and active coping. It is a strength born of vulnerability. It will make me complacent, lazy. This is a common fear often fueled by the inner critic. Research consistently shows the opposite self-compassion leads to more sustainable motivation, greater self-improvement, and resilience because it removes the fear of failure and promotes learning from mistakes with kindness. It's selfish. Self-compassion is not selfish. It is foundational. Just as a well-maintained vehicle can serve others better, a person who is kind to themselves has more emotional and mental resources to give authentically to others without burning out or becoming resentful. I don't deserve it. This belief stems from deep-seated self-judgment. Challenge this thought directly. Remind yourself that all beings deserve kindness, and you are a being. Your inherent worth is not contingent on your achievements or perfection. Initial discomfort. It may feel awkward or even uncomfortable at first, especially if you're unaccustomed to being kind to yourself. This is normal. Persist gently. Over time, it will feel natural. Mind wandering, just resistance. The mind might resist these practices, bringing up reasons not to be kind. Simply notice the resistance, acknowledge it, and gently return to the intention of self-compassion. In conclusion, self-compassion is not merely a pleasant sentiment. It is a radical foundational practice that transforms our internal landscape and forms the very bedrock of lasting inner peace. By consistently choosing kindness over criticism, understanding over judgment, and acceptance over perfectionism, we directly alleviate immense self-inflicted suffering and cultivate a profound sense of inner wholeness. This self-acceptance empowers us to navigate life's inevitable chaos, not with fear or self-condemnation, but with resilience, authenticity, and a deep, abiding sense of calm. Self-compassion is the ultimate act of self-liberation, revealing that true peace is not found by being flawless or perfect, but by embracing our perfectly imperfect human selves with boundless, unconditional love. Embracing beginner's mind in everyday life. In our quest for inner peace, amidst the incessant demands and often overwhelming complexities of daily chaos, we frequently carry a heavy burden of preconceptions and expectations. Our minds, shaped by past experiences, accumulated knowledge, and ingrained habits, often approach each new moment with a preset filter. We think we know how things will unfold, how people will react, or how we should respond. This tendency to operate from an expert's mind, a mind filled with fixed ideas, judgments, and a rigid framework of past learnings, can paradoxically blind us to the fresh reality of the present moment. It closes us off to new possibilities, traps us in repetitive patterns of thought and behavior, and prevents us from seeing the world and ourselves with clarity and wonder. This is a subtle yet pervasive source of suffering, as reality rarely conforms perfectly to our mental blueprints, leading to disappointment, frustration, and a continuous sense of dissatisfaction. The profound antidote to this mental rigidity and a powerful pathway to liberation and inner peace lies in cultivating beginner's mind Shoshin in Japanese Zen. This is a core Zen concept that doesn't mean literal ignorance or a lack of knowledge. Instead, it is an attitude of openness, eagerness, and lack of preconceptions when studying a subject, even when studying at an advanced level. It's about approaching each moment, each task, each interaction, and even our own internal experiences with the fresh curiosity, wonder, and receptive innocence of a child encountering something for the very first time. It is a radical willingness to not know, to temporarily set aside our expertise, our judgments, and our expectations, allowing us to perceive reality directly without the distorting lens of our conditioned mind. When we embrace beginner's mind, we are fully present, fully receptive, and utterly open to whatever arises, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. The profound significance of beginner's mind is deeply woven into Zen philosophy, as articulated by the revered Zen master Shunryu Suzuki in his seminal work, Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind, there are few. This simple yet profound statement encapsulates the liberating power of Shoshin. Other relevant Zen principles include direct experience, Jijuyu Zanmai. Zen emphasizes direct, unmediated experience of reality, free from conceptual overlays. Beginner's mind enables this direct engagement as it bypasses the mental filters that typically mediate our perception. Non-attachment, revisited to truly embody beginner's mind, one must let go of attachment to one's own opinions, knowledge, and sense of expertise. This non-attachment allows for genuine openness and a willingness to be surprised. Mindfulness, Sati beginner's mind, is inherently mindful. It requires a sustained, open, and non-judgmental attention to the present moment, continuously noticing the subtle nuances and fresh details that an expert's mind might overlook. Impermanence, Anicca, recognizing that everything is in a constant state of flux, makes beginner's mind essential. Since reality is always changing, a fixed, expert view is always slightly out of date. Beginner's mind allows us to continuously adapt and meet reality as it is not as it was. Humility embracing. Beginner's mind is an act of profound humility. It acknowledges that no matter how much we know, there is always more to learn, more to perceive, and that our current understanding is always incomplete. This humility fosters a continuous state of learning and growth. Why is cultivating beginner's mind so profoundly crucial for achieving and sustaining inner peace amidst the relentless chaos of life, breaks, cycles of reactivity and expectation? When we approach situations with a beginner's mind, we are less likely to fall into habitual patterns of reaction based on past experiences. We don't automatically expect a negative outcome, nor do we rigidly demand a positive one. This reduces the mental friction caused by unmet expectations and allows for a more flexible, skillful response to whatever arises. Enhances presence and engagement. A mind unburdened by preconceptions is fully available for the present moment. We become more deeply engaged with our tasks, our conversations, and our surroundings, transforming routine activities into rich, novel experiences. This deep engagement is a direct pathway to inner peace, as it minimizes mental wandering and distraction, fosters creativity and problem solving. When the mind is open and receptive, unconstrained by rigid how-to guides or fixed ideas, it becomes a fertile ground for new ideas and innovative solutions. Beginner's mind allows us to see old problems in new ways, unlocking creative potential that an expert mind might suppress. Reduces judgment and comparison. An expert's mind often carries a strong tendency to judge, to label things as good or bad, right or wrong, based on its internal framework. Beginner's mind approaches without these pre-programmed judgments, allowing for a more open, accepting, and compassionate perspective towards self, others, and circumstances. This reduces the internal suffering caused by constant evaluation and comparison, cultivates wonder and appreciation. When we approach life with fresh eyes, even the most mundane elements reveal their inherent wonder. The intricate pattern of a leaf, the subtle flavor of a common food, the unique quality of a familiar sound, all become sources of renewed appreciation. This cultivates a pervasive sense of awe and gratitude that deeply nourishes inner peace, promotes continuous learning and growth. Beginner's mind ensures that we remain lifelong learners. We never become finished or stuck. This constant state of curiosity and receptivity fuels personal growth, intellectual vitality, and spiritual unfolding, which are deeply satisfying and contribute to a dynamic sense of well-being. Alleviates mental fatigues. The expert's mind, constantly analyzing, judging, and predicting, can be incredibly taxing. Beginner's mind, by contrast, is a state of effortless receptivity. It conserves mental energy by reducing the need for constant evaluation and control, leading to greater mental spaciousness and ease. The benefits of consistently embracing beginner's mind are pervasive and deeply transformative. Profound emotional lightness. A mind free from rigid expectations and judgments experiences less disappointment, frustration, and anger, leading to greater emotional freedom. Enhanced mental clarity and spontaneity. Thought processes become less rigid, more fluid, and capable of spontaneous insights, leading to greater mental agility. Increased joy and contentment. Finding wonder in the ordinary cultivates a pervasive sense of joy and contentment that is not dependent on extraordinary circumstances. Improved relationships. Approaching others with an open, non-judgmental mind allows for deeper listening, greater empathy, and more authentic connection. Reduced stress and anxiety. The absence of rigid control and the acceptance of not knowing directly alleviate the anxieties rooted in the need for certainty and predictability. Greater resilience and adaptability. The ability to meet each moment fresh without attachment to how things should be makes us far more adaptable and resilient in the face of change and adversity. Deep, sustainable inner peace. Ultimately, beginner's mind allows us to rest in the inherent peace of simply being open, being present, being receptive to life as it unfolds free from the burdens of a cluttered or rigid mind. Now let's explore an extensive array of practical strategies and techniques for cultivating and embracing beginner's mind in every aspect of your daily life, integrating Zen principles into your every moment. Approaching routine tasks with fresh eyes. This is perhaps the most accessible starting point, as routine tasks are often where our minds operate on autopilot. Mindful mundane activities revisited with Shoshin focus. Choose a task you perform daily without much thought. Washing dishes, brushing your teeth, taking a shower, making coffee, walking a familiar route. Ask, what is this really like? Instead of thinking, I know how to brush my teeth, ask, what are the sensations of brushing my teeth right now? How does the brush feel against my gums? What does the toothpaste really taste like? What are the sounds? Notice details you usually miss. Try to find something new or subtle each time. The way the light falls on the sink, a specific pattern in the steam from your coffee, a new shade of green on a familiar leaf. Do it as if for the first time. Imagine you are an alien or a child experiencing this activity for the very first time. What would you notice? What would amaze you? This shifts perspective. Eating with beginner's mind. First bite as the only bite. Take the first bite of any meal as if it were the only bite you would ever have. Savor every single aspect of it, the aroma, texture, temperature, and evolving flavor, with complete undivided attention, free from the expectation of the next bite. Explore familiar foods. Even a simple apple. What does it truly taste like when you give it your full attention? What are the subtle nuances of its texture and juice? Embracing not knowing in interactions and challenges. This requires letting go of the need for certainty and control. Mindful listening without preconception, revisited with Shoshin. When someone speaks, especially in a conversation you've had many times, resist the urge to predict what they will say or how you will respond. Listen as if you've never heard their voice before, truly receptive to their words, their tone, and their unspoken message. Let go of the expert who thinks they know what the other person is going to say. Approaching conflict with curiosity. Instead of entering a disagreement with a fixed position and the goal of being right, approach it with beginner's mind. What is truly happening here? What is the other person's actual experience? What might I be missing? This openness often de-escalates tension and opens paths to understanding. Meeting challenges with fresh eyes. When faced with a problem, personal or professional, resist immediately applying old solutions or habitual responses. Pause. Ask, what if I know nothing about this? What does this problem look like without my assumptions? What possibilities exist beyond my previous experiences? This fosters creative problem solving. Embrace, I don't know. Be comfortable with not having all the answers. The phrase, "I don't know," can be incredibly liberating. It acknowledges humility and opens the door for genuine inquiry and discovery, cultivating receptivity and openness. This involves softening our mental filters, observation without judgment, revisited with Shoshin. When you observe your thoughts, emotions, or sensations, approach them without judgment. Don't label them as good or bad. Simply notice them with the pure, unadulterated curiosity of a child discovering a new sensation. Oh, this is what anxiety feels like today. Learning new skills with beginner's mind. When learning anything new, a language, an instrument, a sport, actively cultivate beginner's mind. Embrace the awkwardness, the mistakes, the slow progress as part of the learning process. Release the pressure to be good quickly. Focus on the joy of discovery and the process of growth. Nature observation. Revisited with Shoshin. When in nature, pretend you are seeing a tree, a flower, a cloud, or a body of water for the very first time. Notice its intricate details, its colors, its textures, its sounds, as if you've never encountered such phenomena before. This reawakens a sense of wonder, allowing for surprise. Actively cultivate a willingness to be surprised by life. Let go of rigid expectations for how things should be and allow space for the unexpected, for serendipity, and for the unfolding of life beyond your mental predictions. Addressing common challenges and obstacles. The ego's resistance. Our ego often clings to its expertise and sense of knowing. It resists not knowing because it can feel vulnerable or diminish our sense of importance. Acknowledge this resistance with self-compassion and gently remind yourself that true wisdom often resides in humility and openness. Fear of incompetence. Embracing beginner's mind might feel like admitting incompetence. Remind yourself that it's a profound strength, not a weakness. It's about being teachable, adaptable, and genuinely present. The habit of judging our minds are highly conditioned to categorize and judge. It's an automatic reflex. The practice is to gently notice the judgment, acknowledge it, and then release it, returning to pure observation. It feels too slow. In a fast-paced world, practicing beginner's mind can feel slow or inefficient because it asks us to pause and deeply observe. Trust that this apparent slowness actually leads to greater clarity, effectiveness, and a deeper sense of connection. Forgetting to practice. The habit of operating from an expert mind is strong. You will forget. Don't self-criticize. Simply notice you forgot and gently return to the practice when you remember. Setting subtle reminders can help. In conclusion, embracing beginner's mind is a truly revolutionary pathway to inner peace in the midst of daily chaos. It is the radical act of consistently shedding our rigid preconceptions, our ingrained judgments, and our attachment to what we think we know, allowing us to encounter each moment with fresh curiosity, wonder, and profound receptivity. This practice liberates us from repetitive patterns of thought, and behavior reduces mental friction and opens us to a boundless realm of possibilities. When we approach everyday life with the open heart and mind of a beginner, every task becomes an opportunity for discovery, every interaction a chance for genuine connection, and every moment a vibrant, unmediated experience of life's unfolding. It is the ultimate act of letting go of the need to control, to predict, to know. And in that profound release, we discover a wellspring of spontaneous joy, clarity, and an unshakable inner peace that is always available regardless of the chaos around us. As we journey through the intricate pathways of understanding and cultivating inner peace amidst daily chaos, meticulously exploring practices like recognizing the nature of chaos, mastering the art of non-striving, cultivating presence, embracing impermanence, working with difficult thoughts and emotions, connecting with nature, simplifying our lives, practicing self-compassion, and embracing beginner's mind. We arrive at a culmination point, the indispensable phase of rest and integration. In our hyper-productive, achievement-driven world, there's a pervasive tendency to view rest as a luxury, a reward for hard work, or even a sign of weakness. We often push ourselves to the brink, believing that constant effort is the only path to progress. However, this relentless pushing devoid of conscious rest leads not to deeper peace, but to exhaustion, burnout, and a fragmented sense of self. True peace isn't just about accumulating practices, it's about allowing their wisdom to deeply settle within our being, to permeate every cell, and to fundamentally repattern our nervous system. This requires deliberate conscious rest, not merely as an absence of activity, but as an active, vital component of our spiritual and psychological growth. Rest in this context is far more than simply sleeping or stopping work. It is the mindful act of releasing effort and control, and of creating spaciousness for the insights gained from our practices to truly integrate into our lived experience. Just as a potter spins clay on the wheel, shaping it with intense focus, but must then allow the clay to dry and be fired for the form to solidify, so too must we allow our inner transformations to settle. Without this crucial period of integration, our practices remain on the surface intellectual concepts rather than embodied wisdom, easily swept away by the next wave of chaos. This final stage is paramount. It is where the seeds of peace we have diligently planted are given the nurturing quietude they need to truly take root and flourish. This profound understanding of rest and integration is deeply embedded within Zen philosophy, often seen in paradoxical teachings and the very rhythm of monastic life, the wisdom of do nothing. While Zen is known for active engagement, like chop wood, carry water, it also deeply values shikantaza, just sitting, a practice of non-striving, of simply doing nothing in the sense of no goal or expectation. This nothing is a fertile space for integration. Cycles of effort and ease. Zen monastic life often follows strict schedules of intense work and meditation, but these are balanced by periods of rest, mindful eating, and sleep. There's an intuitive understanding that sustained effort requires periods of profound rejuvenation. Allowing wisdom to ripen, insights aren't forced. They ripen and integrate in their own time through quietude. Just as a fruit needs to ripen on the branch, wisdom needs space to settle. The empty cup. To receive new wisdom, one must first empty their cup of old notions. Similarly, after periods of intense practice or chaotic experience, we need to empty ourselves of effort and striving to allow new patterns of peace to integrate. Nature's rhythms. Nature itself teaches integration. After the intense growth of spring and summer, autumn and winter bring periods of dormancy, rest, and renewal, essential for the next cycle of life. Our bodies are also part of these natural rhythms. Why is cultivating conscious rest and integration so profoundly crucial for achieving and sustaining inner peace amidst the relentless chaos of life? Nervous system. Repatterning and healing. Our practices: mindfulness, self-compassion. Letting go gently shift our nervous system from chronic sympathetic activation, fight, flight, freeze, to parasympathetic dominance. Rest, digest, repair. However, for these new neural pathways to solidify and become our default, they require prolonged periods of non-stimulation and deep rest. This is where true healing and repatterning occur, reducing chronic anxiety and fostering a baseline of calm. Deep assimilation of insights. Practices like mindfulness or forgiveness can bring profound intellectual insights, but these insights only become embodied wisdom, lived realities, when we create space for them to integrate. During rest, the mind processes experiences, forming deeper connections and allowing conceptual understanding to sink into intuitive knowing. Emotional processing and release. Difficult emotions, even when met with compassion, often require time and space to fully process and dissipate. Unhurried rest provides the safe container for these energies to move through and out of the system, preventing them from getting stuck. Prevention of burnout and overwhelm. In a culture that glorifies constant activity, conscious rest is a radical act of self-preservation. It prevents the depletion of our physical, mental, and emotional resources, ensuring that our pursuit of peace is sustainable and joyful rather than another source of stress. Fosters creativity and clarity. When the mind is allowed to truly rest and integrate, it clears out clutter and makes space for new ideas and intuitive insights to emerge. Many breakthroughs happen not during intense work, but during periods of calm and detachment. Strengthens self-trust and intuition. By releasing the need for constant effort and control and trusting the body's innate wisdom to rest and repair, we strengthen our intuitive connection to our own needs. This deep self-trust is essential for genuine peace. Cultivates unshakable peace. The ultimate peace we seek isn't a state we achieve through constant striving. It's a state we uncover when we remove the obstacles of agitation and resistance. Rest and integration allow the natural peace that is our birthright to settle and reveal itself as a constant underlying current, even amidst external dynamism. The benefits of consistently prioritizing conscious rest and integration are immense and profoundly transformative. Sustainable well-being moves us from cycles of burnout to a more balanced and sustained state of vitality and calm. Deeper embodied wisdom. Insights become lived realities, truly transforming our relationship with ourselves and the world. Enhanced emotional resilience. Greater capacity to navigate stress and recover from emotional challenges as the nervous system is better regulated. Increased creativity and problem solving. A well-rested and integrated mind is more resourceful and innovative. Profound sense of inner calm. The accumulated wisdom of practices settles into a deep, unwavering peace, accessible at all times. Improved physical health. Deep rest supports cellular repair, immune function, and overall physical rejuvenation. Authentic connection. When we are rested and integrated, we show up more authentically in our relationships and engage with the world from a place of fullness, not depletion. Now let's explore an extensive array of practical strategies and techniques for cultivating conscious rest and integration, making them indispensable components of your path to inner peace. Prioritizing deep restorative sleep. Sleep is the ultimate form of rest and integration for our bodies and minds. Consistent sleep schedule. Go to bed and wake up at roughly the same time each day, even on weekends. This regulates your circadian rhythm, which is crucial for deep restorative sleep. Optimize your sleep environment. Make your bedroom a sanctuary for sleep. Dark blackout curtains, quiet earplugs if needed, and cool optimal temperature around 18-20 degrees Celsius. Mindful wind-down routine. Create a relaxing evening ritual at least an hour before bed. This could include reading a physical book, taking a warm bath, gentle stretching, listening to calming music, or engaging in a gratitude practice. Digital sunset revisited. Avoid screens, phones, tablets, computers, TV for at least 1 to 2 hours before bed. The blue light and mental stimulation interfere with melatonin production and keep your mind active. Mindful transition to sleep. As you lie down, bring your attention to your breath. Feel the weight of your body supported by the bed. Practice a mini body scan, consciously relaxing each part of your body. If thoughts arise, gently acknowledge them and return to your breath. Allow yourself to fall into sleep without effort. Intentional non-doing and white space. This is about creating deliberate pockets of emptiness in your schedule. Schedule do-nothing time. Just as you schedule appointments, intentionally block out time in your calendar for non-doing. This isn't for tasks or chores. It's for unstructured time to simply be rest or allow for spontaneity. Even 15 to 30 minutes daily can be transformative. Embrace mindful pauses, micro rest. Throughout your day, build in micro pauses. After sending an email, before picking up your phone between tasks, or even just sitting for a moment before standing up. These brief moments of non-doing allow for mental resets and integration. Allow for daydreaming and musing. In our productivity-focused world, aimless daydreaming is often seen as unproductive. However, allowing your mind to wander freely during periods of rest is crucial for creativity, problem-solving, and emotional processing. Nature connection. Revisited as rest. Spend time in nature with no agenda other than to simply be. Sit under a tree, watch the clouds, listen to the sounds of nature. This passive immersion is deeply restorative. Integrating practices through reflection and embodiment. This phase is about allowing the wisdom to sink deeper than the intellectual level. Mindful reflection. Journaling, dark contemplation. After engaging in mindfulness practices or experiencing a challenging situation, take time to reflect. Journal about your insights, observations, and emotional experiences. This conscious reflection helps to solidify learning and integrate new patterns. Body scan for integration. At the end of your day or after a period of practice, lie down and perform a full body scan. As you bring awareness to each part of your body, sense how the day's experiences, learnings, and practices have settled within you. Notice where there's ease, where there's lingering tension, and offer kindness to all sensations. Connect insights to physical sensations. When you have a new understanding, e.g., about impermanence or self-compassion, try to feel how that understanding resonates in your body. Does it create a sense of lightness, spaciousness, or warmth? This helps to embody the wisdom. Express through creative outlets, non-goal oriented. Engage in creative activities, drawing, painting, singing, dancing, writing poetry, purely for the sake of expression and release, without striving for a finished product. This allows for nonverbal integration of emotions and experiences. Review and appreciate. At the end of each day or week, take a few minutes to review your practices. Acknowledge your efforts in cultivating peace, even if it wasn't perfect. Appreciate the small moments of presence, the attempts at self-compassion, the moments you chose to let go. This positive reinforcement encourages consistency, addressing common challenges and obstacles to rest and integration. Guilt about resting, a pervasive societal belief that rest is unproductive or lazy. Challenge this belief. Remind yourself that rest is essential for productivity, creativity, and well-being. It's not a reward, it's a fundamental human need. Fear of missing out, FOMO, on productivity. The anxiety that if you're not constantly doing something, you'll fall behind. Remind yourself that true effectiveness comes from sustainable, focused effort, which requires deep rest. Mind's resistance to stillness. When we stop doing, the mind often gets busy, bringing up worries, to-do lists, or discomfort. This is normal. Practice acknowledging these thoughts without engaging and gently returning to the intention of rest. The very discomfort is often a sign that rest is deeply needed. Perfectionism in rest. Believing that rest must be perfect, e.g., perfect sleep, perfectly empty mind. Let go of this expectation. Any moment of conscious non-doing, any attempt at slowing down is a success. Difficulty unplugging the addictive nature of digital devices. Implement strict digital boundaries, especially during rest times as explored in Section 12. In conclusion, rest and integration are not passive interruptions in the journey toward inner peace. They are profoundly active, essential, and deeply wise components of the process. By consciously prioritizing deep, restorative rest and creating ample space for our insights to settle, we allow the seeds of peace we have so diligently planted to truly take root, to permeate every aspect of our being, and to transform from intellectual concepts into embodied lived wisdom. This allows our nervous system to heal and repattern our emotions, to process, and our minds to find profound clarity and creativity. It is in this spacious allowance, this gentle letting go of striving and control, that the inherent peace that is our birthright can truly settle and reveal itself, not as an elusive goal, but as the constant, unwavering presence underlying all of life's inevitable changes and chaos. Embrace this final vital stage of your journey with deep self-compassion, knowing that in true rest, you find not an end to effort, but the very source of effortless being and enduring peace.